fourth round of the Blancpain GT Series Endurance Cup is the total 24 hours of Spa. It is always a highlight of the motor racing season, and in this, the 69th running of the event, it is wide open. It's a 63-car grid and a fantastic racing prospect. Last time out, we sunshine at Paul Ricard with the 6-hour race into the darkness, but it started with drama amongst the Pro-Am teams, with damage, with mechanical maladies, and Bernard Delhaye's Lamborghini being an early car out of the race. Audi's also suffered dramas, but it turned into a great battle up front, and after an early safety car period and people stopping in different strategies, it was Ferrari versus Bentley versus Mercedes. Santordos McLaren took an early trip off the road, and it left the number 8 Bentley fighting with the AF Corsa Ferrari number 50 up front. But as the light faded and the teams battled on into the darkness, number 4 Black Falcon Mercedes was a factor, albeit on a different pit strategy. 99 BMW had been running in the leading group, it had mechanical problems and retired, and the number 4 Mercedes continued to hold sway up front. But as we enter the final stages of the race, it was apparent it would need to make one further pit stop. And number 8 took over the race lead. The number 4 Black Falcon Mercedes, though, was still a threat. But then, having made its final pit stop, it also had mechanical problems and headed for the pit lane. So, advantage Bentley. Unlucky not to win here 12 months ago, the Black Falcon team got their car back into the pit lane, but it headed to the garage and sadly into retirement after a race that promised so much for over 5 hours for the team. So, it was the Bentley number 8 holding sway. This an event Bentley had won in the past. Pro-Am honours were being claimed by the SRO Motorsports team, and the SMP Racing Ferrari 72 was in second spot. But at the checkered flag, it was going to be a win for Vincent Abril, Andy Soucek and Maxime Soulet, as Bentley scored a very popular win at Paul Ricard. Under the fireworks, a very popular win for the Bentley boys, an overdue success at Paul Ricard after disappointment 12 months ago. Does the Bentley M Sport team start as one of the favourites for this year's Spa 24 Hours? It's a long week for the teams. They've been here since Monday, and on Wednesday, the traditional drivers' parade. There's a lap of the circuit, then off the circuit at La Source and on to the public roads down to Spa Town. It's a chance for the fans to get up close and personal with the drivers and with the cars, and it's a rare chance to see a fully blown GT3 monster out on the public roads. The parade led by Stefan Rattal and into town with thousands of people on hand to enjoy the atmosphere. One of the potential winning cars this weekend has got to be from Audi, and Nico Müller looking forward to a big event.
It's one of the highlights of the year. The 24 Hours of Spa is probably one of the biggest events in my whole schedule, so very much looking forward to that, to go 24 hours around that magical track with 65 others is a challenge, and we hope to get through faultlessly and fight for a podium spot in the end.
Maxime Soulet comes here having won at Paul Ricard last time out. The Belgian driver on home soil looking forward to a good result and in confident mood.
We're going to go for it. We come in a stronger position. We just won the last race, so I mean, I think we have a good chance. I mean, Eau Rouge is still my favorite. I think we're one of the only cars that can go flat through there, so it's always challenging to do it.
A car to beat in Pro-Am is going to be the Black Falcon Mercedes, with Miguel Toril one of the drivers. Pro-Am is going to be tough to win, but Miguel has got a plan.
How to win it? Well, first you have to do zero mistake, be on track all the time, and of course you need a bit of luck. And we've been aiming for a good result all the season, so team is working very hard. So I think most of the work has been done weeks before this race. So all we can do is put all these things together this weekend and do it.
Good Smile Racing is here with a Mercedes for an all-Japanese team, and the star driver Kamui Kobayashi. They've had dramas in qualifying. Let's see how they fare. Now it's race day.
Spa 24 with GT3 car, I think that's amazing, having like 70 cars on the track. You know, I think it's all like same car, so I think everybody had a big chance.
You can never discount the Nissan either in the Pro Cup. Lucas Ordonez, one of the drivers aboard number 23, and he knows the importance of keeping out of trouble.
You never win the race in the first hour or in the first 6 hours, so we have to be clever, smart, and to think about the pace until the the last hour of the race. We're gonna have to work really hard against the big boys, no? Audi, Mercedes, Lambos. Yeah, let's hope that the Nissan can be up there against them, and let's hope to beat them. Why not?
Giancarlo Fisichella has raced here in Formula One. Now he's here aboard a Ferrari for the total 24 hours of Spa. And this, the biggest GT event in the world, is one he wants to win.
It's my dream. I will do everything to win it. It's not easy at all. Everybody are quick, everybody has a good driver's lineup, good crew, good cars. So I got a great feeling with the circuit, and I'm really confident for this weekend, yeah.
It's been a tough season for McLaren, and this event has hardly been kind to the brand over the years either. Star drivers on hand though, and one of them, Ben Barnicoat, is set to embark on the longest race of his career.
My very first 24 hours race, as well as my first 24 hours of Spa, so a lot of excitement to come. The maximum race I've done really up until this year was 45 minutes, let's say. To win at Spa would be incredible, you know. Just want to make sure we do a good solid job for the team and McLaren.
Mercedes has a good track record here, however, and don't discount the ACA ASP contingent in the Pro Cup. Tristan Vautier will be a man to watch.
It's crazy when you see the lap times of the test. The lap is over 2 minutes, and it's so tight that it just makes it very exciting. That's what I like about this championship. Biggest GT race of the world from far. It's going to be amazing.
After years of trying, Maxime Martin finally bagged a Spa 24-hour victory last season. And now he's after back-to-back wins for BMW, the most successful brand on the grid.
Winning Spa last year for a Belgian driver is just amazing, and to be back here to try to do a second time will be hard, but with these fans and on this track is just amazing. You know, on 24-hour race you need a bit of luck, so we try to get it back this year.
Laurens Vanthoor has won the event before. That was when he drove for Audi. Now he's a factory Porsche driver, and it's an event he desperately wants another success at.
Like I always say, Spa is 24 hours is the biggest GT3 race in the world, in my opinion. So to be here is quite cool. And it's not just being quick. You know, you need a bit of luck. You need to do everything right. One small mistake and it's over. So we'll see. We just have to work hard, do our best, and then we will get the result which we deserve.
Competition in the AM Cup is no less fierce. McLaren, one of the brands to beat here, and the Garage 59 entry has Chris Harris aboard, and he has been training hard.
You know what, I know you laugh, but I've been in the gymnasium occasionally. I've done some running, done some weights. I'm still middle-aged and old, and looking at all the whip-it racing drivers in that photograph, I feel a bit embarrassed, but I'm fine. And there's fit and there's racing fit. I think I'm okay. I've proved that I can do doubles and triples in these races before, so I'm happy. Mental preparation, don't think anyone believes that just through hard work and preparation they can do well here. There has to be an element of luck. You can talk lap times, you can talk deltas, you can talk sector times, you can talk engineering, but ultimately it's about spending as little time stationary as possible.
Opposition to the McLaren comes from Porsche and from Ferrari, aboard one of which is Patrick van Gleweeke, set to make his debut in the Spa 24 hours.
It's a very difficult track and it's a dangerous track and the cars are fast, so you have to be careful about what you're doing. It's a question of surviving, getting the car to the finish, and that's the first objective in a 24-hour race, stay out of problems.
63 cars ready to do battle at one of the world's great circuits. A fabulous race is in prospect. Welcome to the total 24 hours of Spa. We are set ready then for the 2017 total 24 hours of Spa. The grid is formed. We're going to have a couple of cars starting from the pit lane because the number 22 Nissan for Matt Parry, the 00 Mercedes of Kamui Kobayashi both had accidents on Thursday evening. They've had to have between them engine and chassis changes. You can't really do that under the regulations, but they are allowed to start after all the hard work. But they will not only have to start from the pits, they'll also have to have an early stop-go penalty just to balance things out against those regulation breaches over the course of the race. But we're looking forward to a race on a great circuit. This is Spa. It'll be the endurance start line used as they blast downhill up as close to 223 kilometers an hour as traffic will permit off the start through Eau Rouge and then up Radion along the Camel Straight, speed building 241 kilometers an hour as they accelerate up towards Les Combes. It's going to be a busy part of the circuit on the first lap for sure, and especially during the race as well with all the traffic. They reach 268 as they approach Les Combes in sixth gear, then brake, turn right, turn left, wriggle your way through Bruxelles, down out of Speaker's Corner and into the double gauche at Pouhon, with speeds nudging 188 kilometers an hour as they drop down to fourth gear. Then it's the Pif Paf, Campus, and the Cours Paul Frere. Speed building again as they accelerate up towards Blanchimont, heading through towards 200 kilometers an hour, and then Blanchimont itself with a runoff area these days on the outside of the road. They're nudging 254 kilometers an hour, sixth gear, flat on the throttle, all the way through that right-hander, hard braking down to the bus stop from 215 kilometers in sixth. They anchor up, they turn right and then left and sprint out of the bus stop over the timing line. A lap starts then with the hairpin at La Source down to first gear, 80 kilometers an hour. They've gone past part of the pit lane, they go past the endurance pits on the right and plunge downhill once more. The start will be on the part of the track nearest to the edge of the screen there. This element down the hill, the old start and finish line, and then of course the actual timing line, and therefore the race will finish up at the top pits, the Formula One pits. That's where race control is based, and the timing line. David Addison with you, and on the grid is John Watson, and on pole position is James Collado. Let's hear from them both.
James, it's barking mad down here, even pole position. I've never seen it so busy.
To be honest, I'm struggling to get here. No, I can't believe the amount of people. It's incredible. It's great to see. World's biggest GT race, pole position. Not a bad start, but it's obviously a 24-hour race, a long way to go. We just need to keep our nose clean. Giancarlo's starting, and we'll see.
Giancarlo, has anybody told you this? It's not a 24-hour race, it's 24 one-hour sprints.
It's 24-hour race. It's obviously important to be consistent, don't make any mistakes, keep the car on in one piece until the end of the race, and obviously at the end of the race do everything. It's really important for us to score a great result. We have been a bit unlucky for the beginning of the season. Now we got a new chassis. We found a very good setup balance. We are really happy for the amazing lap of James yesterday. But it's a long race. It's a tough race.
Marco, it's a lot warmer today, this afternoon, than on Thursday or Friday. Any problems with that?
Maybe something will be a little bit different, but anyway, better like this than rain. And it will be already a tough race, so everything can change. We are ready to be strong in all conditions. We know many lineups are very strong. It will be a very long battle, so warm, cold, rain, everybody will be ready, and I know that it will be a great show.
James, just one final point, just clear up for us. Collado, is that an English name or an Italian name?
Neither. Secret.
Come on.
It's Portuguese.
Really? Did you know he's half Portuguese?
No, I'm fully English. No, I'm fully English, just the surname.
For some reason I thought you were half Italian. Anyway, for half English, half Portuguese, mega lap, well done.
Thank you.
So James Collado, British driver, and for a number of years in his single-seater days, he was assisted by the Racing Steps Foundation, and the last Ferrari win of this event, you have to go back to 2004, and Ferrari 550 Maranello. So can we have a Ferrari win this year? We'll wait and see. One man who's delighted with the success of the entry is Stefan Rattel.
But it's hard. Another stellar bid for the 24 hours of Spa. And how competitive is it?
Well, it's competitive at 36 car in 1 second and 21 in 5/10 of a second. So it's very close.
5 brands in the top 6.
Yeah, 5 brands at the top, and I think all the brands are within 6/10 of a second. So it's going to be very close and very exciting.
I know you haven't any favourites, but seeing a Ferrari in pole position here at Spa-Francorchamps must touch you.
All manufacturers are equal to my heart, and but to see a Ferrari and a Lamborghini front row, it's good, and the Porsche, because we haven't seen Porsche being very competitive for some time in GT3 racing. I mean, in America, yes, in Asia, but not in Europe. And to have now Porsche and Ferrari able to compete for overall honor is very important.
And also, it's a fantastic crowd. I think this is the biggest I've seen in the years I've been coming.
It's been growing. The crowd has been growing year on year, and I think it's normal because the show is better and better. So you offer a good show, people come and see it.
A no-brainer, isn't it? Thank you.
Thank you. Bye bye.
And there is just a tiny element of the crowd on the bank up overlooking the Kemmel Strait on the run up towards Les Camps. Many of them have been camping here since Tuesday afternoon to get a good spot ready for the drivers' parade. I mean, that was heaving on Wednesday evening, and then it's been busy all the way through practice and qualifying. The paddock is still busy, people finding a vantage point on top of the hospitality buildings. The trade mall is busy. The teams on the internal messaging system have been saying how hard it's been to finish off their last preparations because of the number of people around the back of the paddocks, around the back of the pit boxes. But there is the grid all parked in herringbone formation. You just touched, incidentally, from down on the grid with John and Stefan Rattel about the Porsche, and one of the stars of the Bernhardt Porsche team is Kevin Estre.
Kevin, Laurent, Michael, first of all, my brand, second row of the grid. But it's hard, only one of you, and you're surrounded by competition.
Yeah, but I think we are good enough to fight, you know, and at the end you need just one car to win, so I think it's enough.
Now, your co-driver here, he's a new boy in the Porsche family. Is he adapting?
Yeah, he's adapting pretty well, as we saw in quali. No, I think it's for sure different than the Audi, but he has a lot of experience from this race. He won before, so we took him in the team just to bring good luck, and you know, he did a good job so far.
Okay, Laurel, engine far out behind you. Big difference from last year?
It's different to drive, yes, but you know, once you're used to it, it's a race car, and it's really fun, and it's a real Porsche challenge to drive the car. It's challenging, and I really like it. And I always knew when I joined Porsche that Porsche was Porsche. It needs no explanation. It's a well-known brand in motorsports, but it's crazy even how much support we get by people and by fans, even wearing other brands' t-shirts and hats. They come to us, nice to have the Porsche back, and I hope you guys do well, and I hope you guys win, and it's really cool to be part of it.
Good man. Michael, you're in the car. Are you second or third in?
I'll be second in, yeah.
Second in. What are you going to be given, do you think?
Hopefully... a
lead car?
Yeah, I would hope so, but in the end of the day, it's a long race. We'll see what happens. We take it easy, and hopefully we'll be strong in the end of the race.
You're the fourth team in a row that's told me you're taking it easy. I don't believe any of you guys.
We will see. Kevin Estre then will start in number 117, the KUS Team 75 Bernhardt. Timo Bernhardt's team, Kevin Estre, Michael Christensen, Lawrence Van Thort, 3-star drivers, and that car starting fourth on the grid. Starting third is going to be the Christopher Mies Audi. Second, Mirko Bortolotti will go first in the GRT Grasser Racing Team Lamborghini, and Giancarlo Fisichella in that car from pole position. Lots of VIPs, team members, race officials all down there at the front of the grid, and when the cars get going, you notice they've, as I just mentioned a while ago, not been parked side by side for the rolling start, but in that sort of old Le Mans style herringbone echelon formation, ready to leave the line. It's a great spectacle down on the grid, and it is, as I say, 63 strong, this entry. It's going to be a hugely competitive race. Let's catch up on Lamborghini thoughts with Mirko Bortolotti, the start driver from the outside of row 1.
Mirko, last night was an amazing battle between you and the Ferrari. You just got pipped, but really, front row of the grid, does it make any difference?
Well, on one side, yes, because it would have been great to be on pole here at Spa, but on the other hand, I'm really happy because I managed to really have a good lap. At the end of the day, there was really narrow difference, so as I said yesterday, credit to James, who was a little bit better. But yeah, we're looking forward to this race. It's a really long race. It's good to start from the front row, just like last year. Let's try to make the most out of it. We are well prepared. We have a good lineup, good team, good car. So it's a long race. Let's see what we can do.
Now, Mirko, you're going to start. Every driver says, we know what we have to do, not push too hard, not hurt the tyres, 24-hour race. None of that's going to happen.
Well, we never know what's going to happen because this is a track where so many things can happen. Also with the weather. Weather conditions are always changing, so that can play an important role throughout the race. And at the end of the day, we have to be clever enough to be at the right spots at the right moment and try to make the most out of tricky situations.
Okay, the boss has spoken, Christian. What are you going to do?
I'm going to sit and watch for the beginning, and I'm looking forward already to get in later in the car. And this race is awesome, so I'm really happy to be here, and we have a great position we're in now, so I'm looking forward to it.
Andrea, I don't know about you, but I've felt there's more tension here at the start of this year's event than ever before.
Well, for me, it's the first one. So I don't know before, but it feels really amazing. There are a lot of people, and this track make all the rest. It's a special. It's a legend track, and what you can see all here, you can really feel on your skin.
Are you going to be second or third in? Come on. It's all open secrets now. No secrets in this sport.
I think I will be second. Yeah.
Excellent. Well, enjoy it.
Thanks.
Well done, John. Prize it out of him. The teams making their way off the grid then. The Lamborghini has had a great season, both in terms of endurance and sprint race wins this year. It's run by Godfrey Grasser's squad. It's got this V10 560 horsepower engine. And the car's competitive, whether it's over a 1 hour sprint or a 3 or a 6 hour endurance race. What about 24 hours? And of course, you get points in this race at the 12, 18, as well as 24 hour mark. So important to keep out of trouble and important to be up in that leading group all the way through. This could well be a car that is there at the end. We've not, in the history of the 24 hours, had a Lamborghini victory. For many, many years, this was a touring car race, and when international touring car racing went through problems with regulations, it moved to GT racing and has been a great success ever since. Frederik Vervisch is next on the grid. Let's go and join him now.
Fred Vervisch, where are your co-drivers?
That's a good question. I know where Connor is, but I don't know where our start driver Missy is. I'm probably sleeping, resting to get a good start.
Okay, now this has always been Audi territory, but front row of the grid, locked out by the two Italian brands. It's going to be tough.
For sure, I think it's probably, everybody said it already, it will be one of the toughest 24 hours. It's so tight, it's extremely tight, so it's up to us to not make any mistakes, no track limit mistakes, no pit stop mistakes.
Sorry, Fred. Every driver I've spoken to has said precisely the same thing, but when the lights go, no, in this case the flag drops, everybody forgets all that, they go racing.
Yeah, for sure, but we have to be bright now, we have to speak senseless. But yeah, for sure we will drive, but we will keep our head, and I think the one who makes less mistake will be the winner of this race.
A lot hotter now than it was on Thursday and Friday.
Yeah, this can be potentially a problem for us, so we need to wait and see. We have our heartbeat quite high, so let's hope that that it's going well.
So as Christopher Mies, with this temperature, he can't just back off. He's just got to be maybe less forceful.
Yeah, probably. That's what we are asked. Also, not to be too aggressive in the beginning. So to try to keep the tire alive for the stint, and especially not only in pace, but also to not have any punctures. So that's a big worry for us. So we can only hope for that and try not to push too hard in the beginning.
I know you'll do a good job. Well done.
That point that Fred Vervisch makes about tyres and the concern a few teams have in the test, and also those that have raced in domestic championships that have had a round here, have been concerned about tyre delamination. So we did have 1 or 2 punctures across qualifying. Let's see how it shapes up in the race. Let's walk up the grid very quickly. Giancarlo Fisichella will start. Mirko Bortolotti alongside in the Lamborghini. Row 2, Christopher Mies Audi. The Porsche of Kevin S. That is René Rast Audi. And Maxi Buch starting in the Mercedes ahead of Johnny Adam in the Pro-Am Pole Aston Martin. Stefan Ortali's Jaguar. Next, it is Philippe Albuquerque, Alex Buncombe in the Nissan, Maxime Martin's BMW, Frank Stippler next ahead of Rafael Marciello and Maxime Soulet. Alessandro Pierguidi is alongside the Bentley of Christo Jons. Then it's Guy Smith and Jake Dennis. Next up, Marcus Winkelhock, Danny Junkadea, Marcel Fassler, Jelmer Berman, the Porsche of Sven Muller, Andrew Watson at the wheel of the McLaren, Lewis Williamson, Dominic Baumann in the Mercedes, Rory Butcher, the Scotsman in the Ferrari, Victor Scheitar alongside him, then Oliver Gavin in the ASP Mercedes of Alex Fontana missing from the grid. Next up, it will be Struan Moore's Nissan. That's going to start from the pit lane, and the Rinaldi Ferrari of Norbert Siedler ahead of Rob Bell, Tony Villander, Christian Klein and Luca Filippi in the orange Lamborghini. Next up it is Benoit Treluet, there's Robert Renauer in the Porsche from Maxi Goetz, then Matt Griffin's Ferrari, Marcus Paltel and Nick Katzberg both for BMW, Phil Keane is next, and you can go all the way to the very back of the grid. You get to the National Cup cars with the RMS Porsche being there, Franck Mechely starting in the red, white and blue car just behind Gregory Pace, who is going to be in the Speed Lover entry just ahead. So we've got the cars at the end of the pit lane. 22, the Nissan Struan Moore at the wheel, and then the 00 Mercedes will be behind. They are the ones that have to start from the pit lane as the national flag is waved to release the cars onto this formation lap. The 2 in the pit lane will join in once the race gets underway, and then, as I said, they will also have to take this stop-go penalty for contravening the regulations by changing engines and effectively changing chassis. Those are not the original cars that were scrutineered at the start of the event, but because of big accidents in both cases, it's been an understandable reason to change and keep in the event. So what an entry this is. I mean, just going through some of those start drivers, it's like a who's who of international motor racing. And there are 2 more, and in some cases 3 more drivers that we've not yet touched on, but we will do that over the course of the 24 hours. And what a race this promises to be. It's been busy, busy, busy down on the grid, and the drivers here now. Perhaps this is for them, for many at least, for the start driver, finally the best time of the weekend, because they're now in the car. They can just concentrate on the race. They don't have to worry about all the extra bits that go with it. Let's just have another look at this grid with Giancarlo Fisichella and Mirko Bortolotti on row 1. Christopher Mies and Kevin Estre on the second row of the grid. Audi ahead of Porsche. René Rast and Maxi Buch will line up on row 3. Audi alongside the Mercedes. The 4th row is where you find the great Johnny Adam penalised for missing his slot at the pit exit time in the Super Pole yesterday, so he had his best lap time deleted. Still starts on Pro-Am pole 7th with Stefan Ortelli's Jaguar alongside. Felipe Albuquerque is next with Alex Buncombe's Nissan for company ahead of Maxime Martin's BMW, and Frank Stippler, as good in a modern as a historic racing car, he starts 12th ahead of Raffaele Marciello, and then Maxime Soulet's Bentley ahead of Alessandro Pierguidi in the yellow Ferrari. And the yellow Bentley, Christer Juns will go first in the Abt car. Not an M Sport run car, but Hans-Jürgen Abt's team. The M Sport car is next in the hands of Guy Smith. Jake Dennis in the WRT Audi for company ahead of Marcus Winkelhock, winner of this year's Nürburgring 24 Hours, and Danny Junkadea in the ACA ASP Mercedes. 11th row has Marcel Fassler's Audi and the Black Falcon Jelmer Berman driven Mercedes ahead of Sven Muller, reigning Porsche Super Cup and Carrera Cup Deutschland champion. Andrew Watson in the McLaren with teammate Lewis Williamson next, and Dominic Baumann, whose father was racing earlier on in the Blancpain GT Sports Club races, starting 26th. 27th, Rory Butcher, the Scotsman from the Knock Hill owning family, lining up alongside the Russian driver Victor Shahitar, and then Oliver Gavin helping Barwell for what they hope is a Pro-Am win, and it'll be 3 in a row in this year's championship if it is the case. Alex Fontana should be there, question mark over that car from what I remember seeing on the grid. Then on the 16th row there'll be a gap because you've got Struan Moore starting from the pits, Norbert Siedler alongside, then it's Rob Bell, Tony Delander alongside him, and Christian Klein and Luca Filippi will round out the first 18 rows on the grid, and there are more after that as well, which we'll worry about over the course of 24 hours. John, we're good to go racing.
David, I think I've just done the first hour of this race trying to get back from the pole position all the way up through the 4 different tiers that comprise the pits. There's 2 separate pits here. The Formula 1 pits where we're sitting above the original, what now we call the heritage or historic pits. Hard work, and the thing is, it's much, much warmer at 4:30 than it's been at any point since I've been here on Thursday morning. And of course, that's another thought for everybody. Because what happens is, in spite of them all saying, take it easy, look after the tyres, I know, there's a thing called the red mist. We talk about it every year, and it will descend as the cars are coming back up the hill, coming into Blanchimont. And by the time they get out of La Source, everything will be red, and they will just go for it. But they have to bear in mind the ambient and track temperatures are much, much warmer.
Ferrari, Lamborghini at the front of the grid. The sun is shining, temperatures are up. Everybody has been predicting rain, which is a fairly safe bet at Spa, in fairness. I think that might be coming in the evening, in the night, and if you're going to be in the car in the dark, in the wet, Sam Tornoff was saying to me earlier on, I'm not looking forward to that bit if that's when I end up in the car, but it's part and parcel of endurance racing, especially at Spa, and what a field stretching back here as they come through Blanchimont.
I had spoken to a couple of drivers this morning, and they hope that when they exit, the lead cars exit La Source Herpen, that actually that's the point when the flag, it'll be a flag start, not a light start, that's when the cars are released. There's concern that if they hold them all in this massive 63 car group, that they're all going to be so tightly bunched going down Eau Rouge, over Radio, up the Camel, not the Camel, the Camel Straight. I know some people like to refer to it as the Camel.
They do. The FIA stewards' decisions for F3 had it as the Camel Straight. There must be a hump in the road. Here we go then. We are good to go racing. The 69th edition of the Spa 24 Hours. The pace car as it is will peel off in a moment. It is, as we've been saying, the endurance pit area where the start will be. The flag will drop. The race will be underway. So the first lap is a shorter one than all the others, of course, because they're missing out this chunk of it. They've gone over the timing line. They round La Source. 63 GT3 cars good to go racing. The best GT racers in the world. The overall battle, Pro-Am, Am Cup, Spa 24 hours, good to go now with 2 wheels on the grass. He's Maxi Book. He was really keen to get going there as they thunder downhill for the first time. Fisichella, it is that lead sideways. Bortolotti, but he manages to hang on to what could have been a really nasty moment as they power their way uphill for the first time. Fisichella leads, but look, Kevin S going second in the Porsche. Wow!
I mean, what can you say? This is GT racing at its very, very best. 63 cars into Eau Rouge, over Radio, all the way up the Camel Straight, into Les Combes. So far, it's been a clean start. All I can say is, well done, everybody. But there's still 2/3 of the lap to go for that to change. Hopefully, there will be about a bit of body rubbing in these tight turns up round Les Combes, but nothing that's going to be serious. Johnny Adams in the Aston Martin directly behind Maxi Book. He tried to get a flyer. He had to put 2 wheels on the grass coming down to the flag. He didn't get any benefit out of it in the end.
So 24 hours of racing ahead, and even before the flag, there's a car with a pro driver in it with 2 wheels on the grass. Talk about the red mist coming down. You mentioned how all these comments about taking it easy go out of the window. There's the evidence even before we got underway properly. Maxi Book taking the fight to those ahead as the field streams downhill for the first time through Pouhon, and now on board the Bentley as they round Double Gauche up towards the Pif Paf for the first time. The cars streaming through, all with the regulations saying they have to have the headlights on, and the cars then go right, they go left. You can see the BMW ahead, but look at this on the opening lap. Fisichella is away and gone, helped a little bit maybe by Bortolotti's big slide behind at Eau Rouge, but he in turn has got everybody else trapped behind him.
Yes, and for Fisichella, pole position, took full advantage of it, got the clear run through Eau Rouge, over Radio, down the Camel Straight. So he is in a very comfortable position, halfway around the first racing lap of this 24-hour event. Mirko Bortolotti had that moment coming through Eau Rouge. He will recover.
So we have this 2-minute stop-go penalty being given. That was the voice of Alain Adon, the race director. I was mentioning earlier on that because of the change of engine and change of chassis, and it's gone wrong already for 22, because that is the car, I think, stationary out on the circuit. The stop-go penalty has just been imposed. The race director wanted to get the start out of the way and then give the stop-go penalties so that the race has started and kind of settled down, but I fear it's not settled down with this one car now, and it looked like 22 to me that is stranded out on the circuit. So Bob Neville's team having yet more woes as the leaders dive down to La Source. The circuit now covered in GT cars as 42 dives up on the inside line there. That's the Stracker Racing car that runs through with Lewis Williamson at the wheel, but at the end of lap 1, Fisichella leading the way from Bortolotti by 1.9 seconds.
Well, after one lap, there's already a gap appearing between certainly first and second, but then all the way through that very, very tight pack that we had on the opening lap coming through here. Eau Rouge over the top of Radio, beginning, there's a half a second here, maybe a second there. Maxi Book having to defend because Johnny Adam and that Aston Martin feels he's got the pace. He needs to do something. Adam in 7th place, lead Pro-Am car. Maxi Book in the Mercedes number 84, 6th place. So that's a position that is under threat. There is the Nissan, the 22, stopped at the exit of Les Combes. That's one of the 2 cars that did start from the pit lane, and then they would have had a further 2-minute stop-go penalty for change in the case of the Nissan, change of chassis and a change of engine.
And another one, I think, that started in the pit lane was 77. The Barwell Lamborghini, Oliver Gavin at the wheel of that with a problem before the race got underway, is now diving downhill. 76, Frank Stipper keeping Maxime Soulet at bay.
Not an easy place to try and make an overtake. It's better to get your exit and then take a lunge down the inside, but the Bentley's that little bit too far behind the Audi. Frank Stipler all over, seeing the Bentley in his mirrors. He just places the Audi in the part of the road that would deny any chance for Maxime Soulet to think about it, and that's the craft, the skill of a professional racing driver, and that's what you will see them doing pretty much throughout these opening stints until at some point, it'll probably take a couple, maybe 3 hours, for this event to settle down and for maybe the beginnings of a pattern to evolve.
So up they come to the end of lap number 2. Giancarlo Fisichella then leading the way for Ferrari, but huge disappointment for the Nissan team. Struan Moore at the wheel, having stopped on track, and as far as we know, it is still stationary. There's still that yellow flag out in the middle sector, so all that hard work on Thursday night through Friday to get the car sorted, doesn't even get to take the stop-go penalty because it has stopped out on track. Fisichella leading now by 3 seconds from Bortolotti. Kevin Estre is 3rd. In 4th is René Rast. All these star names, what an entry. 5th it is Christopher Meeks. Maximilian Book 6th. Johnny Adams 7th. Ortelli is 8th, former winner of the event as well, of course, in a subservient class car. 9th is Maxime Martin, winner last year. And then 10th is Alex Buncombe as they dive downhill.
And Giancarlo Fisichella already at the end of lap 2 has opened up a 3-second advantage over the 2nd place Lamborghini. The pace that we saw from the Lamborghini in qualifying, which was just pipped at the post by the Ferrari, currently isn't there. That's a lot of time to lose in the opening 2 laps. And Fisichella on that last lap set the fastest lap at 2 minutes 20.9. Pretty much a second quicker than the next fastest lap, which came from Kevin Estre, and the Porsche was at 21.9. So this car, this Ferrari, driven by former Grand Prix star Giancarlo Fisichella, Fisi to his mates, Giancarlo to everybody else, is doing what he wants to do, and that's take full advantage, clear racetrack. It'll be maybe another 4 or 5 laps before we will maybe see the beginnings of the catch up to the tail of the field around this 7-kilometre, 19-corner circuit.
So the race leaders working down towards Pau now, with Fisichella leading the way. Now there's Stefano Ortelli coming under attack from Maxime Martin, former winners both. Back in 2003, Stefano Ortelli was part of the Freisinger Motorsport Porsche team in what was then called the NGT class, the second class for the less powerful, less modified cars. And in the wet, the strategy worked out, and Stefano Ortelli came through along with Mark Lieb to be an outright winner, and now part of this great underdog team for the Emile Frey Racing Jaguar squad. Ortelli, Lieb and Romain Dumas were the winners that year. Got the surviving Nissan behind in the hands of Alex Buncombe.
Just further behind, we're catching a glimpse of Frank Stippler and Maxime Soulet. On this current lap, Maxime Soulet set the fastest first sector time in his pursuit of Frank Stippler. But of course, he gets to a particular point. The usual story, we talk about it every race we broadcast on. You get too close and you can't make the pass. But that might be the pass. Up around the outside, up into Blanchet. Yes, Maxime Soulet. Oh, he runs so wide.
though.
That will not go unnoticed, but the fact he made a better exit out of the Paul Frere curve and got the run alongside the Audi and got ahead, but he slightly blotted the copybook by that very, very wide exit out of Blanchimont.
Indeed so, and as you say, it will be noted. It'll go in the little black book, the metaphorical black book on the race director's desk. Of course, they have a lot to worry about in terms of driving stint times, track limit abuse, everything else. Running a race like this is an enormous undertaking for Alain Adam, Joel Doval, Jackie Groom, the sporting director of the series, all working so hard in race control as the cars turn out of La Source. So Fisichella leading now by 3.5 seconds. But look at this great little battle that is developing nicely. Number 76, the Frank Stippler Audi, Philippe Albuquerque behind, and then Raffaele Marciello in the Mercedes, and Alessandro Pierguidi in the yellow Ferrari, and Jake Dennis in the Audi. It's all building up.
You couldn't say all the names in one breath. There are so many driver car combinations. Look up the inside of the Nissan. Can he get through Alex Buncombe? Alex Buncombe did the right thing. He saw the Bentley coming. The Bentley has got really strong pace, making progress. It's the only car we have seen who has passed consistently 2 cars in the space of 1 lap. But the BMW looking to go down the inside of the Jaguar down into a corner called Bruxelles. So the 2 ISR Audis running in tandem, 76 and then the 75. And just getting a little bit bunched up. These 2 team cars don't need to get too intense with one another. They're in the same team. Just back off a little bit, give yourself that little bit of breathing space. We've got 23 hours and 51 minutes of this race to go, and the complexion will change as it goes into dusk and into darkness. And then when it was dark on Thursday night, when it was dark, it was like coal. I've never seen it so dark here at Spa as it was on Thursday night. Now at the minute we've got a more broken sky. We didn't have that on Thursday, but nonetheless, in the nighttime hours, it can be a spooky place.
It can. It's a haunting place, especially when it's wet and the rain hangs in the air. Many a time fog has been an issue. I can remember being here for Formula 3 events where F3 has been cancelled because the fog hangs in the air. GT and touring cars have been able to run with the lights, but it is a weird place. Got its own weather climate. Of course, the Nürburgring's only the other side of the forest, really, about an hour and a half away, and you know what the weather is like there. There's Johnny Adam, whose heroics in qualifying, he actually equalled at one point the fastest time that Lawrence Van Thor had set. Van Thor did it on his second lap, Johnny Adam on his first, but he was 4 seconds late out of the pit lane. You're given a 5-second tolerance. He was 4 seconds late after that because of a new clutch, and it wasn't quite right, and it wouldn't engage, so the car didn't move, so he missed his ideal time out of the pit lane and lost his best lap time as a result of that. That was the decision of the steward, so it put him back on the grid. But of course, once you get into the race and you've kept out of trouble for the first couple of laps, it matters not really. The journey starts here, and Johnny Adam way clear in Pro-Am 7th. And just to make the point again, Barwell Motorsport, winners of the last 2 rounds in Pro-Am. 77 has not yet got into the race. It had a drama going to the grid and headed for the pit lane, and that car, which is really good in terms of drivers in Pro-Am, Adrian Amstutz, Martin Kodrich, Patrick Kujala and Oliver Gavin, is not yet in the race.
Not a good start. We're on lap 5. The lead that Giancarlo Fisichella has built up. It's still building, but the increments are getting smaller. Mirko Bortolotti is doing all he can in the Lamborghini number 63 to close or to stop the pace of the Ferrari. 3.8 seconds at the end of lap 4. Last lap time, respectively, well, there was 0.3 or 2.5 tenths of a second between the Ferrari and the Lamborghini. That's closing down. So we're only earlier doors into this first hour, and I said on the grid to a number of drivers, this is no longer a 24-hour endurance race. I keep referring it to as 24 one-hour sprint races, and I think that's what we're going to see. Certainly in the opening hours, it is going to be flat out from everybody.
Don't yet know what the problem is for the 22 Nissan. All I can offer you is that it's the marshals who are moving the car. It's not the driver able so to do. So it looks like it's a pretty big drama, and it's got to be marshal power to get it off the road. And we've now lost that yellow flag, so it is out of harm's way. But I'm afraid to say that Nissan, I fear, is going to be a retirement on the opening lap of the race. Can you believe that?
I know the amount of work that Bob Neville's team at Nissan spent on Thursday night to get the car prepared. They had to replace the chassis, they took the engine, the whole package was a brand new in effect to the drivers, and the car ran on Friday evening. Look at the BMW running a little wide on the entry, coming into Blancpain.
Maxi Book here hustling on behind Christopher Mies. Those two running together as they work their way over the line, 6th and 7th at the moment. So Maxi Book goes through and tries to line up for a move on the inside line. Johnny Adam is next up as they break for La Source. Now we're starting to get the track limit warnings, and one of them is Mirko Bortolotti. Stefano Telli is another. Race leaders plunging downhill then, and as we have in fact also Giancarlo Fisichella's advantage going up to 4.4 seconds. This is Maxime Soulet's view. Now Soulet is currently in 10th place, chasing on behind Maxime Martin there in the BMW, last year's winning car, the Rover Racing BMW. It's taken Maxime so many years to win the event. Finally, he did it last year. He wants back-to-back wins. He's got a lot to win yet before he can challenge the record of his father, Jean-Michel, who won it 4 times. Maxime Soulet, who also wants to win this event as a good Belgian driver, taking it to his fellow countrymen here.
Yes, and you can see clearly that the Bentley was much quicker through Eau Rouge, over the top of Radio, and on the Camel Straight, closing right up to the rear of the BMW. Maxime Martin will be no walk in the park for the fellow Belgium to try and find a way through, and as the usual story, you get this close and then you lose your momentum. So the pace of the BMW, marginally slower than the pace of the Bentley. The Bentley is a car that has been looking, particularly where you've seen cars riding curbs on the entry to corners, riding curbs in the exit, appears to have a really good compliance in the suspension, and they're not being deflected. They've got a really user-friendly driver's car.
On board the Bentley, Maxime Soulet pushing on. He's inching up onto the back of Maxime Martin, isn't he? Now, is he going to be able to find a way by? More and more cars being warned about track limits. Alex Bunker being added to the list as well, but no such dramas for the race leader. Fisichella holding sway. Through there goes Stefano Telli 8th. Martin is 9th and Soulet in 10th place.
Well, Maxime Soulet will probably be looking to find a way to repeat what he did a couple of laps earlier when he got past the Audi of Frank Stipper. That was get the run out of the Paul Frere curb as we go slightly further up the field to the 84 Mercedes AMG GT3 in 6th place. As we now go further forward again, we're up with the Porsche. Kevin Estre in 3rd place. He is 6.5 seconds behind the lead Ferrari, but more critically 2 seconds behind Mirko Bortolotti. So Kevin Estre's last lap and that of Bortolotti were pretty much even Stevens, so nothing lost, nothing gained between 2nd and 3rd.
In from the pit lane, but now 4 laps behind, is the 77 Lamborghini. Oliver Gavin at the wheel of it. There, Maxi Book to the inside of Christopher Mies. This is for 5th place. Audi run up wide on the curb, and Johnny Adam in the Pro-Am Aston Martin having another ripper showing in all of this. But look at Book versus Mies as they plunge downhill. Mercedes goes through. Maxi Book takes over 5th place. Spa has always been a good circuit for the Mercedes, and it rumbles its way through.
And Johnny Adam is going to be the beneficiary. He's going to get the double toe. He's going to be under the rear wing of the Audi coming down the straight. He ought to be able to get himself into position, making his way. He's going to look to the left. He was going to go right. He had to cut back to the left. That Audi, Christopher Mies, not about to give it up. But that was an opportunity for Johnny Adam, but it was denied. Christopher Mies went to the right, fully entitled to do, but he must not then cut back to the left That then is seen as making a double move, not permitted within rules and regulations.
Johnny Adam is 7th, leading Pro-Am. 2nd is Sven Muller, 22nd overall. So Johnny's got a bit of a gap at the moment, but an awful lot's going to happen over the course of this race, of course.
But, you know, he's involved in a battle, but it's not his race.
No, exactly.
I mean, he doesn't have to be bothered. But, of course, if you're a racing driver, and Johnny Adam's a racing driver 100%, your inclination is always to race the car that's next to you, the car that you feel that you can get past. Maxime Soulé, in the meantime, has found himself in that area which we talked about a lap ago, catches the BMW, but hasn't yet found the way of getting around the BMW. Maxime Martin is smart enough to know that that will be the problem Maxime Soulé will be confronted with. And as long as he doesn't make that as Maxime Martin an error and allows the Bentley the opportunity to get the run, I don't think Maxime Soulé is going to make much progress in the short term.
I think you might be right about that as the race unfolds now with, for the moment, Maxime Martin still trying to fend off Soulé, so he can't totally focus on Stefan Ortelli, can he? He's still denied his chance to really challenge as Soulé then tries to close that gap further. Fisichella, though, leading for Ferrari, Bortolotti 2nd for Lamborghini, Kevin Est 3rd in the Porsche, and then René Rast, currently one of the stars of the DTM, having been a GT star for many, many years and a Porsche star before that. He is currently 4th in the WRT entry, shared with Nico Müller and Antonio Garcia. Next through is Maxi Book, ahead of Mies, ahead of Johnny Adam, that change we saw for 5th. And then you've got 8th, 9th and 10th, Ortelli, Martin and Soulé.
Everybody's got to be a little bit cautious coming through the bus stop, especially the exit. And I'm noticing some of even the lead cars are already beginning to lose a little bit of traction because it's a low-speed corner. You want to get the power on. You've got traction control, but you don't want to use too much of it because it isn't actually the best way. Control should really be in that of the driver's foot. And they're already beginning to slide around. That indicates they're putting a lot of load into those rear tires, and the more load you put in, the less the tire will respond. There we see now Maxime Soulé. Can he get a run on the BMW? He's close enough to him, early enough in the straight. Catching. Maxime Martin stays to the left, lets the Bentley go. Maybe he just realized it's better to give up early and be there to fight later. That was a smart move from Maxime Martin because he knew that the pace of the Bentley was going to be that little bit greater, and he's allowed it to go through. They won the race last year because they drove smart. That was smart driving.
Absolutely right. The Bentley looked on from the pit bunker by Andy Soucek and Vincent Abril, and now Soulé is on the back of the big cat, looking for a way past Stefan Ortelli, who knows his way around here better than most. He's been racing here in all sorts of cars for decades. Winner of the event back in 2003. He's raced here in GT cars, in sports cars, in Porsche Super Cup, and now Maxime Soulé has a look to the inside, a tentative look, in fairness, thinks about it, thinks better of it as well. Works his way out through Paul now, nose to tail these two. The Jaguar hanging on in there, 8th place for Stefan Ortelli, but it's great to have that car in 8th, not 28th or 38th like it was a few seasons back. It's quicker, it's more reliable, it is better developed, and it's a proper front-running GT3 car.
And you have a rejuvenated Stefan Ortelli behind the wheel, because I think an Audi a couple of years ago, he was taken out of the car at one point and they put, I think it was Kurt Team into the car. Nicky Team, Nicky did a blinding job, and Stefan, I think, felt maybe offended. So he ended up with the Jaguar, the Emile Frey team, and he's contributed to this car's development, to its pace, and now he's having to defend in 8th place, and Maxime Soulé is going to eventually, I think, follow up what he did to the BMW. Looks to go down the inside into the bus stop. He's too far back, but he's just trying to unsettle Stefan Ortelli. Stefan Ortelli, too old, too long on the tooth to fall for that kind of false move. Never was a pass, just trying to distract, trying to get under your skin.
We have a driving standards flag to Mirko Bortolotti in 2nd place now for not respecting the track limit. So it's coming early. Mirko Bortolotti, who was all angelic, wasn't he, when he spoke to you? He said he wouldn't do anything wrong. He's using all of the real estate.
He could be a choir boy, he's so angelic, couldn't he?
Absolutely right. Except when he puts his crash helmet on. So Bortolotti then is pushing.
Watch again. And this is going to be a replay of what we saw one lap ago. Maxime Soulé, by far, looks to be the quickest car through Eau Rouge over Radio on the rear of the Jaguar. Stefan Ortelli might be a little bit more obstructive, but the fact is the Bentley has got the pace where it matters. Clean overtake, and I think how many cars that he's overtaken already on mirror. No give-me's. Four cars, I think it is, from the minute the flag fell. 48 Mercedes at La Source. Was that a tap or was that a self-induce?
It's Kenneth Hire at the wheel of it.
Not a nice thing to do. Not a nice thing to do, reversing across the racetrack with a field of cars coming through.
He's out of the way, but he will look as though it's damaged, in fairness. He will get going again. Kenneth Hire, son of Hans Hire, great GT and touring car racer. He will rejoin us. There's the leader, Fisichella, then, turning through. We've got this yellow flag then in the first sector while the very distinctive Mercedes rejoins. But Fisichella is away and gone, isn't he? I mean, we've got some great fights going on down the order, but look, he's got the track to himself.
Well, this is Giancarlo Fisichella, as we know him, at his best. The Mercedes has now got itself underway, had to wait. Oh! Lick of flame, that's just a bit of spent fuel coming out of the exhaust. Michele Beretta.
Beretta has become a revolver again, has he not? Because he's spun coming up towards Les Combes by the look of it.
That's Les Combes again.
He's going to get going eventually.
So he's just trying to get the car rolling. You can see that there's spent fuel still burning in the, well, I think it's the left bank of the V10. Here we get a review of it. Oh, he goes backwards all the way. So I suspect he was a little bit aggressive on the brakes. Might have caught the grass on the left-hand side, which would have caused the car to instantly rotate. So anyway,
Beretta will reload, get his sights sorted out, and rejoin the race in the Ombra Racing Lamborghini. Somewhat delayed now. Fisichella leading by 5.8 seconds from Mirko Bortolotti. Kevin Estre is third in the Porsche. Fourth and fifth, you've got the Audi just ahead. The Audi is that of René Rast. Maxi Buch is fifth. Sixth here is the Audi of Mies. Seventh, the Aston Martin of Johnny Adam. Eighth is the Bentley in the hands of Maxime Soulet. In ninth place now is Stefano Ortega's Jaguar. 10th, the BMW, Maxime Martin. 11th is Alex Buncombe. And then in 12th place is Frank Stippler. 13th, Marciello in the Mercedes. And 14th and 15th now, Felipe Albuquerque and the yellow Ferrari of Alessandro Pierguidi.
I don't want to have the commentator hand out the commentator's curse, but so far we have seen an exemplary start to this 24-hour, this total 24-hour event at Spa-Francorchamps. It is an entirely, it's like new territory for everybody, because I can feel the heat coming through the commentary booth. I mean, there's a lot more ambient and track temperature, and drivers are reacting to it, and they know that if they try to push and be aggressive, particularly in the early opening laps with fresher tyres, loads of fuel on board, you can hammer those tyres and do yourself damage which you will not be able to recover from in any one of the stints that you're in.
Two things just to pick up on. There's an incident being investigated between, as we had seen, Michele Beretta, who was facing the wrong way, but also 27, Luca Filippi, is felt to have been involved in that. But also, number 22 Nissan is moving again, and it has been in as well to serve its 2-minute stop and go. So it did get going, it's done the stop and go. It will therefore be now effectively 8 laps behind, but it is circulating.
That's the most important thing. We've got 23 hours and 37 minutes to try and make up a part. You're not going to make up 8 laps, but there will be circumstances where you will get a wave through, maybe behind a safety car, or an issue, which is something that is yet to either excite us or frighten us. So it's an awful situation to start a race in, knowing that you're already 8 laps down. But just go and do your work. That's all one can ask. 5.8 seconds is the gap between first and second. Last lap between the Ferrari leading, the Lamborghini second, was 0.8 of a second. Quite a lot of time lost. So the Lamborghini maybe has shot its bolt in terms of its ultimate pace, whereas Giancarlo Fisichella in the Ferrari, metronomically now running in the 2 minutes 23s. His best lap was on lap 3, was a 2 minutes 20. So he's now, last lap was 3 seconds slower than his best lap on lap 3. Now, I wonder why that is. Not that he's being challenged, or not that he's made any mistakes.
Lappery now, as Maxi Buch has to get past one of the slower Porsches there. That is the Frank Metterly car going downhill, and he has got stuck behind him, hasn't he? So René Rast is clear, but the Porsche not yet having been negotiated. The amateur driver making sure he gets through Eau Rouge safely, and then he'll get out of the way, one hopes, but at the flash of the lights, Maxi Buch crawling all over the back of him, and now the road opens up for him. And the Mercedes, in theory, should dive through under braking going up towards Les Combes. But Frank Metterly, understandably, for an amateur driver, making sure he got through Eau Rouge safely before he did anything else.
Yes, I mean, in reality, what do you expect him to do? Evaporate or vanish?
Exactly.
He's got to get through one of the most challenging parts of the racetrack. Now, I know Maxi Buch felt frustrated, and he had to wait until he got onto the Camel Straight. He had to wait until he could make that overtake, and he did lose ground. That's something he will be disappointed in, because René Rast, in the 4th place, Audi will have increased the gap between 5th and 4th, and that's a frustration for her. If you lose a nanosecond, a racing driver will go nuts.
but also what goes around comes around. He might have lost a bit of time then, but over 24 hours he's bound to bite back, isn't he? There you've got Pierre Guidi in traffic as well, number 50, the yellow Ferrari. He's tucked up behind Felipe Albuquerque. That's a proper battle for position, 14th and 15th. Albuquerque defending. Jake Dennis, the former Formula 3 front runner and race winner, he's there as well in his first season of GT racing. Rounds the long left. How's the Nissan 23 doing? Alex Buncombe in 11th place, just going out of shot.
Well, I think the 23 Nissan has said they've got a race pace, and their objective, I believe, is just to run that race pace and let the event come to them rather than they go out and, particularly in these early hours, early minutes really, try and be aggressive. So they're going to run the race, as I would call it, in a more traditional 24-hour manner. But what is interesting with the 50 Ferrari, Alessandro Pierguidi running behind the Audi, it appears to me that the Ferrari chassis, and we're seeing it with Giancarlo Fisichella, has got a car that's working in these warmer conditions better than some of the cars around him. And there we see Maxime Martin makes his way around the Jaguar. That was a bit of a tight squeeze to get through, but left enough gap and gets clear of Stefano Telli.
Over the timing line, Fisichella leading by 6.3 seconds now, and the lappery that we've been touching on, of course, is now going to be a factor for the remainder of the race, isn't it? Because with so many cars, back markers will always be an issue. Raffaele Marciello there having a look to the inside line to try to find a way up and past Frank Stippler, another former winner of the event. And Frank Stippler in the 76 Audi for ISR with Pierre Caffer and Calvin van der Linde, the former German GT champion. That could be a dark horse as well if it keeps out of trouble.
Raffaele Marciello has got a good car. Again, it's a car that may be more like, I've been referring to the mid-front engine cars, which I think over the 24-hour period, cars that will make the driver's job that little bit more, maybe easier, not quite how I want to say it, but the mid-rear engine cars potentially quicker overall on the lap as the two, no, it's not the two SI cars, the 5 and the 25 almost getting together in Les Combes.
Yeah, one's Sansalot, one's WRT.
Yeah, just about managed to avoid each other. But look at this battle going on, getting very feisty as they come down, lapping the Porsche.
Exactly, the big yellow Bentley in the mix as well, with Christer Jürgens at the wheel of it. That's the Abt car. And at the moment, that is ahead of 7, isn't it? Guy Smith keeping out of trouble at the moment in number 7, so just biding his time. Ready to push us here. Pierre Guidi once again tries to make his move against Albuquerque. The Lumirac display is showing not their overall position, incidentally, but their class position, just a little bit confusing. So they're actually one place down. 14th and 15th, these two, not 13th and 14th outright. They're 13th and 14th in class because Johnny Adams, Aston Martin, is 7th overall. Jake Dennis pulls out, has a look, pulls back in again. Christer Jürgens in the big yellow Bentley behind.
Don't know what happened to the Ferrari in the middle of Pujol, but it seemed to lose ground to the Audi. Philippe Albuquerque came out of Pujol further ahead than he was when he went into it, and that allowed the Audi behind to have a run at it. So Jake Dennis, he sniffed an opportunity. He must have seen something in the middle of the corner. We didn't get it on camera. We were looking at the exit of the corner, up the middle of the corner.
So the race leaders have done almost the first 30 minutes of the race, and it is Fisichella leading by 6.5 seconds as Monsieur and Madame Rattel enjoy a glass of something and watch the race from afar.
Glass up here wouldn't do any harm, would it, David?
Side by side, Jake Dennis at the inside of Pierre Guidi. Breathe in, Jake. They get a lead on each other. Bodywork flies. Christer Jürgens in the Bentley tries to take full advantage. Pierre Guidi will be all fired up now. He hangs onto the place. It's going to be 3 of them squabbling now. Look, Jürgens tries to go for a gap between the pair as they get to La Source. Alessandro Pierre Guidi is ahead, but only just for 15th, ahead of Jake Dennis, ahead of Christer Jürgens, ahead of then Guy Smith. And next up is Marcel Fassler and then Marcus Winkelhock.
And that all really began on the exit of Pujol because somewhere Alessandro Pierre Guidi lost ground to the car he was trying to run down. That gave Jake Dennis the thought, the opportunity, and that all worked its way up to the final bus stop. And you could see it was ugly, a bit sort of single-seaterish as the two cars fought for the space which only one car really is entitled to take.
We're getting more driving standards flags, and one of them is for Maxi Buch, incidentally, for not respecting track limits. The team's not very happy about this, understandably, but the warnings are being given. M-Sport look on as they see Maxime Soulet 8th and Guy Smith currently 18th, keeping out of trouble and just doing a gentle first stint, getting himself into the groove and trying not to get involved in any silliness going on around him.
Yeah, we're just catching the battle at sort of the bottom of the top 20, but One of those cars is the 7 Bentley, but it's the 8 Bentley, which is Maxime Soulet, just under a second.
Here's the replay. Now, this was Pierre Guidi and Jake Dennis, and Jake Dennis has been given a driving standards flag for this. What do you think, John?
Well, he had to go the long way around the outside. He tried to hang in, but he got squeezed at this point. And then, again, the two of them side by side, it required, well, Jake Dennis needed to be a little bit more considerate to the Ferrari. He needed to pinch his own exit line and not just let the Audi go out to the right. That's where the contact came, and that's the reason he's been given that driving standards flag.
He didn't keep the place either. Pierre Guidi ahead.
If he had taken the place, I think he would have been instructed to give it back up, and that would have been the right call in that situation.
Absolutely. Marciello you're looking at also pushing on in 13th spot. And what about this little battle? Mercedes versus Audi. Marciello on the back of Frank Stippler, the evergreen Frank Stippler. Doesn't matter which team he drives for, whether it's in modern GT racing. He was with Mucker last week in the German Championship, ISR this weekend. It always goes well. Put him in a historic car and he flies in that also. And again, Jake Dennis, they're going to try the same move.
No, Ferrari's coming in
for the pit lane. Now that's interesting. After only 30 minutes, he's in.
Because there probably is damage on the left side of the Ferrari. Could be a slow puncture because their body contact could be enough just to maybe damage the tyre and a slow puncture, but the Ferrari, the 50 Ferrari, Alessandro Pierguidi, no choice in his opinion. I must come in.
So Alessandro Pierguidi down the pit lane. The sectors were slower in fairness, so he had been losing a little bit of time as Marciello thunders on in the Mercedes right on the tail of Stippler. This is for 12th place, this battle. Still way clear in Pro-Am, by the way, is Johnny Adam. As Maxime Martin arrives, the traffic there getting out of the way. Ortelli goes through. Behind him is Alex Buncombe. The gap between the Jaguar and the Nissan is coming down. And look, Alex Buncombe now is right there on the tail of Stefan Ortelli, who's dropped back, of course, behind Maxime Martin as well.
Yeah, so that gap between the Jaguar and the Nissan has been relatively constant for the last few laps. You can see Ortelli just kicking up a little bit of dust, making a very early apex into this long, it's a 180-degree Bruxelles corner. Then I call it the corner with no name. It seems to have been given something, but there's not even a different name for what is the, I call it Pouhon. Now we call it something else. Double gauche.
Double gauche is one variant, Pouhon is the other. Speaker's Corner is the one, the left-hander at the top of the hill, and as kind of say this every season, it's the unofficial name, but it was the one other corner that the track commentators could see from their old commentary box overlooking the old pit lane. You could see the start line, you could see Eau Rouge, the exit of La Source, and nothing else apart from, in the distance, that one left-hander, and so it became known as Commentator's Corner, Speaker's Corner, and the name was stuck.
There had to be a yarn to substantiate that story, didn't there?
Got it out of the way now, John.
Indeed. Look at the gap opening up between the Jaguar and the Nissan. Jaguar pulling away at the lowest part of the racetrack now. The grunt of the Nissan clawing it back as they come through Blanchemont, and the climb up the hill into the braking zone. And Alex Buncombe's maybe have the gap as they were coming onto this back section. But again, it's the acceleration as we look at Johnny Adam under threat from Maxime Soulet. So Maxime Soulet, his progress has been very impressive. Yes, it is Maxime Soulet. Yes. I saw the 7 on the screen. I was thinking it was the 7 Bentley. No, it's not. It's Maxime Soulet and the 8 Bentley. That gap is now just, it's half a second on timing and scoring. Another opportunity now coming
Incident
downhill.
Between cars 17 and 50 in turn 19 under investigation.
So that's Jake Dennis and Alessandro Pierguidi's incident. Alain Ardon, the race director, the voice you just heard, and they're going to have a look at it. It just seemed like one of those things, didn't it?
I think Jake Dennis could have done better on the exit, and I think the issue that will be discussed is it the consequence of that little bit of contact between the two cars that has led the 50 Ferrari to have to make what might be described as a very early pit stop, and therefore was the Ferrari, which was in effect the innocent partner or party, they've been penalised. So should therefore Jake Dennis and his Audi not suffer some kind of penalty to mitigate or to redress. We're seeing a new era in race management, and I'm delighted to see it because I like to see driving standards represent the skill of these drivers. I don't want to see hot rod style driving coming into events of this caliber.
Whatever it was for that Ferrari, they got it back out in 91 seconds, so under that delta time, your full stop, as it were, has to be 95 to 133 seconds. They got it done in 91, so it wasn't therefore a strategic stop necessarily. It does suggest it was more of an issue, as you say, after that accident.
Yes, but I think they've taken advantage of the stop to get in and out. They will have refueled the car.
Indeed.
It may not have been a full, but they might have, depending how much fuel was in the car, they might have been able to refuel it. So while out of adversity, they've maybe had some strategic benefit.
What they could also do, of course, though, is keep it on that original set of tyres. So top up the tank of fuel, keep it on the tyres, and then you're done. And a lot of that 91 seconds becomes the drive time.
Yep.
A quick look at Pro-Am. Johnny Adam leads the way. That is him. You're looking at the back of, out of the front window. Second is 912 Porsche Sven Müller. Third is McLaren number 42 Lewis Williamson. Fourth is the 53 Ferrari Rory Butcher, Gordon Shedden's brother-in-law, Victorian car champion. In fifth place is Norbert Siedler in 333 Ferrari. Sixth now is the 35 BMW from the Valkenhorst team, Marcus Paltler at the wheel of that. 911 is Robert Renau, and Raffaele Marciello is all over the curve. Frank Stippler wasn't going to give him much more room there and stays ahead.
Messy, very messy. You should have backed out of it, Raffaele, because you didn't have the track position. You were too far back. He did the right thing. He drove to the inside of the corner. He avoided the contact, but it was messy.
Yeah. He slipped back in behind.
What do you mean it was messy? He'll be going nuts behind the wheel.
Flash of the lights as well to say, you shouldn't have done that, Frank, but Stippler says, well, it's my place, I'm hanging on to it, and hang on he does. Giancarlo Fisichella, in the meantime, is now 7.8 seconds clear up the road, and number 50, Alessandro Pierguidi, stayed behind the wheel of it, but it's down in 57th place now.
Oh, well, let's see what happens after the stewards have a look at the evidence and decide will there be a penalty as a little bit of defensive driving. As we see the yellow Bentley trying to get up alongside the Audi, and Audi maintains the position. The ISR is number 75. And Philippe Albuquerque having to go creative to stop the pace of the Bentley.
Absolutely right. And there, Christer Jürgens to the outside line. He's having to defend because right on his tail now, in number 5, is Marcel Fassler. Marcel, another hugely experienced, vastly successful driver, the Mont winner, of course. And as they come downhill, is he going to be able to find a way by Christer Jürgens? Relative rookie in comparison. He's hanging on to the place. That yellow Bentley towers over the Audis, doesn't it?
It's a large car. It's physically, if not the largest car, one of the two largest. The Nissan likewise has a similar kind of profile. What the Bentley has got is a lot of its weight exceptionally low, so the centre of gravity is good. It's got great suspension, as you'd expect from M Sport, whose specialty really is rally suspension.
Yeah.
So it's a good race car, and it's a car, I think, over the duration of 24 hours, will give its drivers, be it the M Sport cars or this Bentley we're looking at, in relative terms, a fairly nice event.
René Rast coming under attack from Maximilian Buch. Buch reporting to the team that Rast is running wide and off the road, so track limits now are being reported by drivers to their teams. The teams then try and get in touch with race control. So they're being frantically busy on the pit wall doing all sorts of things in this race, not just looking at strategy. Right, this is the battle that still rages on between Stippler and Marciello for 12th and 13th places overall.
So this time a little bit more sensible, but the number 5 Audi and the 25 almost getting together themselves in the middle of that bus stop chicane, but clear ground, sufficient ground between the two of them. They're still at it, coming up into La Source, and again you can see Raffaele Marciello is now in a position to challenge Frank Stippler. They're going to be door handle to door handle, rubbing coming down into Eau Rouge. Frank Stippler, will he concede? He's got to get out of it, but Marciello had to go wide, cuts across the inside of Eau Rouge. Judge of fact, what would you say on that one?
He gained an advantage, and Jake Dennis goes through as well. So Frank Stippler, who did it properly, ends up losing 2 places, but undoubtedly Marciello gained out of that, didn't he?
Yes, he did, but in a sense, judge of fact, probably pouring a cup of coffee, didn't see it, but nevertheless, that's a call, that's a tough call, because the 2 cars side by side in Eau Rouge, it was always going to be one of them has to take a little bit of inside of the corner on the exit.
So Stippler drops 2 places, Marciello goes past him, and now Jake Dennis goes through as well. You're riding on board 88, which is the Mercedes. Danny Junquedaer at the wheel, and he's got 912 just up the road ahead of him, which is Sven Müller. So Müller is now into the top 20.
The hard call would be for Marciello to give back that place to Frank Stippler, but the trouble is he's got another idea between himself and Frank Stippler. So how that one will work out will remain to be seen. It might be just given a wave and look, it's too complicated to try and do much about it. They could give him a time penalty, but you know, you have to control races, but over control is almost as bad as under control.
So the race leaders currently have got 16 laps in the book. Everywhere you look, there is a battle going on. All 63 starters are still circulating, despite the Barwell 77 Lamborghini joining in a bit late. We'll try and get to the bottom of why, and also 22 Nissan having stopped out on track on the opening lap. It is circulating again now. Again, give us a chance. We'll get to the bottom of that in due course as well. But up front, Giancarlo Fisichella dominating, and it's 7 seconds clear. Everybody else has got somebody to race against, apart from Fisichella. This is Juncker now. He is in 21st place. Sven Muller in the Porsche just up the road ahead of him. Muller's next target is Guy Smith. Smith's next target is Winkelhock. Winkelhock's next target is Fassler. Here they come out of the bus stop chicane. Wide goes Muller, and now Juncker tries to get the drop on him as they come over the line.
He should be able to do it because the traction for the Mercedes ought to have been better, but no, the Porsche side by side with the Mercedes coming up into the source. Just looking forward with what we've got 18 minutes of this session to go. I wonder, will every team just go into the immediate rotation of drivers, cycle them through, give them all a stint in daylight hours? Or will some teams say, well, if you've done a good job, stay in the car, we want you to do what you've been doing. I mean, much warmer conditions, the drivers may not always favour that.
Indeed, there are some teams that will bring a driver in almost specifically to do the nighttime hours, because they are more comfortable doing that, especially in a Pro-Am car. The amateur drivers are less comfortable in the dark, and especially in the rain and the dark, and that's a real possibility this weekend. Look at this great long battle pack going through Les Combes. We're now sort of 22nd, 23rd and back here. There is Sven Muller, he's 20th. 23rd is Juncker behind him, then it's Williamson, Berman, Rory Butcher, Victor Scheitar, Andrew Watson is in the background, 26th. There he is in the orange McLaren. Behind him, 27th, the green Ferrari of Norbert Siedler. 28th is Dominic Baumann. 29th, Marco Mappelli. 30th, Maxi Goetz. I mean, all of these are absolutely top draw drivers.
They're all stars. I mean, they just didn't happen to get the track position or the grid position in qualifying. And again, Danny Juncadella running behind a factory Porsche driver is unable to make progress. I thought coming out of the bus stop chicane, the Porsche might not have had the advantage that maybe the Mercedes would have gotten alongside and been able to make the move stick. But there is the Spanish driver, and he's pretty often mostly smiling as in that photograph as well. Maybe not just right now. There'll be a little bit of a laser effect from his eyes on the back of the Porsche, wondering, well, I had a go coming out of the bus stop and I couldn't get it done. Where am I strong? Where's the Porsche marginal? At the minute, it doesn't appear to be anywhere.
Now we're heading for some teams to the last warning for track limit abuse. One of them is 42, Lewis Williamson.
Well, causing a collision. Drive through, car 12.
Drive through.
Collision.
Okay, so that was Michele Beretta. Remember that we saw earlier on, he'd spun up at Les Combes, but he got involved with Luca Filippi. They've investigated it, and a drive-through goes the way of Michele Beretta. Lewis Williamson is on his last warning for track limits, and so is Maxi Buch. Maxi Buch on his last warning for exceeding track limits before he ends up being given a penalty.
Oh, well, I'm sure the team are on the radio and telling Max Buch to rein in what he's doing right now. Still in 5th place. He's just over 4 seconds ahead of Christopher Mies in 6th. So he hasn't got that pressure, but what he's trying to do is put pressure on René Rast, who's only under half a second up the road. That's the reason why Max Buch is pushing so hard.
Absolutely right, but if he gets a penalty early in the race, it's going to really throw them up into the air, isn't it? Here's 88 then. Danny Juncadella still glued to the back of the Porsche of Sven Muller as they accelerate up towards Les Combes. Can he dive up the inside? No, not there.
It's a battle of the Stuttgart manufacturers, Porsche and Mercedes-Benz, and the straight line performance at the end of the straight seems to lie with Porsche through Eau Rouge over Radio. There's probably maybe a marginal advantage to the Mercedes GT3, AMG GT3. Look, oh, round the outside. That's a brave move, but ain't gonna stick.
We also understand there's some debris on the road coming out of Blanchimont, so drivers having to run a little bit wide, which is another defence for track limit abuse, arguably.
Well, it would depend where the debris is. If it's on a critical part of the entry of the corner, then it's excusable. And the only way you can clear that debris is go full Courchello, and it would need to be a substantial piece of debris for that call to be made. And that would then neutralise the race. Everybody would have to slow down to a predetermined pace, keep equidistance between themselves, the car ahead, the car behind, and allow the corner workers, the marshals, to retrieve whatever the offensive part is.
We understand from the pit lane that the reason the Barwell 77 Lamborghini joined in late was because on its lap round to the grid, a drive shaft flank, or nearest equivalent, fell out of the gearbox and needed replacing. I don't claim to know about Lamborghini gearboxes, so that could be Dutch to me, but
I don't
that's
know
what I'm told.
A gearbox what?
Either flank or flange.
I mean, a flange, I know what a flange is, but something falling out of a gearbox is a bit rudimentary. And obviously, you know, the location of the gearbox in every one of these GT cars, particularly again the Mercedes trying to sneak around, get up the inside. No, he didn't quite do it. So I mean, these things happen. I mean, these cars have been worked on 24 hours. Up again, the two Audis battling, the 76 and the 5. And this is a battle for 14th place. Stippler and Fassler. Gap at the front, just bit by bit, it's up to 8.2 seconds.
Frank Stippler now gets a driving standards flag for not respecting track limits in the 76 Audi.
Having just said that, the gap between second and third has come down a little bit. It was around about more than just under 3 seconds, 2.4 seconds. And part of that reason is that René Rast is within 3/4 of a second of Kevin Estre in third place. So you got Maxi Puch in fifth, Rast in fourth, Estre. That's a three-way battle with megas.
Raffaele Marciello alongside Alex Buncombe. This is for 11th. Mercedes goes through. So Raffaele Marciello, who was fastest in qualifying on Thursday, lost out in Superpole, but he goes through now up into 11th spot at the expense of the Nissan. We're rumbling back downhill then, and there the Nissan 23 hunts the newly reliveried 90 Mercedes, but Raffaele Marciello released. Of course, it's his first year in GT racing, and he's proved, as expected, to be very competitive.
Oh, he is undoubtedly competitive, and again, the much more experienced and highly regarded Alex Buncombe here with his father Jonathan, who I think turned 69 over the weekend.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, Jonathan's racing this event for many, many years, hasn't he, in Ford Capris and the like. There's the leader. Giancarlo Fisichella comes up over the timing line, goes through, and 8 seconds it was last time. There
warning flag to car 76, driving standards in turn 18.
That's Frank Stippler. I mentioned that a moment ago. So there's the confirmation from the race director. You've just seen Michele Beretta rifling through the pits, serving his drive-through. John's having a moment.
What's happened?
Here.
What's happened? Kevin Estre's up to second, Rast third. Bortolotti, is he in the pit lane or is he dropped
He's in the
away?
pits. He's in the pit lane. So
early stop.
It is a little bit. 48 minutes. He's in. So early to gain the data.
Talking to one of the Lamborghini teams over the weekend, there was concern that if they did run aggressively, that they may not be able to make the full distance as they would anticipate doing. And I just wonder, is that the cause of that early pit stop for Mirko Bortolotti?
What will be interesting is to see when they bring the sister 19 car in, whether they're going to be on the same strategy all the way through, because that car, number 19, has dropped quite a long way down the order in comparison. It is down in 46th place with Rolf Eichen at the wheel.
Yeah, I suspect it's running at a lower pace. The pace that Mirko Bortolotti was having to sustain was very high. He was basically within a tenth or 2 tenths of a second matching the pace. But here's the battle. As we see Mirko Bortolotti now making his way in, out. I think he's making his
out,
yes.
Because it's taking him a long time to get there if he's coming in, kind of thing. So he will tumble down the order. The crucial thing in all of this, of course, is to always stay on the lead lap. Number 9, Christer Jens goes through, still chasing after Albuquerque, keeping Marcus Winkelhock at bay, but Winkelhock has a look to the inside line there, goes through, so the ex-Grand Prix racer gains a further position, so that's going to put him up to 17th and then 16th, given that Bortolotti is pitted.
Yeah, that was a copybook, textbook overtake by Marcus Winkelhock. Got the track position, got down the inside well before the corner, and therefore denying the Bentley its opportunity to go defensive. And good driving from both drivers, sensible driving with a race that's still got 23 hours and 10 minutes to run.
And René Rast now being given a driving standards flag, as also in number 961 Ferrari. This is the Alex de Mergian, Davide Rizzo, Nicola Menassian, Tony Villander car. Tony Villander being given the driving standards flag. So the pros really pushing and trying to eke out every last millimetre of real estate here at Spa-Francorchamps, as the leading group currently is on lap 22.
You can see Guy Smith running behind the second or third Bentley, not run by M Sport, but those two Bentleys running pretty much nose to tail. This very, very busy group of cars just rounding out the top 20 within the field. And we're still looking at Danny Juncadella not having a solution to getting his way past Muller within the Porsche. And the Porsche looking to go, well, Guy Smith, that's a large car, you've got to be well and truly alongside it. I think, and almost nudging the rear of the Bentley as he comes out of bus stop.
I've got to say, actually, though, the current iteration of the 911 is not a small car. I mean, it's certainly grown away from the 356 shape, hasn't it? That's a big old Porsche there, defending from Danny Juncadella. You're on board now with 88 Mercedes, so the Pro-Am 911 just ahead as they round La Source. You've got Bentley, Porsche, Mercedes. All the top brands are here on the grid.
Two Audis side by side making their way down the hill behind this battle between the Mercedes and the Porsche.
Ferrari McLaren, in fact, the Rory Butcher Ferrari that is going through. So Rory Butcher is up now into 21st place. Rory going great guns, still an underrated driver. Doesn't often get a full season put together, but now making a good name for himself in GT racing and underlining why he was good in Carrera Cup GB and British GT a few seasons back.
Frustration for Danny Juncadella. Porsche just stretches its legs coming up into Les Coupes. And nothing around this part of the racetrack unless he gets a mega exit out of Les Coupes and tries to do a Marcus Winkelhock down the inside into Bruxelles. But no, he gets close, but he hasn't got enough of the grunt off Les Coupes to make that mega stick.
Norbert Siedler on the back of Andrew Watson there. McLaren versus Ferrari. Not something we've seen a lot of in Formula 1 these days, but you've got the two of them in GT racing running nose to tail, and Andrew Watson, the Northern Irishman, 25th. We've got a yellow flag out somewhere in the first sector.
Sector 1.
So what has happened? I'm looking to see if we can work out if the car has gone off the road. Not as yet, unless it's the ISR 75 Audi, or has that been in the pits? That's been in the pit lane. Right, we've gone back to green, so if somebody had a little stray off the racing line, they're back on again. Estra coming through then now, ahead of Rast, ahead of Book. And 65 minutes, just to reiterate the point, is the maximum you can do in a stint. And there in the background, in comes the Audi. So Christopher Meese, that looked like diving for the pit lane. 65 minutes is a stint, and a stint is pit out to pit in. You can stay in the car and do another 65 minutes, but a stint is counted as when you cross one timing beam and then cross the other when you come into the pit lane.
Interesting, I don't know if you've mentioned it or not, David, but Rob Bell and the McLaren number 58 also on a last warning for track limits. That car currently down in 33rd. I mean, I spoke to Rob before the race started earlier in the morning, and they've got a car which is not a happy car, not a comfortable car. They just can't get their heads around the 2017 tyre available, and they've either got snap oversteer or they try to rectify that, then they get chronic understeer on the exit. So Rob Bell, really, he's got a handful, but he's just got to make the best, and you work your way through the field. You've got time on your hands, but with a last warning like that, you don't want to be making another little driving error coming out of or into one of these corners.
Absolutely right. So Rob Bell has now pitted, in fact, to not so much give up the unequal struggle, but let somebody else have a go at taming the beast. So Rob Bell down the pit lane. As you look at the second place duel now, Kevin S ahead of René Rast, ahead of Maxi Book in the 84 Battlefield 1 Mercedes. Round point they go. And just look at that graphic, look at the names represented, look at the cars, look at the brands. Great variety, and this multi-million euro grid, just a fantastic spectacle. Number 60 Mercedes, 60th from the pit lane start. Number 16 is in, so that's the Black Falcon Mercedes that was started by former DTM racer Maxi Goetz, another former winner of the event, former Blancpain champion. Used to share Mercedes with Maxi Book, don't forget, and Ben Schneider to win here.
Yeah, again, I mean, I think more of a strategic pit stop to get in and out when the pit lane is in relative terms empty, and then within 5 minutes or so everybody else will be piling in tripping over one another, and he's going to get a lovely clear racetrack. Or if they, I don't know if they kept Maxi Book in. Did you say Maxi
Götze looked like he stayed in.
Stayed in, so he will have a really opportunity to make up ground while others are in the pit lane.
You've made this point in other races, you need good neighbours. Well, of course, you also need to factor in how many cars you're running, because Black Falcon, a bit like AF Corsa, for example, runs a lot of
might be
cars.
making its way in. Sorry, David, I saw just one of the two Bentleys beginning to make its way in the pit lane.
Okay, is that Soule? No, he stays out. And I'll tell you in a moment when he breaks the pit out bin whether Maxi Götze did stay in that car. I think he did. You're looking at second, third and fourth still. Est, Rast and Book coming downhill. So 23 laps are done. Little cloud cover now, making life a little bit cooler and taking some of the glare away as the leaders power uphill. But Giancarlo Fisichella, he's done a great stint. We've not seen too much of him, so dominant has he been, because everybody else has had a battle apart from him.
He's just had clear air, other than when he was catching up and overtaking some of the back markers. As you see, the 23 Nissan Alex Bunkum in, going to be a driver change. He's just bit by bit, 2 tenths here, 3 tenths there, pulled the gap. He's just a tenth under 12 seconds ahead of the second place Porsche. But Kevin Estro's got his hands full with René Rast, whose hands are equally full with Max Book.
Marco Bortolotti, by the way, is down in 53rd place after his early pit stop, but of course that'll buy back places, that car, as others peel into the pit lane ahead of him. So he's out of sequence, first of the leading cars to pit, whereas others are going to the hour mark.
Yeah, what's interesting in that case with Marco Bortolotti, with fresh tyres on, he's able to lap that little bit quicker than those cars that currently are leading the race. So he's running in the low 2 minutes 22 compared to a race leader whose last lap was a 2 minutes 23.8, so 2.6 seconds advantage for the Lamborghini.
The Jake Dennis Alessandro Pierguidi incident, warning flag already given, no further action. Rast under attack from Maxi Book. This is the third. It wouldn't be a surprise if one of these cars, the Porsche, the Audi or the Mercedes, bailed for the pit lane at the end of this lap, because 65 minutes is a stint. You might be able to get that far, but quite often you'll find teams don't go to the very, very extremes on the first stint. They just do a slightly shorter, gain a bit of data, and they might push a lap or maybe 2 laps longer on subsequent stints. That's Danny Juncadea's car in the pits.
Penalty to car 72. Drive-through penalty, car 72, track limits.
First car we've seen penalised.
So that's the Scheitar Rigon Molina Ferrari. Victor Scheitar 21st at the wheel of it. I confess I hadn't seen anything saying last warning, but anyway, drive-through was gone.
I think there's been so much stuff on screen.
Yeah.
I mean, the race director and the stewards, they must be working. Probably this is the hardest they've had to work, because there's a backlog of stuff coming in and it's taking time to cycle through it.
Yeah, exactly. So 88 new tyres, fuel. Not sure about a driver change. Remember, this has got to be either under 95 or you can't leave until 133 seconds are up. So the onus is on the team to factor in the drive time as much as how long the stop takes.
Yeah, there's a lot for teams to consider. And of course, these teams are based on at the historic pits, which are on that downslope that leads where the cars return to the racetrack at the top of Radio.
So 84, Maxi Book up into third. René Rast has pitted. We were watching Mercedes stops, but up in the top pits at WRT in has come René Rast, DTM hero, and he's brought number 1 in. So that puts Johnny Adam up into 4th place. The Pro-Am leader. So Johnny Adam leads Pro-Am, he'll be 4th. Second in Pro-Am, Sven Muller's Porsche, 15th.
Yeah, and looking at that 5th place for Johnny Adam, it's been a stellar drive, because he's still got Maxime Soule behind him. The gap now has actually increased. It's now 1.4 seconds between 5th and 6th place. Maxime Soule pretty much spent, I think, in terms of pace compared to what he had early in the race.
Katzberg in, driver change at 98 BMW. So the Volvo World Touring Car racer, as well as a previous winner for BMW of this event when it was Mark VDS rather than Rover Racing, for who he drives now.
So it's, in the case of driver changes, some teams can do in practice just a driver change alone. They're saying 14,
drive-through penalty, car 58. Drive-through penalty, car 58. Track limits.
That's Rob Bell, or it was. He's copped the penalty, but it's going to be taken, isn't it, by... Has he been replaced in that car? No, he stayed in it, in fact. So Rob Bell doing a double stint and serving a drive-through penalty. Interesting. Not right, Rob, that.
I mean, he expressed to me that it was not going to be an easy race. You've got to drive as hard as you can, and you know, sometimes you might have to use a bit more racetrack than you're meant to use.
Johnny Adam is in, the Bentley of Maxime Soulet is in, so now look, we're at the hour mark and the pit lane is getting very, very busy indeed.
Smart people were the Black Volker Mercedes Maximilian Goetz, just to get a look to see where he is, because he will be back out on track. As everybody knows, the Aston comes in, the Bentley comes in, the Bentley will be stopping here in the Formula One pits. The Aston will filter all the way down, round the La Source, inside La Source, down the hill. So M Sport, go to work. Maxime Soulet staying in.
Indeed so. So it's going to be new boots on a tank of fuel. Keep the Belgian driver behind the wheel, and Rob Bell will be given the bad news that he's got this drive-through penalty to serve now. So the weather god's tricking everybody as well. Everyone's been expecting the rain to come. If anything, it's becoming a glorious, very, very warm late afternoon temperature here at Spa. The sun is shining. Yeah, there's a bit of broken cloud, but it's very, very hot indeed, really bright. There's not much respite for the teams in the heat.
No, and you know, drivers that are going to double stint, that's where your driver training, your fitness comes into play. There's driver aids that help keep a driver cool, but you know, this is a tough racetrack. There's a lot of physical loads. Obviously, concentration comes into it, and to stay in, do a double stint, well, the team feel that's the right play, and other teams will be doing that. Be interesting to see. And the stall, that's a shame. Maxime Soulet lost the engine, had to refire it up. Guy Smith, we know, has done double stints in the number 7 car. I'd assume they would follow the principle of the number 8.
I would think so, unless they're going to do different strategies, just put everybody through and give them a feel for the car before plunging into darkness. We'll see. M Sport may work differently across the two cars. Up front, Giancarlo Fisichella yet to pit, leads Maxi Book. Kevin Estre is in, Johnny Adam is in, Maxime Soulet is in. Maxime Martin therefore will inherit third place in 99 BMW. Is Johnny Adams staying at the wheel of the Tom Ferrier run TF Sport Aston Martin? Let's see. I think he is. Makes sense, doesn't it? Keep Johnny in once up front.
Yes, and the other benefit of double stinting is if you do it with, in the case the Aston's got 4 drivers, I'm not sure all 4, as Maxi Book comes in, I'm not sure all 4 drivers will double stint. No. Nevertheless, it gives the driver who's done the opening stint or 2 stints a reasonable break to, you know, get out of the car, refresh himself, have a light meal, a little bit of rest, and when he gets back into the car, probably 3 or 4 hours after, then it'll be, well, it's coming up now to 20 to 6 in the evening. 4 hours from now will be 9:30ish, and it'll be getting very dark.
We will, in a moment, see as Maxi Goetz battles his way out of the hairpin, the Mercedes rubbing together, but you'll see the race leader Fisichella on the back of Maxime Soulet. So the Bentley nearly a lap down after that pit stop. How about this for a fight coming downhill now? You've got the Audi just ahead of the Maxi Goetz Mercedes. It's already made 1 pit stop. Working up through the traffic as well, the Acura ASP car. Wonderful sight.
Yeah, I think it was the 88 went way wide coming out of Eau Rouge, but I think Max Goetz and the ploy to make that earlier pit stop has paid. Look at it coming up into Eau Rouge. It is a battle. 4 cars all looking for the 1 bit of tarmac, and up the inside comes the 88. Can it make it work? He's on the wrong part of the racetrack. Got it back out of it as they turn right, run the curb. But watch as they dive down into Bruxelles. The inside of the corner may get defended, not maybe as aggressively, but on the outside. 2 Mercedes. The 84, good pit stop. That was a quick stop.
Indeed so. That's going to rumble back into the race. Stracker, by the way, saying they're going to serve the drive-through for Rob Bell, but would the marshals mind checking that they're writing down 58, not 59, or 59 and not 58, because both are being warned about track limits and one's copped a penalty. So are they absolutely sure? We're going to do the right thing. We'll serve the drive-through, but are you absolutely sure it was that car?
Pass the coffee cup.
Yes, quite. So here at the circuit, the concerts are just getting underway for the fans. It's not just about cars on track. There is Christer Jurgens in the Abt Bentley into the pit lane. One of those in the concerts tonight, Mel Gaynor, the former Simple Minds drummer, who I've got a feeling has done a bit of racing himself in the days of British one-make championships with celebrity cars. So he's here performing this evening as well. Whoa, almost into the wall. Giancarlo Fisichella taking this right to the edge, isn't he, coming into the pit lane?
There was nothing left on the table there. Now, will Giancarlo Fisichella jump out, or will he stay on board? And the 2 Bentleys, the 8 or the 7 and the Abt car, head out neither gaining nor losing.
There's the 23 Nissan rather going over the timing line, which Katsumasu Chiyo has taken over. Behind, you've got now the 17 Audi. And look at this old scrum pouring its way out of the bus stop. Some go for the pit lane, but what have we got in this? There's certainly Mercedes, there's certainly Audi. There is a real mix. You've got, I think, 3 Mercs, 2 Audis, all battling, and up the inside goes 88 then, gaining track position back again. The ASP car, Danny Juncadella at the wheel, fighting with Felipe Albuquerque and going ahead of him as they plough downhill.
Yeah, the Mercedes getting the benefit of these two cars at the back, but Bosch down into Rouge, Albuquerque just
track limits.
So 53 now for track limits. That's Rory Butcher in the AF Corsa Spirit of Race Ferrari. Intriguing. He had been being warned about it. In fairness, it had been up on the timing screen, so Rory Butcher now gets to drive through. So the officials, John, aren't being overly laid back about this. I'm trying to look for the right words, but
choose your words carefully.
What they are doing is putting out a message to the drivers early in the race. If you start messing about, you will be penalised, and they're putting that down early. The drivers know exactly where they stand for the rest of the race. That's kind of the point I'm trying to get to.
Yeah, and I'm completely compliant with that principle, because there are track limits and they are meant to be observed. These are meant to be amongst the finest GT race drivers in the world, and there are track limits, and this should be adhered to. And that's simple in my book. I want to see the best drivers driving the best, and I can see them in this given event.
So look there at the national class leading Porsche, number 991. That's the Gregory Peiss car, and there up towards Les Combes is the Grasser Rolfi Neichen Lamborghini. Right, another little fight going on here, as you can see the Bentley hustling on. So Oliver Jarvis has taken over number 7, number 8 Bentley that was Maxime Soulet in the first stint, also still pushing. Maxime Soulet has stayed behind the wheel of that car.
Giancarlo Fisichella has vacated the seat after doing a great stint.
Marco Ciocci is in, yeah.
Ciocci is in behind the wheel, so yeah, of course, probably going to go through the cycling of their 3 drivers, and then as the evening begins to lengthen, the night draws in, then they might think about doing some double stints.
And you get the other side of the darkness, don't you, to the early morning, and you think, good, we've made it through the night, we're almost there, but you've got a heck of a lot more race still to go. That 4:30 finish, just tricking you to thinking you're finishing, but you've got that half hour tagged on. Here, round the outside goes the Bentley. Maxime Soulet squeezes the Ferrari a little bit. He's going to go round the outside. Yes, job done.
Yeah, that was a little warning shot. Little move to the right just to say, I'm coming through. And the job got done. And there Giancarlo Fisichella, happy with his 1 hour's driving, and I mean a copybook stint from the, I was going to call him a veteran, but he's not really a veteran. He's a veteran maybe of Formula One, but he's very much current in GT racing, not just in Europe but all over the world.
Did have a spell, didn't he, in touring cars in the mid to late 90s, in the dying days of the DTM in its first incarnation, the International Touring Car Challenge. He was part of the Alfa Romeo squad in the ITC, but then, as you say, through single-seater to Formula One, and now part of the Ferrari program in GT classes across the globe. So Maxime Soulet, having got himself up there past the Ferrari, charging away once again. Maxime Soulet is currently in 10th place. And there, look, another busy, crowded part of the road coming out of the Cours Paul Frere. Are we 3 abreast in the middle of all of that? A BMW with a problem. A BMW has slowed down. It's one of the 2 Rover racing cars. Is it the 99? Hazard lights are on. It is 99, you're quite right. So that's last year's winning car. Maxime Martin had started it. And Alexander Sims was 4th, and he's got a problem. He's trickling round. He's had a puncture or a wheel coming off. It looks like a puncture.
It looks like the left rear. It's hard to tell.
Right rear, I think.
I can't even see the screen. There's so much sunlight coming in.
Well, that car's got the best part of, what, 2/3 of a lap to crawl round, but it looked as though it was a right rear puncture as it went out of Pouhon. So how many laps has that done in the stints? 2, 3?
It's just gone out. I mean, they had a good pit stop. They got good track position. Now got Mirko Bortolotti up into 2nd place.
Yeah.
We got the 50 Ferrari in the lead. Yes.
There it is, puncture.
That was that driving over debris? Was that running a curve and just nipping the tire? Was that the door? No, that's just, he's trying his best to keep out of the way with this gaggle of cars running behind him.
So Alexander Sims crawls round, and there, number 4, the Yelmer Berman Mercedes dives up the inside. Was that Bortolotti being run out wide a little bit? Let's see. Was that the... No, that's forgive me, the Treble 7 car, the HB Racing Am Cap entry, started by Christopher Zanella. So you've got back markers now in the mix as well, as Alessandro Pierguidi's car, number 50, shown as being the race leader. And what we've therefore got is Bortolotti second and Marco Ciocci third. So Bortolotti gains track position over the Kaspersky Ferrari on the pit stops, intriguingly.
Yes. We don't know whether that was due to a driver change. I don't think the driver change would influence the time, but certainly it looks like the Grasser Racing team did a better job on the in out of the pit stop than the AF Porsche team did. But look at this battle again. Coming down the Camel straight, the Bentley still showing great speed, trying to get a past the Audi, but isn't it? No. The Lamborghini really moving to the left, just precluded any overtake from the number 9 Bentley.
So Bortolotti then, currently up front, number 50 Ferrari, Alessandro Pierguidi, however, shown as being in the lead of the race. Now that car has pitted, but of course that pitted at the end of the first half an hour, not an hour. So it came out of the traffic early, and it has now put itself into the lead of the race. Here it comes over the timing line. Alessandro Pierguidi, after that clash with Jake Dennis, pitted, they got it out of the way, and there with the tyre just off the rim, Alexander Sims has done a good job bringing that car in, but he's lost a lap.
Yes, but what he also has done is bring it in at a pace where the tyre hasn't totally disintegrated and flail around inside the inner wheel arch and cause even further damage.
Now we've got Giancarlo Fisichella out of the Kaspersky Ferrari. Let's hear from a man who did a great opening stint.
Fisichella, now that was an incredible first lap. How are you feeling about being in the car?
Well, yeah, it was a very good stint. I pulled away from the others. Actually, the circuit must be slow and a bit hot for the tires. The tires get a big drop on performance, on a grip. But even the other people were struggling like me, so I was driving very careful to save the tires for the end of the stint. And I would say it's not too bad. The car balance is good, and it's still 23 hours to go.
Yeah, exactly. It's still a very long race to go, and anything can happen. Do you have confidence in your teammates?
Absolutely. Yesterday, Jenson did a fantastic job in the qualifying session. Marco as well is very consistent and very reliable. So I think we got one of the best driver lineup, one of the best crew. Let's go just through the end of the race.
Good luck. Thank you.
So Giancarlo Fisichella out of the car, and this is now in third place with Marco Ciocci at the wheel, but he dominated his stint, didn't he?
Yes, he did. Let's look and see with this replay what it tells us. Into the bus stop chicane, and art for art's sake, that great, the 10cc, art for art's sake, oh, magic song.
It's a great looking car, that being so well driven. Now you've got this great mix of car up down order with the traffic now playing a part. So Michael Christensen in the Porsche, he admitted he was going to be the second driver in, and Alexander Sims has brought the BMW in, but it's got more than just a tyre needed. It's got some suspension damage potentially as well.
Yes, I mean, when the tyre goes, I mean, they've got the drive shaft, the rear hub assembly on the floor, so whether that was the cause of the tyre going down, we don't know. But lots of things can happen, and mechanical things. You talked about the Lamborghini in the early part of the race, the Barbell. They did a flange, we think. So issues never rear their head any time, but once the race gets underway, there we are.
So remember that Lumirank display number on the windscreen, just to make the point, is your class position, not overall. So you'll see Johnny Adams, Aston Martin, still saying 0-1 because he's the Pro-Am leader. So it tricks you occasionally into thinking that it's in a different position than that it really is. Johnny Adam currently is 8th overall. His next target further up the road is Maxime Bouc. Maxime Bouc is chasing after in number 2, Conor De Filippi, winner of the Nürburgring 24 Hours this year. Conor De Filippi in turn is chasing after Michael Christensen in the Porsche. So it's Alessandro Pierguidi leading, second is Bortolotti, third is Ciocci, fourth is Rast, fifth is Christensen, sixth is De Filippi, seventh is Bouc, eighth is Adam, ninth is Soule, and 10th is Chio.
But what also for me is intriguing is that Bortolotti in second place, less than 1.5 seconds behind.
Indeed so, as now Michael Christensen makes a go at René Rast. He's taken over from Lawrence Vanthoor. Rast has stayed in the car and the Porsche to the inside, diving down to Bruxelles. Not quite able to keep the door wide enough open. René Rast gives him racing room, but the Audi sprints out of the corner ahead. He'll have the inside for the next left-hander. Michael Christensen is all over him like a cheap suit. Rast is up the curb way wide there, and off the road has gone 912. That was Sven Muller at the wheel of it. It is now Robert Allemann who has taken it over. Daniel Allemann, and it's in the gravel, and that's going to be a yellow flag at that sector.
Yes, and Christensen had to get out of it big time coming into Pujol corner because he looked to go down the inside. He's left himself vulnerable to the 84 Mercedes Maximilian Buch, thinking, well, a little bit more of that kind of rough and tumble play as we go back to, and that's down at the campus corner.
Yeah.
So it's in the gravel. It's going to need a snatch vehicle to get it pulled clear. And let's look and see. This is the reason, always a reason. The Lamborghini tried to go down the inside, never going to get the job done. Porsche closes the door and it goes for a long, and danger for the Porsche. Radiators are mounted in the extreme front of the bodywork, and those are frequently dislodged, and if that happens then you lose all your coolant.
Phil Keane was at the wheel of the Lamborghini getting involved, so we have those two off the road. Right, next battle. This is still René Rast versus Michael Christensen versus the traffic versus everybody else. It is all happening as the cars now work their way up towards the timing line. Through they come, and Johnny Adam is getting onto the back of this. In fact, Johnny Adam in the Aston Martin now having a pop at Maximilian Buch in the Mercedes. Behind the pair of them is Maxime Soulé in the Bentley. They dive out the inside of the Attempto Lamborghini round La Source. You're on board with Soulé. Mercedes, Aston, Bentley, what a fight!
Deja vu. We've seen the situation in the first hour where Maxime Soulé got past 5-6 cars, caught to the back of the Aston Martin, and that was as far as he got. Made the pit stops, and what's the situation? He's still behind the Aston Martin.
Absolutely right, but not if he's got any say in it for much longer. He's in the wheel tracks, of course he's got to get the job done now because there's a yellow flag in the next sector. Soulé booms past the Bentley round the outside. Johnny Adams also trying to defend on the inside. Is he going to be able to do it? No, slots back in behind, but Soulé also comes up to have a go at Buch in the Mercedes.
Yeah, that was a good run from the Belgian driver. Maxime Soulé got clearly extra speed through Eau Rouge. We've seen the Bentley, that's the strong part of the circuit for the Bentley now on the tail of the 84 Mercedes. Maximilian Buch, instead of having an Aston Martin, not in his category, so he wouldn't have been so
Both
offended or worried about.
involving car 912 and 78, incident in turn 14 and turn 19 under investigation.
Interesting to hear from Alain Adon that there were two incidents, the one we saw, but another one between the same two cars, so it might have been a bit of you push and I'll push you back kind of thing.
Don't do that. We're meant to be mates. Anyway, we've got a great little battle going on here with the Bentley having now just gone past the Aston Martin onto the tail. You can see the 84 Mercedes directly ahead coming through Fagnes. So Maxime Soulé early in the race was very strong again at this part of the racetrack, had good speed, got past the BMW of Maxime Martin. No, in fact, it was Frank Stippler in the run-up from the Paul Frère-Coop. Watch what the Bentley can do. Maximilian Buch in the Mercedes, I have to say, didn't lose a tenth of a second.
Interesting as well, though, to see, having lost the place, how much ground Johnny Adam has lost as well. I know you made the point earlier, he's not really in that fight because it's a Pro-Am car, but riding now with Maxime Soulé, and there's traffic up the road. Look at the lights flashing 3 wide down to the bus stop. They all get through safely. The Audi of René Rast dives past one, dives alongside a second. There's Christensen, there's Buch, there's Soulé. Traffic everywhere as they make their way over the timing line. Johnny Adam thinking, I think I might just lag back here, get my handkerchief out. It could end in tears, but they've all survived. They go down towards La Source. You're riding with Maxime Soulé. He's got to get past the Gregory Peiss speed lover Porsche on the inside, which he does. And Buch is getting closer again to Michael Christensen. Bruce Jones joins us. Bruce, this is a mega battle going on, isn't it?
Have I missed anything? What an astounding battle. I mean, the racers all close together, and having the forward-mounted onboard camera with Maxime Soulé, how inspired a choice has that been? It was like last year revisited. Bentley fighting so hard with BMW, but in the mix. I mean, Maxime, what a
penalty
fighter.
to car 26 and 488. track limits. Drive-through penalty, car 26 and 488 track limits.
So more track limit penalties. Soulé up past Maxime Bouc and using the traffic to his advantage as well. You've got the Valkenhorst Motorsport BMW from the AM Cup next to be negotiated. You've got all of this battling going on. Michael Christensen getting stuck behind the Mercedes there, the 00, the Good Smile Racing car. He's up the inside, he's still chasing Rast, so Porsche goes through. But Soulé was a real star in the first stint, and he's even better in this because he's getting that Bentley right into the mix.
Yeah, and he's doing it because he's quick down out of La Source, but he's even quicker up the hill out of Eau Rouge and Radio. And that was a pass, that was a clean overtake. Now we get the Bentley gets past the Japanese entrant. Mercedes steps out of the way, lets Maxime Soulé. Soulé has worked out where his car's strengths are at their best, and he's maximising its potential.
Yeah, but I think we really need to look at that 117 Porsche. What a lineup they've got in that car. Fairly unheralded coming here to the Spa 24 Hours, but you look down the driver lineup. Kevin Estre kicking off, Michael Christensen now, and who's the big guns coming later? Lawrence Van Tor. That's rather nice.
John and I were talking in qualifying, Bruce. It's also interesting that the Porsche as a factory has said, Olaf Mantei's team, not anymore. They've had a go at doing this. They've not won Spa for us. We're going to go with Timo Bernhardt's team, which is a relatively young team, well connected, but interesting. You're right about the stellar driver lineup, but interesting to go with that team as well.
Quite so, but I think it's great to have that blood. And I mean, to have someone with Bernhardt's 24-hour experience, not driving, at the helm, and in fact, probably really, really enjoying it. Must feel quite old next to the other drivers. He's a bit of a, he must have crested his 30s, But
he got the run for his knees,
but the opening laps of the race, I was able to enjoy them out on the track and in the press room. But just looking at the variety of cars, the top 5, all different manufacturers, everything is going right. The sky blue with little white puffy clouds, and it's just this wonderful arena, some going slightly further wide out of the arena. What would you do? Maxime Soulé on a charge.
Michael Christensen went very wide out of the source. You can just Maxime Soulé is going to do what he did a lap ago to Maximilian Bouc. He's got the run. The Porsche wasn't quick, it was untidy through the radio, and now here's another position change. I believe Bentley gets up the left hand side. Depends how much Christensen wants to go eyeball to eyeball into Lake Coombe.
Maxime Soulé with his right foot made of lead comes up alongside, but Michael Christensen hangs on to the place. So you've still got René Rast fourth. This now is the fight going on between Michael Christensen and Maxime Soulé. You've got Conor De Filippi just up the road there in the Audi number 2, and Soulé again. The danger is if he gets stuck behind the Porsche, Maxime Bouc is going to come up and have a go at him again.
Yeah, but as I said earlier in the broadcast, the Porsche's advantage is in the second half of the straight. Maxime Soulé was way quicker through Eau Rouge Radio first half of the straight, but when the Porsche got to the second half, it just eked away, and that's why Michael Christensen was able to consolidate his position, and there really wasn't a threat from Maxime Soulé, where at the beginning of the straight you said it's a done deal.
I can't tear myself away from this. It's a fabulous fight. Maxime Soulé lines up to have a look towards the Piff Paff. Michael Christensen, who's not been racing at this level for that many years, former Porsche Junior, defends. Now this is the fight between the Ferraris. So Marco Ciocci gets up alongside Alessandro Pierguidi. He's going to go through and takes now over the race lead because, or is this for second? Mirko Bortolotti having gone through as well, because at the start of the lap Pierguidi led. The 55 was third. And so, where has Bortolotti gone to out of all of this? Has he dropped behind? So is it going to be Ciocci into the race lead, or is that the Lamborghini ahead? Let's just double check as they come over the timing line. It will be at the end of the lap. Bortolotti leading. Up into second has gone Ciocci, and so down to third is Alessandro Pierguidi. So now, Bruce, you've got Bortolotti 2 seconds to the good. Lamborghini leading, and then Marco Ciocci, having taken over from Fisichella, running in second place.
Yeah, 2.1 seconds behind the Lamborghini. It was the other way around in the first stint. The number 50 Ferrari pulled almost a 12-second gap.
But it's all going to bunch up as we're looking at Bortolotti again, because René Rast is the fastest of the top 4. He's in 4th place, so that gap will come down just as we like it, David. I don't know how you're going to get in your car and drive away. I'm more than happy to jump in the breach and carry on.
And then Rast has got De Filippi and Christensen and Soulé and Bouc and Adam and Chio all rounding out the top 10, queued up behind him.
The reason why Alessandro Pierguidi lost that position was because his last lap was a 2:27. He made a mistake somewhere, may have been traffic, but that's why he got caught and passed. There's our race leader. Again, the man who never blinks. The depth of concentration on the face. Looks in the mirror. Still, I mean, I don't know how he does it, because normally in a race car there's a lot of microscopic gravel, grit, dust, whatever, and his concentration is so deep, you never see him blink. Down into Pouhon with a 2.1 second advantage over the second place Ferrari. The exit, there is the Ferrari, and it's honing in. The Ferrari of the two cars is probably the more gentle on its tyres than the Lamborghini, but it's pretty much even Stevens right now.
Now, John, I don't know if you commented on it as I was sprinting up to the commentary box, but that yellow Ferrari just coming to the middle of the screen now, there's something flapping on the roof, trying to work out what it is. I don't know if that's what's slowing the car. I can't imagine it's taking that much time. I cannot make out what it is. Have you commented before on that?
No, we've not really noticed. It's something to do with the way the door interacts with the bodywork, whether it's something to do with that, but it is getting more noticeable. Whatever it is, it doesn't appear to be an issue. I don't think it's having any significant bearing, but the 55 up in second place, the 50 dropping back, it's just under a second. I can't quite, it's coming in the pits, so whatever it is. So the 50 is coming into the pits.
From third place, John.
Yeah.
That is something worth noting, of course. It really came into the mix through the course of those pit stops, including a driver change during that pit stop. Not all the teams had them, so going really well. And suddenly for the 50 Ferrari crew from AF Corse, things not looking so good, John.
Just catching the Ferrari in the pit lane on the left of screen. As we go back to this battle, and the Bentley has found a way past Michael Christensen.
Yep, you can just see 0.7 on the windscreen of the Bentley. That becomes 0.6, so up to 6th place for the Bentley. Christensen down to 7th, Maxi Book 8th, Johnny Adam in 9th, and completing the top 10 we have Chio in the number 23 Nissan, but leading the way at the moment as we very much get towards the end of the first hour and a half. It's Bortolotti in the 63 Lamborghini, started the race in second place. We thought was perhaps about to end the race at the first corner when he got sideways on the opening lap, but kept it all together, was the first of the drivers to blink, first the top teams to make a pit stop, and disappeared out of the first two timing screens, John. Such was the compact nature of this field, this massive 63 car field, but soon started working his way back into the top 40, and now leading the race again. Advantage 1.4 seconds.
Penalty to cars 6 and 9, 11 track limits.
We have drive-through penalties for car number 6, one of the 3 Belgian Audi Club Team WRT Audis, and that will certainly drop it down the order. And the 911, we've seen the problem for the sister car from Herbert Motorsport, the 911 Porsche, way down towards the back, just down in 40th place, and unfortunately for them, that is going to curtail their fun. That's Jürgen Hering at the wheel at the moment.
Yeah, and the reason the car 6 is for track limits, car 911 for track limits. So as the race progresses, we're midway through the second hour of this 24-hour event. Drivers, whether they're fresh in and they're just sort of, it's the car that gets the penalty. It's not just the driver. So you could get into the car and your previous driver may have accrued penalties, and you make one, and then that's sufficient to see. As we see, there's
another form of penalty, John. It's not an official one. It's just having some drivers who are a lap down getting in your path. And the 55 Ferrari with Marco Ciocci at the wheel is finding that 1.4 seconds down at the end of the previous lap. Nearly clips the tail of
22 Nissan.
The 22 Nissan. Of course, that was a car that was in problem very, very early on in the race, but up at the Com had a spin, but kept going. But the fact it's in the race is testament to Bob Neville's crew getting that car ready, but lights being flashed by Marco Ciocci. In fact, I thought that was going to cost them a bit of time, but as they start the next lap, the gap remains at exactly the same, 1.4 seconds between first and second.
For the 22 Nissan, all it's got to do is just keep going, stay out of trouble, and there was a no-brainer. He was just going to let the Ferrari go through. It is the lead car, or the second place car, I should say. So there was no need for the Nissan to get involved in any shenanigans, and they're here for the long haul. They've got nothing to lose, they've got all to gain.
Yeah, and they're running sensibly in the tail of the top 10. I think 10th place with Alex Buncombe on board. Now Mirko Bortolotti, more traffic. It seems to be staying at about the same interval. In fact, just looking where Buncombe is, it's further down the order, but it's Lamborghini leading the way. But the Kaspersky Ferrari, run by Spirit of Race, looking to close back in. And what a dream start it was for Giancarlo Fisichella.
Yeah, I mean, just Mirko Bortolotti manages to slide down the inside. That's a neat move to make because it's a busy part of the racetrack. You can't get through Speaker's Corner easily and cleanly. So now you've got the run down, and you can see the Ferrari looking to find a way past to get past the Ferrari gets up the inside, makes the clean pass. The gap at the end of the previous lap was 1.4 seconds. I think there was a slight benefit, but looking at it now as they come out of Pouhon, the two corners, not a huge amount of difference.
Well, weather conditions absolutely perfect. Nearly an hour and a half into this race, 22 and a half hours to go. My math's still standing up to that. It's Mirko Bortolotti leading the way, and you can see how small the gap is. It seems to be almost down to a second now. So Mirko Bortolotti in the 63 Lamborghini leading the 55. Marco Ciocci Ferrari, and then René Rast, the best of the Audis, in number 1. So let's take a look at the highlights. 63 cars lining up as they went around the formation lap. Grey and blue sky as well, that was the important thing. And all the pleasure and pageantry down on the grid. Tens of thousands of people flocking to the immediate area around the pit and paddock to cheer these cars on as they ventured out to get a feel of this circuit. The weather would get better and better, but you can imagine in the car the temperatures rising as they came round down La Source. Of course, it's a downhill start, and in the background, look, Maxi Buch on the grass on the right-hand side, but poleman Giancarlo Fisichella slotting in ahead of Mirko Bortolotti. Great start from Kevin Estre in the Porsche, and then the second place Lamborghini so nearly dropped it at Eau Rouge and somehow hauled it back. That gave Chris Estre a chance to take a run at it. But the battling was fierce and furious, but that did give our race leader Giancarlo Fisichella a chance to pull clear at the lead of the race. He was 1.9 seconds clear at the end of the opening and stretched it away. As everyone else was fighting, he was escaping. And some wonderful, wonderful onboard footage out around the circuit. We got to see an awful lot of the tail of the Jaguar. Stefano Ortelli doing a great job deep inside the top 10. Very early pit caller there, and that was out of sequence. The pit stop started just before the 1 hour mark, and that final corner of the circuit has been catching a lot of drivers out, but not Stefano Ortelli at that point, and the number 14 Jaguar. ACA ASP crew looking to see what their driver could do. That was Daniel Juncadella who started the race, and then the 63 Lamborghini, the first of the cars to go for a change. Nicky Katzberg out of his Lamborghini, and just look how close to the wall Fisichella was when he came in. A dozen seconds clear. He handed over to Marco Ciocci out on the track. The action coming thick and fast. That's Sven Muller going for a spin. A little bit of contact happening up at Les Combes, but then a problem for the 99 BMW into the pit lane with a puncher just after Alexander Sims took over. And as you can see, some rear bodywork being adjusted there in suspension too. So an hour and a half in, great racing. So let's take a look at the standings after an hour and a half, and we can tell you that top of the timesheets is the 63 Lamborghini. At the wheel still Mirko Bortolotti, who started and somehow saved that moment. Marco Ciocci second for Kaspersky Motorsport in number 55, just under a second down. René Rast going great guns in the number 1 Audi, and Conor De Filippi, already a winner in the Nürburgring 24 Hours, he is in 4th place. Maxime Soulet, perhaps the star of the early stages of the race, in the number 8 Bentley, and then Michael Christensen running around in 6th place as Porsche really try and take a tilt at victory. It's Lamborghini at the moment ahead of Ferrari and Audi, just showing the great variety at the top end. And the fastest car, the best placed car in the Pro-Am class, is still Johnny Adam in that TF Sport Oman Racing Team Aston Martin, been doing an absolutely stellar job. He's in 8th place at the moment. 63 starters, and I would reckon that we have got probably all but a couple still going at this point. We know the 99 BMW has been delayed with that right rear problem, just as Alexander Sims took that car over, having been started by his teammate. And it's getting closer and closer at the front. John just grabbing my elbow as we came away from the graphics, because Ciocci is getting serious. This is the car that led the early stage of the race. The first hour almost in the hands of Giancarlo Fisichella, but he's getting closer and closer to Mirko Bortolotti.
The deeper these two cars get into their stint, the more likely it's going to be a bigger struggle for Mirko Bortolotti, because the Lamborghini is going to be a little bit more aggressive with its tyres, in particular the rear tyre. The Ferrari hasn't got that issue to the same degree, and there you see the battle for the lead. Of course, Mirko Bortolotti is the ultimate warrior behind the wheel of a race car, and that will not be an easy pass. They've got relative clear track ahead of them, so if they want to go at it, the two of them, they're doing it without any interference from some of the lap cars. They will eventually close down on as they come out of the exit of Pouhon, and then the run down. Still relatively clear circuit. They don't see anything in the near distance. So, and a little bit of a Giocchi slightly wide in the middle. You want to be more on the right to get the exit out of the second part of Fagnes down into Campos. Really not much advantage one way or the other. Ferrari looks to be the marginally better of the two cars. Let's see how it is out of Paul Frère-Coulomb. Initially the gap opens up as Bortolotti just simply gets on the throttle that fraction of a second earlier. Now a pair of them flat up. Let's listen, can we hear? Flat out through Bourneville, up to Blanchimont. Well, that's about as flat as you can get.
Well, conditions absolutely perfect. The next car they're going to come across, these two, as they get to the end of yet another lap, lap 39 being completed. It should be the number 66, a Tempo Racing Lamborghini, and that seems a short distance up. But the wonderful thing is we've got a graphic here, a timing screen that just has the cars, and it shows their locations around the circuit. Almost the entire circuit is covered with these GT3 runners. 63 of them started the race, but all eyes at the moment on Mirko Bortolotti. Can almost not see his Lamborghini, so close behind. That wonderful rear shot as they go down the hill out of La Source is Marco Ciocci in the Kaspersky Motorsport Ferrari. Through that epic corner they go, and again that 63 Lamborghini really pushing its tail out as the track sharply turns to the right as it goes uphill through Radyot and beyond. And on the exit of the corner, we had an improved gap, an enlarged gap between Mirko Bortolotti and the race leading car with 0-1 on the windscreen. But then by the end of the straight, having used that slipstream, Marco Ciocci getting right under his tail.
I would say the difference between these two cars in a straight line is pretty minimal. It's going to be which of the two cars is going to be more considerate to its tyres. The run through Rouge is maybe easier for the Ferrari, but Mirko Bortolotti, he knows this car so well. He knows its intimate details in every reaction that he's feeling through his body, through his hands, through his feet. He knows how far he can push without getting into no man's land or getting into a danger area, and that is sufficient for him to keep that gap currently just over 0.3 of a second. 0.3 of a second. Did I say that?
You did, didn't you? 0.38 of a second. Now he's getting very, very close indeed. BMW and Porsche fighting. That's one of the Precoth Herbert cars. But importantly, in behind, we're starting to see number 89 is picking its way back up the order. So many cars, 63 out. But the one mark we're not really seeing at the top end, in the middle of that pack, tail of that pack now is McLaren. It's just not been a circuit that really seems to suit them at all. And John, you were saying before the race, it seems to be the lack of ability on tyres, this year's Pirellis.
For some reason, nobody in the team is fully able to explain it. They've just not been able to dial the chassis, more so the chassis than the aerodynamics, into the characteristics of the 2017 spec Pirelli tyre that was intended to be a double stinting tyre for this very race, because one of the issues that had occurred in previous years was there was always a pit stop for tyres, driver change and fuel, and I think teams wanted to have the option to, because strategically it might have worked to the team's advantages. Look at the lead, look at the gap. I mean, it's
nothing.
It's nothing.
It's listed now as 0.458, so he's lost 7/100ths of a second. That we can give for Marco Ciocci as we ride with him in the Kaspersky Motorsport Ferrari down the drop past the old pits and then left and right and left again. You can see again how loose that Lamborghini looks. But as you say, Mirko Bortolotti has been in this car for 2 years now and really just has incredible confidence.
I mean, what he also has is amazing car skills, car just craft. And I mean, it is easier for him at the minute because he's in clear air. It's more difficult for Marco Ciocci because he's in the disturbed air. Giancarlo Fisichella, he's driving that race. He's sitting in the pits watching, but he's in that car and he's thinking, if I was doing this, I would be looking to pass or make a move or readjust or making it something. The guys are relaxing, but they're still 100% racing.
How could you not be 100% racing, John? Simple fact is 60-odd cars out on the circuit. Almost every inch of tarmac around the Spa-Francorchamps circuit is covered, and now they're finding they're covered with cars coming up to a whole cluster. Will this work better for Mirko Bortolotti, or will Marco Ciocci in that 55 Ferrari be able to gain as they go through? It may ebb, it may flow, but right now there are 4 tail-end cars ahead of them they have to dispatch, and it's one of the Attempto Racing Lamborghinis just up in front of them. It should be number 66. That's the one I said they would catch next. Started by Jaap van Lagen. Clearly a lap down
This is an uncomfortable moment for Mirko Bortolotti. He needs to get through as quickly as possible, but of course he's up against an identical car. You can see the Lambo, the back end just sort of flicking as they come out of the Paul Frere curve. This is an opportunity for the Ferrari, and it depends on what happens. The three cars, one is a car about to go a further lap down. The Ferrari, well, if it gets out of Blancpain cleanly, a little bit wide in the exit, but not sufficient momentum off the corner. Now Bortolotti looks to go down the inside, getting no assistance. This time gets through, but the Ferrari, can it sneak through? It's compromised on the exit, so that will be a disappointment for Marco Ciocci. He's sort of got, look Giancarlo, he's nuts. He's really upset about that, because that's caused his car to lose. Well, the gap is now over a second, 0.7 of a second lost to the Ferrari in that.
Drive-through penalty to car 78, causing a collision.
That's the Barwell Motorsports, Phil Keane. That was earlier in the race with the Porsche.
Yeah, that's one of the red one, not the yellow one. The yellow one is the one that Oliver Gavin started, but so problems for them. Quite a few drive-through penalties coming, and as you can see,
drive-through penalty car 19, track limits.
Track limits for car 19. That's the sister car of the race-leading Lamborghini, one of the two Grasso Racing Team Lamborghinis. That was the one started by Rolf Ineiken. And as John pointed out a while ago, the penalty is not necessarily caused by the driver at the wheel at the moment. It takes a while for all these warnings to notices to go to the clerk of the course and to be considered by the race director, and then they get issued, John.
Yeah, I mean they've got a load, a mountain of work to get through, and it's difficult. Each has got to be examined in detail and take views from maybe a judge of fact on a corner, and then once the decision has been made, then the notification will be given to the team. But as you pointed out, we all know it isn't the driver, it's the car that is the penalty. So,
well, another Lamborghini in the way of our race-leading Lamborghini. Mirko Bortolotti has got to get past the Orange One Team Lazarus entry. That is number 27. There it is, right in front of him, and it seems though Marco Ciocci is able to keep cutting it very fine, kicking up the dirt in the course of this lovely evening sunshine here in the Ardennes Forest. What a place to be walking around with a glass of something wet in your hand, something to eat, and to watch these amazing GT3 cars.
Watch what Bortolotti's going to try to do. He's going to try and get himself ahead of the car, the Lamborghini ahead, before Blancpain. He needs cooperation, but there ain't any coming.
No, just looking to see who's right in front. The next car up the line is car number 27, if my reckoning is right. Looking at the screen, that's it's the 27 Orange Lazarus car, and immediately ahead of that is the number 50 car. Don't forget, this suddenly made a pit stop. The AF Corsa passing the Taurus, Michele Rugolo, Alessandro Pierguidi Ferrari. That was the one that had the flapping flap or whatever it was above the driver's head, trying to work out what was going on there.
Bortolotti getting frustrated. He's going one way, going the other way, trying to distract. And again closes the door, not giving ground to the lead car, and now that gives the Ferrari opportunity to get back. Still! Oh my, I mean,
you do feel some flags.
Grasso Racing must be going nuts at watching this.
While all that's going on, I'm just checking and lapping every bit as fast. In fact, started to close them in a little bit. 7 and a bit seconds down is Rennie Rast in the number 1 Audi in 3rd place. We won't talk of him for a bit, and I think he may close it.
I mean, James Collado now, he's on his feet.
Look at the screen.
Giancarlo Fisichella, they're driving the race. So, can he get through this time? No.
Interesting to know what colour flags are being waved. You have to feel they're blue, and they should be waved very, very vigorously indeed.
One of the issues some of the drivers were talking about was they couldn't see some of the flags.
Another drive-through penalty. You might have heard the other Barwell Motorsport Lamborghini, number 77 now calling through. So a couple of minutes ago it was 78, the sister car. So for Barwell Motorsport, I'm sure Mark Lemon will be hopping from foot to foot, team boss. So that will set both of them back down the order, I'm afraid. But right now we're still looking to see if Mirko Bortolotti can finally get past the Orange One Team Lazarus Lamborghini.
Finally.
Yes, he can. Marco Ciocci behind has got the lights on his Ferrari flashing brightly as he tries to get past as well, but that Orange One Lamborghini has just pulled straight back across his bows, but may now, as often happens, yes, he's just left the door open for him to come through. So huge frustration, but nothing has been lost because they've both been equally delayed by that Orange Lamborghini.
But when you're being lapped, you do the right thing, because what goes round comes round, and the 27 Orange One Team Lazarus Luca Filippi, Nicolas Pulhar, Fabrizio Crestani. Those were the three drivers in that car. Somewhere later in the race they may want a bit of cooperation, and it may not be forthcoming.
No, well, we might have to watch the screens, because that was a lap and a half of obstructive driving, I would say. So last warning for car number 27. We just mentioned car 27.
Yeah,
that was the orange one, Team Lazarus Lamborghini.
And it's done in 41st position.
Yeah, and it's Fabrizio Crestani. So I'm afraid that's possibly quite a black mark against his name. So just to reiterate, car number 77 has been given a drive-through penalty. One of the two Barwell Lamborghinis, but there could be more to come for others.
With a name like that, you'd expect to have it with a glass of wine. Anyway, all over the shop coming out of the bus stop chicane, but Marco Bortolotti still retains the advantage, showing to be just 9/10 of a second. And there's a face like thunder. Caspera, they're wondering, what do we need to do? James Collado, Giancarlo Fisichella, they are 100% absorbed, falling back a little bit, but that isn't really an issue, because sometimes you just need to draw breath. The danger is you could find yourself getting slightly wrong-footed, because Bortolotti's got the momentum. He's got past one of the back markers.
Well, that's passing Latoris. He's going past. He's got past the Porsche. Now he's trying to dive inside. You can see 29 on the windscreen. That's how far that car has dropped down the order from third place.
Marco Ciocci is a loser in this.
Terribly.
For some reason, he just dropped back. We don't know why. Now he's got to get past the Porsche. Then he's got to get past traffic. Okay, just watching the onboard shot. So.
And also, John, it's worth pointing out that was one of the two cars in the national class, and they are not as quick. So the fact it delayed him into the corner has really stretched it out.
Absolutely.
You can see passing Latoris ahead in the yellow Ferrari. Don't forget, these three cars were running in the first three positions until that yellow number 50 Ferrari came in to the pits. Latoris, you can see going over the curves on the exit of the corner as they run down towards Pujol. But importantly, he is between the race leader Bortolotti and Ciocci.
More importantly, passing Latoris, he's not a slow guy. I mean, he has got a car that's got identical performance to that of Marco Ciocci.
And the flap or whatever was up on the roof has now been pushed back down. They had the extra pit stop. It's dropped them a lap down, but the pace is enough. Again, one of the McLarens getting very offline just ahead of Bortolotti. But as long as
that was the 188, I think, the Garage 59 McLaren.
Yeah, as long as so hard for Ciocci. And while he has that yellow Ferrari ahead of him as he goes around the outside of the McLaren, the 188, as you say, started by Chris Goodwin.
Messy. I mean, Chris Goodwin, well, he tried his best to get out of the way. It's a difficult part of the racetrack. And other than somebody going from right to left, which wasn't going to be easy.
It's Alex West at the wheel now. Chris started the car, handed over to Alex West. West, no disrespect, has way less experience than Goodwin.
Now, Marco Ciocci has found himself on the back foot. He's got to find a long way to get through up into the bus stop chicane. Mirko Bortolotti up behind the F Corsa Ferrari. That's a Pro-Am car. Gets across the line, gets the position, clean pass, and still Marco Ciocci has got to find his way around passing Latoris.
Yeah, so the last few laps have been a bit of a nightmare for Ciocci. Just remember, he was 0.3 of a second down, and now 2 and a bit seconds, and I think has lost a little bit more as they went around La Source. So great laps of Mirko Bortolotti. He's just gone past there Francesco Castellacci, who's, according to his screen, in the colour of the window illumination, it says 1-1, 11th place in the Pro-Am class, but the fact of the matter, it's stretching out between
and not
first
just that,
and second.
the two cars ahead are both identical cars, so the straight line performance of the two Ferraris are identical to that of the second place car charging. It's only going to be Marco Ciocci being a quicker car out of Eau Rouge up over Radio that will give the opportunity to find a way through. Otherwise, he needs them to step aside and let him go.
So 0-5 on the windscreen. This is our favourite car in the first hour of the race. Maxime Soulet did such a great job. He's still on board, but he's
in fifth.
In fifth place. He's not very far behind Connor De Filippi. Look up ahead of him. There's an Audi. That's the American racer De Filippi, who's such a great time. Car number 6, drive-through penalty. What for? Track limits being exceeded.
Stefan McElmy, Nathaniel Berthon and Benoit Trullier.
Yeah, Benoit started the race. Of course, for Audi, they've got a Le Mans winning crew split between various cars. It'd be lovely to have them racing together, but it's great for these drivers to get a mix. Now De Filippi really having to work hard. He's behind the bright yellow man filter. HTP Motorsport Mercedes. That's not in the battle. That was the Mercedes we were talking about. Went wide. Maybe he just pulled wide to let them through. And if so, that's a great job. So De Filippi would have said thank you, and well played by the Mercedes driver.
Going back to corner, track limits, Connor De Filippi way wide on the exit of Speaker's Corner. So again. Oh, Bentley on the BMW.
Oh, it's one of the walking horse cars, and I'm afraid that's 35.
Round.
Started by Marcus Paltler. I'm just trying to see if that's in the Pro-Am class.
Matthias.
Yep, fellow Finn racer Matthias Henkel gets it going, but he's really rather in a scrabble of that final corner.
I suspect he got turned round. There may have been a number of cars. Let's have a look and see here. There he is on the inside, so he goes from one side of the track to the other. Mercedes comes up the inside thinking, I've been given the track, and well, that's what you call
optimistic, I think.
A racing incident. So it was the 16 Mercedes, a Pro-Am car, against the 35 Pro-Am car. So it's not like there's I suspect not a Pro car in that situation would be penalised. If it's a Pro-Am car, depends whether there was a Pro or an Am in the car at the time, but most likely it'll be waived as a racing incident.
Yeah, so
Maxime Soulet,
5th place overall.
Half a second,
what he can do.
Just half a second behind René Rast, and that ain't going to be a walk in the park.
Oh dear, we've had a big one.
Oh, massive Ferrari.
Is that passing Latour's car?
Could
Just trying
be.
to work it out.
Massive. Oh, that's big.
And that's to Eau Rouge, and in fact he went off there. After that is, I think we'll be seeing a safety car for that one. We'll go to full course yellow, I am sure of that.
Is big impact at the, well, going through Eau Rouge. The car is heavily into the barriers, and we will immediately see a full course yellow for that incident. Safety car may be deployed.
Well, the
as well.
16 Black Falcon Mercedes coming into the pits. No safety car has been deployed or signalled as yet, so they may be able to run a normal
full course
pit stop.
yellow.
Full course yellow. There
Absolutely.
it is on the screens.
I mean, that
had to come.
Oh, not it was. It should have been thrown the very second that incident was seen, because there is debris all over the exit of Radio. The Ferrari is in a zillion pieces, and we wait and see just if we have maybe a replay of what occurred. Might have been contact between the two cars. Remember that if that is the 50. That was
when it was running, it was the meat in the sandwich between race leader Mirko Bortolotti and Marco Ciocci in 3rd place. We didn't see any preamble. What we saw was a very battered and broken bright yellow Ferrari number 50, joined in the commentary box by our great friend and colleague Allard Kauf. You come in at a precipitous moment in the race, Allard.
Yeah, I walk in and I see a Ferrari in pits. That's not a very good omen for the rest of the race.
They won't ask you back, will they, frankly?
No, Ferrari don't like me. It's good to be here with Wotti, of course.
Good to be back, Allard.
Yeah.
There is that. Just looking to see if there's any damage in the front. Passon Lothoros is out of the car, and he is. That was a heavy hit. Anybody who hits the tire bale, let's look and see if we can. Oh,
very early in the corner, and Ciocci's not close. Where is Ciocci? He's behind. We can't tell you where Ciocci is. We haven't seen him. He may have already made the pass on Latourus, but
let's have a look again. Oh dear me, we didn't quite catch the beginning of it. That car is junk.
Well, it's he hit it at a
Where
place.
is the engine? Where is the motor? Oh, it's in under the wing. So it's the whole rear of the car. The engine is under that perspex, so it is attached to the car. But everything behind that superstructure, the main beam, the front of the car, likewise. So heavy incident. Most importantly, Passon Lothoros was able to step out of the car, walk to a course car, and will return. He'll go to the medical centre for the precursory check over. But everybody else, of course, there is the medical car making its way back up to the pits. But so many teams and drivers having to react on the hoof. So Kaspersky Motorsport, who were in 2nd place, look at the damage. It's going to take a time not just to clear the racetrack, but to whatever the tire bale and the damage, if there is any damage, on board. Can we see what it is? This is on board the Bentley.
It's already been in, because Maxime Soulet was in 5th place.
That's all over. You can see that the incident occurred before the onboard of the Bentley was able to pick it up.
And Allard, of course, always the big concern is all the debris that's thrown across the circuit when that happens.
Yeah, we've seen it in the past with big accidents in Eau Rouge. And I wonder the position where he actually lost it and hit the Armco is, did maybe something break on that car, because it was very early in the corner.
Well, I think we don't know whether it was a driver error, whether it was something that was beyond the control of the driver, or was another car involved. But what we were aware of, and we saw it on Thursday night, was the 22 Nissan was taking a lot of the curb on the inside as he cut across, and I think it is possible, and I think that was the cause of the incident for the Nissan. You get a very rapid car tire being cut down, and immediately you're just a passenger. That part of the racetrack, there is no escape.
I just remembered we had a big shunt there with Alessandro Zanardi, Watty, when we were doing Formula 1.
Yes, we did.
And we had the whole track full of debris then.
Yeah, and at that point, of course, Eau Rouge was a more challenging corner.
Yeah.
I mean, it is still a massive challenge, but it is a less aggressive left and then cut back to the right. But dear Alex was certainly in a single-seater days something to behold. Still is. Still is.
Yeah, the greater the challenge, the more Alex would attack it. Anyone who watched him trying to take a pole lap in Formula 3000 at Po would understand. Or indeed the IndyCar lines he took at Laguna Seca at the Corkscrew. He was prepared to go where few would dare to tread.
Correct.
So, what we have, of course, with this full course yellow caused by Passing the Torres going off there is the car that's gone off, or what's left of the number 50 Ferrari. A very unusual incident on his own, we feel, into Eau Rouge.
And also, just as a point of interest, one of our cameramen that camera is run by one of the senior camera operators, Shami, and he was literally at the foot of the impact. So the shots we're seeing is from Shami's camera. So he had a tale to tell us on Thursday night. He's going to have another tale to tell us on Saturday night.
Oh, he's a shy guy. I can't imagine him wanting to tell us about that. But great to see Thai racer Passing the Torres get out, because that was a big hit, and we were talking about it. It takes several days for the sort of impact bruising to really start to feed through. He's going to feel very stiff on the flight home.
Allard also as a racing driver, one of the side effects of an impact like that is that when you hit something as hard, all your internal organs sort of bounce off your rib cage and whatever else. So it is a massive hit, and it's the bruising that comes 2 or 3 days afterwards. So Passing the Torres, whether he will return home to Thailand or wherever, he will certainly know that he's been in a major shunt.
It's been 2 hours.
Safety car procedure. Accident in the Rédillon, so the safety car will pass through the pit lane.
That's a good decision. It's 2 hours into the race, and it's been frantic so far.
Oh, it's been phenomenal.
Are we watching a sprint race or a 24-hour race?
Well, I call this 24 one-hour sprint races, and I mean, it's been intense. The battle at the lead has been intense. It's been intense all the way through. In fact, that's we've had minor contact, but that incident with Passing the Torres is, that's eye-opening, eye-watering.
Okay, John, one thing I wanted to point out, we might not have picked it up, is that obviously Giancarlo Fisichella, who led the race from pole position, was just so keen in the garage they've stuck him back in that 55 Ferrari. Marco Ciocci, all the cars pretty much coming in, and obviously Fisichella was just saying, I got to get out there because I can't sit still in the pit lane. Well, so they brought him in.
I wonder what James Colado's saying, because I bet you he's itching to get behind the wheel. But what they might do in that case is let Giancarlo go out and do a stint, let everything get reshuffled and sorted out, and then James Collado, who put that Ferrari on the pole position, the 55, of course, a Ferrari on pole position, and let him go and see what he can do.
Yeah, more incidents under investigation. We keep getting messages on the stream. Car number 35 and 15. 35 was the Walk and Horse Motorsport Mercedes. We saw, BMW. We saw that being spun round with Matthias Henkola, and the car that was accused of knocking round car number 15, which
that's
is
the yellow Mercedes.
The yellow Mercedes.
Spun the BMW around here.
Yeah. It was the one started by Jeroen Bleekemolen.
Yeah.
It's good to see the BMW got underway again. So drivers hopping out. It's been great weather here, crowds strewn all around the outside of the circuit, and as you can see, the field bunched up because the safety car is out to facilitate the cleaning up. There would be plenty of debris, more debris than we'd like, or the drivers would like, on the track between Eau Rouge and Raidillon. Big hit for Passing the Torres. Unfortunately, that was a car that was running right up at the sharp end of the field. It then had the extra pit stop because that flap or whatever was sitting up on the roof dropped it down to, I think it was about 38th position, but it was running between our race leader Mirko Bortolotti in his Lamborghini and the 55 Ferrari in second place when off it went on its own, as far as we can see at Eau Rouge.
The other issue that will have to be addressed is we haven't quite seen where the Ferrari impacted into the tyre bale, and it's probably about 4 tyre bales deep there, but there is a solid barrier behind it that could have been affected.
Damaged, yeah.
So that's got to be rectified as well. So this safety car procedure certainly is not going to be withdrawn in the next 10 minutes. One would assume. Let's have a look again.
Well, all you see is the bits of the car. Then eventually you get the remains of the Ferrari spinning round, and Passin's
But
obviously
look
still
how
on board.
fortunate these following cars were, because they suddenly saw a gap closing with the Ferrari bouncing back towards the racetrack, shredding bits of material, carbon fibre. In fact, some of them got clipped. And that has always been an issue at the top of Radio. Drivers, he drove over something there.
Yeah.
Drivers down here at the bottom of Eau Rouge haven't got any vision of what's happening up there.
Well, there's Maxime Soulet in the number 8 Bentley that's running in 5th place, and thank goodness there's actually tarmac on the outside beyond the curb. It gave them space to run wide and try and avoid the debris, but of course at that stage they still didn't know if the broken Ferrari was going to carry on drifting, having bounced back with enormous violence from the tyre wall, but luckily it stayed off the circuit. The debris came across, and then of course the pit lane was busy and continues to be busy as the safety car leads the field around. Those who haven't made a pit stop coming in the middle of the pack there is, it says battlefield on the nose. It's certainly been a battlefield for the last few minutes. That's Maxi Book's Mercedes. It's been such a feature of a race, and on the run down to the first corner nearly was a feature of the race by running on the grass. Hello, that made you draw your breath in.
Yeah, and that's a dark horse for victory.
Absolutely, with Franck Pereira on board.
Oh, here we see
well.
that the restoration of the tyre barrier, and I'm not sure whether there's an Armco or a concrete wall, because I know with the double left-hander they were so fed up with repairing an Armco there because it got damaged. We know if you hit it there, it gets damaged.
I think
they put a concrete wall there.
I think that the Armco days have long gone, and alternative structures have been put in place. Again, of course, you can see now one of the vehicles to first of all remove the Ferrari. There it is, about to be literally dragged, what's left of it, onto the back of the truck. There are other vehicles there that are dealing with the tyre wall. That's got to be put back into place, as well as just the general tidying up of all the debris, and there will be shards of carbon fibre. We keep going on about it, but that stuff cuts you like a knife.
Absolutely. Worth pointing out, of course, if you can see 0-1 on the windscreen, it's not on the Lamborghini anymore, because Maxime Soulet has stayed out. Well, he stayed out slightly longer than the race leader, and now Bortolotti has dropped down the order somewhat into 3rd place overall and made a driver change, which perhaps is the most important element of that, because Andrea Caldarelli has taken over, but Maxime Soulet leading the race from number 17, which was started by Jake Dennis, one of the Belgian Audi Club Team WRT cars. So the order really being given a big shuffle.
Jake Dennis is like one of the Racing Steps Foundation's guys.
That's right.
Who's one of the other Racing Steps prodigies who I think is almost kicked out of the program. Oliver Rowland won the Formula 2 race today in Hungary, but I still think it's a good initiative to get British youngsters up into the higher echelons of motor racing.
It certainly is, and Allard, as we've seen in the last couple of years, GT3 racing, particularly the Blancpain Series, has been where a lot of young racing drivers want to come. Not because their single-seater career is finished, because a lot of them want to do it in parallel, have 2 horses to back, and certainly it gives them a lot of track time and a lot of really good wheel-to-wheel racing.
Yeah, and it's also going back to like it. I mean, when Watty started racing, he would race anything. He would race, Formula 1 cars, Formula 2 cars. He'll race.
Raced at Phoenix Park in Ireland and Dublin, largest
Team manager car 14 is called to race director for not respecting the safety car procedure.
Really? That's the Emil Frey Jaguar.
Well, they've got 2 cars in the race, but specifically for, obviously, not getting it right for Lawrence Fry, Stefano Telli, Albert Costa, XK Jaguar.
Just getting back to that, I mean, the whole motorsport family went through a time that if you were a GT driver, that's what you would drive.
Correct.
And it's more accepted now that you just drive, have bag, will travel, will race car.
But it's so much better that way for all sorts of manifold reasons. But it's also, it gives us, the guys that watch them do all their racing, more and more opportunities to really see them in different machinery. And well, Maxime Soulet leading the race. Belgian racer, so I'd be delighted if he could go on to victory. Far too early to count on that, but he loves seafood. Well, don't we all?
His favourite city is Cape Town. I can understand why. A wonderful city.
Yeah, well, he has been the absolute star of the early stages of the race, and thank goodness we had an onboard camera facing forward on that 8 Bentley, because first of all, he was hunting down the Jaguar ahead of him, Stefano Telli, getting more and more loose as he tried to keep in front, and just been right in the thick of the battle ever since. He's assumed the lead through this pit stop sequence, but of course the safety car at the front now says 0-2 on the screen. So I'm just trying to see.
It's Ortelli.
Well, it's taking another stop.
Ortelli leading.
Yes, okay, because there's 3 pit stops. Well, that's, well, if
that
Ortelli's
car's got to
leading,
do a
that's
drive. This 14's got to do. So,
I'm not entirely sure that's correct, but we will wait and see if you get these sudden readjustments on timing screens. You think, have I gone completely berserk? But what we can tell you is that Mirko Bortolotti was leading at the time that the full course yellow was triggered by Passanatoris' accident at Eau Rouge. Every one of the teams, as you can see, came pouring into the pit lane. The number 14 Jaguar crew for, well, in fact, they're coming through the pit lane because they're following the safety car that's guiding them through as they continue to try and clear up the track. But of course the order has been shuffled.
And Andrea Caldarelli behind the wheel of the 63, the Lamborghini that was in the lead, but it is a mixture of people trying to do pit stops, having also the pit lane as part of now the racetrack to enable the damage done up at the top of Eau Rouge and Radiant to be worked upon without interference of any traffic. So the pit lane is also part of the racetrack. Sometimes people don't realise, but they're staying in what they would call the fast lane. There is the lane on the left of the picture as you're looking at it. That's where, under normal circumstances, the cars would draw in for their work to be carried out.
Now, as they're doing that, John, of course, that's flicking the monitors over to more and more pit stops as the remains of the 50 Ferrari is reversed back.
The whole gearbox gone.
What's left? That might be a shorter list.
Well, buy a cheap motor, mate.
Yeah. But okay, later in the race, we will start thinking there were many more pit stops than they really have. A lot of the cars are now listed having made 4 stops, but effectively they made their second pit stop.
Yeah,
and the rest has been coming through. They've got 2 not regular, but efficient, practical racing pit stops done. But at the moment, it's now listed as 0-2 on the screen. Still say 0-2.
Yeah,
I can't work out how Ortelli's car is ahead. We hope to have him up in the booth later. Maybe he'll be able to explain it to us.
Unless they came in really early. I mean,
there's the Jaguar. Is that the 114 or is that the 14? That's behind the Mercedes.
That's the 14, I think.
Well, there's the 14
It's the
car.
114. Well, let's find out what's happening down in the pit lane. Mirko Bortolotti, star, leading the race, and he's in the pit lane.
Mirko, tell me a little bit about your stint.
Yeah, well, it was quite good. Had a little moment in Eau Rouge at the start, but luckily a good recovery. At the beginning, in first hour, 1 second, just tried to make my pace. Car felt quite okay. The Ferrari was really quick, but I was not really focusing on trying to catch up. Was trying to make my stint as good as I could, following our plan. Then we pitted early and managed to make an undercut at the beginning. Second hour felt really good. Managed to get in the lead, so everything looking good at the moment. Car feels good. We just did our first driver change, so my teammate is in the car now. Andrea is in the car, so yeah, let's see. Still 21 hours to go.
Still a very long time to go, as you said. Now, when are you getting back in the car?
I don't know, now I will get some food, get a little massage maybe, and then I think in 2-3 hours I will be back in the car.
It's a hard life, good luck.
But somebody's got to do it.
But somebody has indeed. I love the way that Mirko described it. Oh dear, we've got a car that's one of the McLarens, 188. We talked about that earlier. The Garage 59 car. Alex West was at the wheel. Hasn't quite made it back into pit lane. But I love the way Mirko just described it as a small moment at Eau Rouge on the opening lap. The car was about 30 degrees out of true.
But Bruce, a racing driver's perspective of an incident from his seat, and what we as commentary or the audience at home or the spectators, they see it from an entire. So you make.
He's got the feel. We only have the image.
He knows what's happening, but he knows he's
running backwards now.
Yeah, they're going to push the car. I think they've got difficulty in actually pushing the car up the hill. It's quite a long push, so there's an opening.
They wait for the.
I'll tell you what's a slight concern. Isn't the safety car supposed to be leading the field round through the pits one more time when it comes out?
That's the real reason, because the line of cars is about to shortly make its way up through the pit lane entrance, and the view would be that there's a vehicle that's going to probably tow it, but there is the safety car
with
and the line of
with
cars.
A mere 60 cars tucked in behind to come into the pit lane.
This is going to be an interesting little scenario, because they're going to enter the pit lane, and there's a recovery vehicle waiting to try and pull the McLaren away,
and they can't see it until they come round that corner. And now they're going to stay on the track. They have to. They've been given
the safety car.
Now, hold on. Soule's got confused.
Yes,
well, why wouldn't he? But of course, he expected Oh, dearie me, when you're just pre-programmed, you know the safety car's not coming in this lap, the lights are still on the roof.
But can the safety car then rejoin the pit lane on the exit of La Source? I think it can.
I would have thought it could. So it should, at the exit of La Source, should be able to get into the old pit lane, or the national pit lane, or whatever you choose to call it. Let's have a look as it goes
Unless
around.
it's all cleared up here.
That's at the top of the hill. You can see where all the cement dust has been put down at the top of Eau Rouge, but of course, when passing the tourist went off, he went down very low.
Car 14.
Oh dear,
Black flag.
car number 14,
Car 14.
infringement we
The
saw.
driver is to come and meet the race director as soon as he stops.
So this is the car that's listed as the race leader, Stefano Ortelli. We'd received notification that it hadn't
something was not
worked
right
with the procedure during a pit stop under the safety car. That is not the car, the Jaguar we're looking at. It's the sister car listed as race leader, but not being led around by the safety car. The safety car is leading the Bentley that has 02 on its windscreen, but with the 14 Jaguar being black flagged to go and speak to the race director, that means the 08 Bentley will go back into the lead of the race. So a strange interlude. Hopefully we get an interview with Ortelli later.
I think an interview with Ortelli would be absolutely de rigueur, but the black flag doesn't mean the car is out of the race. It means that the driver has got to go and talk to race director. It's up to the race director to then decide
Safety
the
car
penalty.
in this lap. Safety car in this lap.
They've done a really good job getting the track and the car, first getting the car cleared away to safety and getting the track prepared to allow this race to go once again under green conditions at the end of this lap.
Good timing to see the number 14 Jaguar, the one we're talking of, and just received a message that he did not go through the pits behind the safety car. He stayed out on the circuit. And as we saw then, confusion from there it is, 01 on the windscreen. That is the overall race leader for Stefano Ortelli. It's a chance to come and meet some of the race officials for the chat in the pit lane. He will be kicking himself. Don't forget, he's no greenhorn. This is a driver that's won Le Mans for Porsche. This is a driver who's won championships for the past 20 years. But he's made a small slip-up, and it's going to really bite them on the bottom.
No, it's not. I mean, it's not Stefano Ortelli who made that mistake. I'm sure someone would have told him, come in now, we do this, we try and gain an advantage. And as a driver, you get that on the radio, you do as you're told.
You do as you're told, I agree.
And so Ortelli will take the blame. But
we don't know what happened. We need that information to be communicated to us and also to the audience at large, and find out from the Emile Frey race team and Stefano Ortelli what happened. We can second guess it, but we don't know.
Well, don't forget, it's 2012, he was a Blancpain Endurance champion, so he knows these cars as well as anyone. That was in his Audi days, but he's really loved racing with the Frey Jaguar team. Sort of trying to, David taking on Goliath in so many ways, but making a really good stab of it. So the car that will effectively be leading the race is that number 8 Bentley, and what we're going to have
The driver
Allard
of car
and John
50 involved in the accident in the Rédillon is okay. He is back from the medical center.
Oh, that's good
well,
news.
That's Pascal Lathoris. That is fantastic news. We think he'll be a bit aching tomorrow, but the good thing is he's got all his elements still with him, and that was a big hit in anybody's book. But we're about to go racing again. We've nearly got to the 2-hour point in the race, about another 15 minutes and we'll be there. But track conditions perfect, all the debris cleaned up, and Maxime Soulet will plant the throttle as hard as he can and see if he can...
No, he won't.
No, he won't.
He's going into the
Why
pits.
did he do that? I was just trying to big him up.
No, strategic
Of course it's strategic.
planning, and it's going to mean that Bentley have realised, they've read the situation, they're going to come in. Will Maxime Soulet now vacate the seat? I think the answer is an unquestioned yes.
Yeah, but of course we know it's so super tight with the regulations. A chance to take an advantage on anybody else, it makes it very, very hard for the race tacticians, the team tacticians, to try and decide what they want to do. But Bentley, we got it slightly wrong in the closing stages last year as the rain came and then it dried out, then it came again, and it ended up with BMW taking the honours. But this year, Bentley trying to really have a roll with the dice early on.
And that should be the 63 Lamborghini. That is technically the race leader. But everything's slowing down. We've got yellow flag again in safety car. The safety car has not come in, apparently, because the safety car
No, it's green. It's green.
Gone
We've got
green now, but it was yellow coming up the straight. It's gone green.
Yeah, okay, we'll look for that 55 Ferrari, the Kaspersky Ferrari. Andrea Caldarelli, as we heard from Mirko Bortolotti, is now in the Lamborghini, and 55 is still in the hands of Marco Ciocci. So we had Bortolotti against Ciocci now we have a change. Andrea Caldarelli looking to see what he can do in that 63 Lamborghini. A couple of cars ahead of him, and then one car between him and the 55 Ferrari that is giving chase in behind. Got to get past the Rinaldi Racing Ferrari and do it quickly. The 455 Ferrari, John, seems to have had the worst of the traffic. Must say the 63 Lamborghini, having been just ahead, has been the car that has a fair bit of an advantage.
Bentley, number 8, making its way back down. Let's wonder if Vincent Abril has taken over from the Belgian Maxime Soulet. So, obviously, the Monegasque resident behind the wheel.
Well, he's had a good season, obviously. They love their victory down at Paul Ricard's. What a celebration for them. Watching them in the closing laps, they didn't know where to look, did they?
Well, I'll tell you what, when the checkered flag fell and all 3 drivers got together in Parc Fermé and did a dance which was just a pleasure to watch. The emotion just overflowing.
Ooh, car 15 gets a 30-second stop and go penalty for causing that collision here in the bus stop chicane with that BMW.
Yeah, with the Volkenholz BMW. Yeah. It was up the inside, and from 2 car lengths back, I'd have to say that's over-optimistic. Look at the traffic coming around the final corner. The Rinaldi Ferrari losing ground. They lost about 2 positions. Just wasn't in the position to get the power down.
Stefano Telli has just got into the pits, and it's been explained to him what he has got to do.
Well, the car's still in the pits because he's still listed as the driver, so
yeah,
waiting for that to rejoin.
Wait, what is that all about? But Ortelli, clearly, he is confused by what has been going on. Is that a miscommunication from the team, or did he misread what was happening? Whatever it is, being consolidated or controlled by a team member before he goes up to see the headmaster. And let's look again. What's happened? Waved yellow flags.
Oh. Well, look who's on the track and who's in the pit lane.
That was the problem. That's where it went wrong.
Well, that's where it went wrong. And John, I'm afraid we gave him a lot of scope earlier, credit that it must have been someone else, but he was the one that failed to see. But all the cars ahead of him came in. So unless someone in the team had said you have to stay out, he just obeyed. He had a little blip there, one would think. And sadly for him, that 14 Jaguar that had been so strong in the early parts of the race, running in 7th or 8th position, now at a standstill, waiting to see when it gets released back into the race, if indeed it does. I'm sure it will.
I would not want to preempt that kind of, I mean, a black flag is a pretty serious offence, and you have to go up and speak to the race director. You would need to be very convincing in your reasoning as to why you didn't follow the line of cars into the pit lane, as was instructed by the flag marshal, standing in the racetrack waving a yellow flag.
I tell you something, he probably didn't see the safety car going in, thinking everybody goes in for a pit stop or whatever, and I stay out. And that's a mistake. But I mean,
that might be his defence.
Yeah,
and he'll do the best he can to mitigate what he has done.
You know, he's still leading the race because he gained a lap through that process. He was able to get around into the pack, and that's why he's still listed. Any moment now, he'll be back with... Well, we wanted to hear from Stefan Ortelli, and well done. We've got down to... Well, we were closing in for an interview with Stefan, but I think he's still waiting for further discussions. Hopefully we'll hear from him later, but I'm sure he'll be massively emotional.
No, I think he would be obliged not to give an interview prior to seeing the race director. That would be an inappropriate thing to do.
Well, we were hoping to get on Stefan coming up to join us at some stage, and we'll still keep our fingers crossed we'll get to speak to the great man, but it's gone wrong for the Emil Frey Jaguar Racing team when it was looking so strong. Let's hope that car can go back into lead the race, and now it is falling down the order because the others have regained that lap, and it's Andrea Caldarelli leading the race from 55, which is now in the hands of James Collado. This is having Fisichella. You know, I think they flicked the wrong switch in that because it hasn't made a pit stop since. We saw Collado in the back of the pit garage.
It would have been a surprise to put Giancarlo back in when you got James Collado sitting there all ready to go, fresh, you know, and James Collado was the man who put that car onto pole position. So I would expect to see something stellar once this track is now, it is green up, from the Englishman, who I didn't realise was half Portuguese. I thought he was half Italian. Slightly embarrassing moment, but there we are. We have moved on.
Southern
James
Europe.
Collado.
Southern Europe, what? Southern Europe.
Southern Europe, more or less. Anyway, James Collado behind the wheel, and he knows what he needs to do. He's currently, according to time and scoring, 0.8 of a second behind the lead Lamborghini.
We'll enjoy that. Our timing screen, we're just looking to see, finding on the screens. Yes, bit further back than we thought. But anyhow, 2 more cars being pinged for drive-through penalties. Car number 11, the Kessel Racing Ferrari, which was started by Michael Pronachevsky, track limits, earned their drive-through penalty. And car 911, we saw that in problems earlier in the race, one of the 2 Herbert Motorsport Porsches. Pit stop time violation. Every time you have a scramble through the pits, someone seems to drop the ball.
Car 14 can go on track. Car 14 can rejoin.
Well, that's fantastic news that the Emil Fry, Stefan Ortelli-driven Jaguar can return to the circuit. I'll be fairly sure they'll put another one of their driver roster on board, either Lawrence Fry or Albert Costa.
I have no doubt they're not going to put Stefan Ortelli back in at this point. He needs to get away, just get his head sorted out, relax, change, put on a fresh set of overalls, underwear, have something to eat, rehydrate, calm down. And then once he's gone through that process, his time will come again. It might be in another 2 or 2.5, 3 hours. And by that stage, he might have even come up and had a word with us.
Yeah, well,
I wouldn't hold your breath on it, but you could do.
Yes, that might have been his plan before. Let's see if the Monegasque racer will honour us with his presence. But what we can tell you is that there is the number 14, another driver being, well, a driver being loaded on board. I didn't see who it was, but I think we have to surmise it won't be Stefan.
The car is dropping by the second. It's now 38th. And it'll be 39th for very long. We're waiting to see once the car rolls the transponder.
It's still all telling. It's going to drop onto our 3rd timing screen. We have 20 cars per screen.
That's
what we can tell you at the top of our
41st,
timing screen.
42nd. So they're doing a full service pit stop, and there we go. So 14 is rolling, and we're still waiting for confirmation as to which driver would have taken over. Still indicating it's Ortelli, so they have not. Somebody has not switched over the transponder.
Okay, Costa's taken it over, so that's the answer. Albert Costa taken over. But I just want to tell you, car number 8, our race right in the thick end of the race, is on a final warning now. That's with Vincent Abril. He's down at 28th, but he's had 1 more pit stop than some of the others. Well, for track limits, as is car number 27.
They're not all down to Vincent Abril.
No,
he might have
he's
just
only been there a few laps.
It's the car again, so we need to keep reminding it's not the driver, it's the car. So Maxime Soulet has had a couple of warnings, and then Vincent Abril has gotten in, and the car now is the last warning for number 8 and car 27. Likewise, that's the orange 1 Team Lazarus Lamborghini, likewise on final warning.
That looks more like Stefan Ortelli.
I was going to say, Ortelli going back in the car.
But it's Albert Costa. Their helmets are incredibly similar.
Yeah, but Albert Costa, he didn't know what was going on, so he got the call and suddenly he has to run and jump in the car.
So it's a tricky thing, trying to keep a driver ready to take over at any instance.
Stefan is
didn't know how long the stop would be. But
Stefan Ortelli, deep in discussion. Emotional to boot.
Stefan has a face that's emotional even in quiet times. He's great for the camera, but now this is the battle that really counts, the battle for the lead of the race. Andrea Caldarelli. Oh, dear me, that switched the Audis.
Missing a wing,
the rear wing?
Missing a left rear wheel.
Jamie Green
in car 17, that's the one with the yellow flashes, and not quite the car it used to be.
No, and it's facing the right. That's coming out of Bruxelles, and the car somehow or other has ended up facing the wrong direction, minus its rear wing, and he's gone, yes, you can just see the wing on the grass, that dark item. So, is there suspension damage as well? Hard to tell from that. We need to get the telephoto to zoom in and give us a better view.
Although we're only 2.5 hours on the way, one of the stars of the early hours for me was
Sector 2, by the way, is under yellow flag.
Is Johnny Adam in the Aston Martin. I think he did a sterling job.
But Johnny Adam is a pro driver.
I know he is.
And the Aston Martin, that is a really good car. Damage to the front of the car. Looks like he's nosed and tailed it coming out of Bruxelles, and can he get the car rolling to get it back to the team, to let them get it into the garage, begin that process. Still 21.5 hours of this race remaining. Long days. There's the car that was really out of position in terms of its Pro-Am category, that was fighting inside the top 7, top 8 for the first 2 hours or more of this race.
Well, of course, it's not Johnny Adam at the wheel anymore. He's handed over to the Turkish racer Salih Yoluk. So Salih doing more and more racing around the globe, often in partnership with you and Hanky, the British racer, British GT Championship, and more.
Just
Full
seems
course yellow in 10 seconds.
Full course yellow. They can't get that
5,
car rolling.
4,
No, I think it's the left rear that's a skew.
Full course yellow now.
So another chance for the team managers to earn their corn, to decide what they're going to do. The second full course yellow, this time not for a major impact, but a minor one for the 17 Audi. Jamie Green at the wheel, and he's tumbled out of the top 20, and as I look, he's going further and further down the screen, so he'll be out of the top 40, I would reckon. He's 28th at the moment as he makes his way, well, nowhere. He needs to get going again. He'll be right down towards the tail end of the field. Can that make it back under its own steam? The fact it hasn't moved yet means no.
Absolutely. So there we got one of the vehicles that cannot get access to the car. It needs something more substantial. I think what they can do is they can pull the car back behind the wall, but then to get the car back to the team in the pit lane is a secondary issue. There are our leaders, and I don't think actually it's smart to be that close at this stage in a full course yellow.
No, take a bit of air through your vents, that would be the answer, but I think...
but I think also there's a need to be an equidistance.
Yes.
You're not meant to be running on the gearbox or the rear wing of the car that, in this case, is your principal challenger for the lead of the race.
No, I'm sure James Collado will get that message. He'll be passing his pit wall gantry any moment now as they go through the final corner of that. Andrea Caldarelli leading the race in that 63 Lamborghini. Right behind, quite hard to see, is that 55 Kaspersky Motorsport Ferrari that started on pole position. The pole position earned by the driver on board at the moment. But at the moment, he seems to want to attach himself to the back of the 63 Lamborghini. Now he's looking up the inside.
The issue is Caldarelli running slower in terms of the delta speed than James Collado believes he ought to be doing. Is that the reason? He's trying to give him a hurry up, in other words. What do you reckon, Allard?
I reckon you're right.
I hate to say it.
Well, extraordinary circumstances as we wait for the 17 Audi to be cleared up. You can see the full course yellow, the flashing yellow light on the gantry on the right-hand side of the screen, the waved yellow flags from the marshals, in addition, as they go past the national pits down the hill towards Eau Rouge. Eau Rouge is where the first full course yellow that turned into a safety car period was triggered when passing the Taurus went off. This time it's because Jamie Green has gone off and his car is not moving on the exit of Bruxelles. The 99 BMW in the pit lane, taken the opportunity to come in. That was the car that Alexander Sims was delayed in when he had a problem right rear corner just as soon as he took over the car after the first regular pit stop. The car had been started by Maxime Martin and raced really well in conjunction with Maxime Soulet in his Bentley. And now the safety car has moved ahead of the race leader, needs to pull in front of the black and green Grasso Racing Team Lamborghini, and does precisely that. You can see all the cars running at a fixed speed around the circuit under full course yellow. If the period goes on beyond 10 or 15 minutes, the safety car will be called back out again. But this time, John, the good thing is the fact there isn't any debris scattered out onto the circuit.
Safety car procedure now.
And now the safety car, of course, takes over from full course yellow, as we've seen.
Yes, the full course yellow gets everything into control, and then the safety car then can take over. As I say that,
take over, we have...
Martin Haven's going to take over from me, and I'm going to have a short break to refresh myself so as I'm fighting fit.
Well, it's great because Martin's been champing at the bit to come and join us in the commentary box, and there's a chance to have a bite to eat. I will go for my supper later, but right now, second safety car period, and the field, of course, are bunching up all over again. But importantly, it means that the first two are nose to tail with each other. There are no cars between them, so when the safety car releases the field, when this incident is cleared up, we'll be able to go racing very soon indeed. And in fact, we can't see the 17 Audi, so it has been moved away from its position at the exit of Bruxelles, so that is good news indeed.
No, it's still there. Bruce, it's still there, and that's...
But it's further back, though. It's been moved away from the position where it was sitting with its nose facing up the hill.
But if you can't get it moving, he's out of the race.
Correct.
So
well, it's missing a wheel, so he's kind of out of the race.
The left rear, I think, was very.
And that was an odd-looking incident. It looked like, I haven't seen a replay, it looked like from the time marks he come out of Bruxelles and just
lost it.
Curb and spat him off, and all the way down the hill backwards, which is an odd place.
Unless that left rear broke, and
Well,
and
we still need to find out what happened with the number 14 Jaguar, and we've caught up with with Lorenz Frey.
Lorenz, now what on earth happened there with Ortelli in the pits?
Sorry.
What on earth happened there with Ortelli in the pits?
Yeah, unfortunately he passed not the pit lane as he had to. He got it by the radio, but he didn't hear it. I think every team talked to their drivers, and there was just no radio communication. And he saw the cars in front of him are pitting, and they weren't. They all had to pass through the pit. That's why we received the stop and go penalty. Really, really hard for us. Now from top 10 we were fallen back to 45, something like that. So now we have to rejoin from there. The race is still long, so we are fighting back to hopefully get further and further more in the front.
Now, was this a miscommunication, or do you think it was just the wrong information?
No, I don't think there was a miscommunication. The communication was given. I had the radio on from the engineers, but he didn't got it in the car. So I think because of so many people are talking at the same time that the radio channel was not open to him, so he couldn't hear it. So we talked even twice to him that he has to get through the pit behind the safety car, and he didn't got it in the car, so he was by his own. And the marshals he hadn't seen, and he saw the other cars in front of him are pitting. So really bad luck.
Yeah, unfortunate. Thank you for letting me know.
Thanks very much, Dakota. Talking to Lawrence Fry there, running for his family team. Of course, Stefan Ortelli was so well placed in the Jaguar. This does seem to be the story of this team and this car. They have great speed. We see them race after race feature well, and they always seem to have something that trips them up. But this time, not to hear a communication from the pits. We'll have to work out why that happened. But what we don't always know from the quiet of a commentary box, or the relative quiet, Allard, is just the sheer amount of radio traffic a driver has to listen to.
Yeah, but if you give him an important message like that, you want, you say like, can you confirm? Like confirm you've heard this, and this is a big time screw up, basically.
It is. It's rookie stuff, isn't it? That can cost you races. You look at Bentley last year, should have won the race, and if they hadn't incurred any of their 5 penalties, might have. But the penalties have been thrown out like confetti. Track limits, come on. It's not a 10-lapper in the Formula 4 Festival. We're 3 hours in, and some people have already had 2 drive-throughs.
Yeah.
Each driver's earning their own drive-throughs. Come on!
Well, the drivers, when they got here for the briefing, they would be told how many warnings they have until they get to the final warning, and we saw a lot of not AM drivers, drivers, at the end of their first time in the car, up to their final warning.
Well, they will always push
transgressed
it.
And gone. Of course they will, but this is very early in the race.
Yeah.
And then you get the Joker element, but
But the big question
is...
is...
still leading the field around. Can they stay on the track behind the safety car? Of course they can. But in the heat of the battle, and it has been a fierce battle from the very start of the race, but
End of safety car procedure at the end of this lap.
Okay, good to hear. That message from race director Alain Adam, safety car in at the end of this lap. And of course the drivers following it, which is Andrea Caldarelli leading around because the 17 Collado car. They look for the lights on the roof. They don't have to rely in this instance on their race team to give them a radio message. Of course, the team will give them a radio message, but the surefire thing is to look at the lights on the roof. If they go out on the safety car, it is pulling in. They're still flashing now, but they only go out towards the end of the lap. The driver
end of timing sector
knows.
2, which will be just as they get between what used to be Stavolo 1 and Stavolo 2, which are now Campus and no longer Stavolo.
It's Paul Frere now.
Paul Frere, but I think the only journalist ever to finish third in a Grand Prix, Belgian hero,
and
I think he deserves it. Exactly so.
No, absolutely. But we've got a corner here that doesn't have a name, and you're looking at it there.
Yeah.
So why change the name of a historic corner like Stavolo, which was a corner named after a corner on the old track because of the local town? Why not name an unnamed corner in honour of Paul Frere? I mean, it's not particularly that the corner was naturally his favourite, I don't know, but...
and I wonder how many people actually call it Paul Frere corner.
Well, John does, and it's now on the map as Curve Paul Frere, so we now have to go with that. Right, there you go.
The good thing is the lights are out on top of the safety car, so with just over 2 hours gone in, 2.5 hours gone in this race, we are going to go racing again. There's been some fierce action, but at the moment it's Lamborghini leading from Ferrari, and quietly in third place, the number 1 Audi in the hands of Nico Müller. René Rast did a great job early on, and Nico will need to close in. He's only half a second behind the Ferrari, so that really gained during that whole sequence. And
that's another
three manufacturers very close at the front.
Really, really strong lineup in that number 1 car, isn't it? Nico Muller's absolutely no slouch. Got René Rast and Antonio Garcia. So here we go green. And it will be Andrea Caldarelli who leads the round. James Calado in second. Nico Muller, the first of the Audis, in third. Franck Pereira in fourth. Raffaele Marcello in fifth spot, just dropping back a little bit. And what you notice actually when you look at the leaderboard is no one manufacturer is dominating the top 10 or the top 20 at the moment. We're looking at the end of the first hour, 9 different manufacturers in the top 10, 10 in the top 11.
I tell you what's absolutely fantastic is the fact that if you look at the lead half dozen, there are only about 1 or 2 cars interrupting their flow, so they haven't got to get past loads of people who are already a lap or even 2 laps down. This is very much the rich meat at the front end of the race, but Caldarelli hanging on at the moment, seeing what he can do as he tries to keep ahead of the 55 Ferrari, driven by James Calado. So it wasn't a case of Giancarlo Fisichella going in for another stint. We had Chiocci doing the second stint, and now we've got Calado in for the third, and he needs to atone. He dropped his Ferrari at Le Mans and was absolutely gutted. It could have been a great finish in GTE Pro, but he's had the first marker, which was pole position, and now he's going to see what he can do. As the sun starts to, well, there's still plenty of sun in the sky. It's not low, it's coming into our faces in the commentary box, and hopefully not too much into their faces out on the circuit.
A lot of the drivers were saying that they were going to single stint their way through the rotation, and then when it started to get a little cooler, darker, and hopefully settle down a little bit more, they'd start to go into double stinting.
Well, you don't, the way the rules are, you don't gain anything by double stinting tyres, or so you might as well change tyres, and when you change tyres, you might as well change driver.
Well, unlike the 24 hours at Le Mans, there's no tyre restriction. That means you have to double or triple stint the tyres. You can put new tyres on every time you stop for fuel, so you can do a driver change, or you cannot. But
the only one who will double stint, probably most of all his stints, is Bortolotti.
Okay.
He just wants to be in that car, and he is blindingly quick in that Lamborghini.
Well, let's face it, he is the crown prince in Lamborghini racing. He can do what he wants. He delivers time in, time out. Doesn't matter what the circuit is. If the car's quick, he's got a chance, and he does put it on pole. He collects poles as if they're going out of fashion. Didn't this time, but started at the very sharp end of the grid. One car we haven't talked about too much is that McLaren with its special race livery chosen by the team and designed by a member of the public. What an honour to have a car in your... Well, I thought you might pipe up at that point. But what an honour. There it is. It's orange on one side, black on the other. Oh, how long did that take to design?
It can only be done by a Dutchman.
Well, it's easy for wrapping as well, isn't it? Straight down the middle, there's your centre line, off you go.
I mean, McLaren, the only manufacturer not in the top 10, really. That's a bit of a shame. They will be there hopefully later in the race, but looking at all the cars and all the manufacturers in the top 10, it's not just that they are close on speed, but also it's not one that is really fast down the straight and the other one is really fast right. They're pretty even.
They're very small margins. John was talking about the Porsche being good at the end of the Kemmel Straight, seeing the cars go up that now, but what we're seeing is just before they got to Eau Rouge, Calado was suggesting he might take several lines through the corner. He's doing all he can to unsettle Caldarelli in the lead of the race. Keep him on his toes.
He was weaving down the straight like it was getting ready for a restart, and yet they're at
They'd
full
already restarted.
race pace, which makes you wonder, are the Ferrari's front tyres just not there in the first lap or second lap even, as they are now off the safety car? And did he have a little bit of a worry when he got onto the brakes at Les Combes the first time round?
Well, he's got ABS, just slam your foot on the brakes.
And that doesn't always work, though.
Well, we talked about the Porsche a short while ago. Let's hear from Kevin Estre with Dakota.
Kevin, now you started the race. How was your stint?
Yeah, it was good. It was quite tough. We started with old tires, and the first stint is every time a bit difficult. The track temperature was high, so it was not easy to drive, but I could maintain the pace and be on P3. We lost a bit of time in the first pit stop, but now we're back in the game. The pace was from Lawrence was good now, so I think we're looking okay.
Are you where you want to be at this stage in the race?
I think we are now with P7, just with the safety car just behind, like maybe 4 seconds behind the lead, which is a good place. We don't need to be first, we just need to be there. We need to know that we have a good car, and I think we have, so I guess we are good now.
Do you have any strategy?
go fast.
Well, strategy is to survive and survive the night, be there, have no scratch on the car, and to be able to attack in the last 6 hours.
Let's see how you go. Good luck. Thank you.
Thanks to Kota talking to Kevin Estre. I thought he was going to fall for that one and say, well, our race strategy is the following. But I tell you what, to have a crew in that 117 Porsche of Kevin, Michael Christensen, Lawrence Van Tor, not a bad lineup.
No, and you talk about race strategy.
Here we go, Collado out of Eau Rouge.
It's just go, flat out. That is what, of course you don't want to scratch on the car. Of course you want to be there in the morning, but you have to go as fast as you can. This, like what John said earlier on, it's a 24-hour sprint.
Absolutely, John described it as 24-hour, 1-hour sprints, but Collado is treating it like a 2-lap sprint at the moment. So he tries to hunt down the race leader, but Andrea Caldarelli holding on in that 63 Lamborghini as they go up in the wonderful evening sunshine to Les Combes. And then right in behind, we haven't talked too much about Nico Müller in that number 1 Audi. They weren't really anywhere in the top. They're about 4th and 5th in the opening hour. There they were, and they built them up. We lost the number 2 Audi from that overall running at the front end. The number 2's fallen back down the order a bit, but at the moment Nico Müller's looking very comfortable in behind.
And he's jumped the gap away from the chasing pack, so it's now a lead trio, and he's now hooked onto the back of James Collado.
Yeah, and just worth pointing out, just in case you missed it, we had just heard from Kevin Estre in the number 117 Porsche, 7th place overall at the moment, there or thereabouts. There will be more safety cars, I think you can bet your bottom dollar on that, and it's how they scramble. They lost time in their first pit stop, otherwise, don't forget this was a car that was running 3rd in the first into the race. It's got the pace, not maybe the pace of that Lamborghini though, that was so strong in the first hour of the race, as was of course the 55 Ferrari that led by a dozen seconds in the hand of Giancarlo Fisichella come the end of the opening hour. It had that break on the opening lap after Mirko Bortolotti so nearly dropped it going through Eau Rouge, and that bunched up the field behind slow moving number 48 man filter.
Now that's the
second Motorsport Mercedes.
Second problem for that car, they got tagged into a spin, didn't they?
Yes.
And who's at the wheel of that car?
It's Kenneth Hare to start
Kenneth
with.
Hare. He started it.
He's falling down our screen. He's probably on the screen down here now.
We're looking for number 48 on our screen.
Oh, no,
that's 28. He was in 28th position. 48 is Assenheimer.
Ah, yes.
So it's Marco Assenheimer. So Patrick Assenheimer, rather. So that has all the hallmarks, a bit of a mechanical issue. And the fact that it's moving means it's not electronics and it hasn't run out of fuel. The fact that it's moving slowly suggests maybe that he's got a bit of a flappy paddle gearbox problem. And that might not be a quick fix.
It may not indeed. Looking at the 84 Mercedes.
Good news
now that's
Pereira at the moment at the wheel. What a crew they've got.
That too is starting to creep up. So we've got sort of a lead quintet, because the number 50 Mercedes is now down to 6th place. It's now, I think, Vervish in the Audi, 3, 4. No, Vervish in the Audi hasn't got by, but the 84 Mercedes is creeping up to this group, and in fact, Andrea Caldarelli now is starting just to ease a fraction out of James Collado's reach. And I think maybe the way Collado almost got down the inside out of La Source last time round gave him a bit of a wake-up call.
Now, you touched on something a few laps ago when we saw Collado weaving past the national pits on the downhill approach to Eau Rouge. I think he's getting some tyre problems.
Yeah.
You wondered if he was getting the heat in quickly enough after the safety car period. His last lap was, just looking at it there, half a second down the race leader, and it's so close at the top end, he's soon going to come with a huge presser from Nico Müller. Number 22 there is in 6th place overall, Frederik Vervish, Belgian driver, would love to come through and see what he can do, see if he can get on the podium here, but getting in the right location in the evening sunshine here at Spa-Francorchamps.
And he's got to try and get past Edo Mortara in that Mercedes, and that's not going to be easy either. Mortara's on a bit of a roll at the moment, isn't he? Had a really good last couple of race weekends, and Mortara never want to give up a position if he doesn't have to.
991. Drive-through car 91991. Pit stop duration.
Okay, that is the speed lover portion, and that's one of the national category cars. That's the all-Belgian crude car. So pit stop violation. Talk about race strategy. Race strategy, as John said, is just go flat out.
Yeah.
This is, Indy 500. This is 400 miles. Stay on the lead lap, then you've got 100 miles to try and sort out how you're going to win the race. Here, in the last lap, you're going to try and sort out how you win the race. But the only strategy now is don't get penalties.
and don't get lapped. Because, of course, that has a factor if we get the safety car back out again. But right now, James Collado has managed to close right in onto the tail of Andrea Caldarelli, who's leading the race in the 63 Lamborghini right behind Fisichella. Come on, Fisico, give us some emotion. He's given us plenty sitting in the garage in the early stages of the race when Marco Ciocci was gambling, trying to get up past the Lamborghini to lead the race. But now Collado is in behind. Nico Muller in third place. Then in fourth place, you could just see the orangey gold Franck Pereira-driven HTP Motorsport Mercedes. He's got one back marker between himself and the lead trio, but I think looking at the fighting form that car has had, particularly in the hands of himself and Maxi Buch, it will find its way past before long.
Yeah, the back marker is that HTP Motorsport Mercedes, is the Mercedes of Assenheimer, isn't it? He's a lap out of sync with these guys, and the problem here is he's not a GT4 car, he's a GT3 car as well. He's every bit as quick as every other car around him, potentially. So, you know, you might be 4 or 5% quicker or 1 or 2% quicker. The fact that he's a lap down doesn't make him slow, and it doesn't mean he has to get out of your way either. So that throws in all of those additional little issues to deal with as well.
But a factor always after a safety car period, you don't have the race leader interrupted by back markers. It gives you a handful of laps in which they can go about their craft and be attacked from those behind, but at least they can just focus on trying to pull clear, not trying to work out how to get past a slower runner.
That's a good little battle with is it Raffaele Marciello?
Marciello, yeah.
And Laurens van Toor and Frederick Vervisch in the Audi. And it's for...
Oh, so it's Marciello in the
Marciello,
Mercedes,
not Eden Mortara,
no.
But Marciello has been so impressive since he crossed over from what was GP2, now Formula 2, and he just got stuck in. And some drivers just strike you as real scrappers, and he's one of those.
Isn't that one of the delights of having such a successful sports car global scene at the moment, is that all these drivers that otherwise would be lost to us because there's nowhere to go after GP2, GP3, suddenly we get to enjoy them racing. Oops. And
BMW.
It's one of the Walkenhorst cars, and I think that's number 36. It's not the one we saw going around earlier with Matthias Henkola being tipped into a spin. It's the sister car. But yeah, we were just talking about this before you came up, Martin, actually saying how great it is. These aren't drivers who've given up on their single-seater aspiration. Oh, there we go, just rounding. That's all your own work.
Now
I can see another drive-through coming up here.
Well, there hasn't been one for a couple of minutes, so you're probably right.
Actually, let's talk about that quickly, because I spoke to Jean-Marc Gounon and I said, where's Jules? Because I've commentated on Jules racing but never met him.
Yeah.
So I met him and we were chatting away, and Jean-Marc was saying, the deal always was 1 year in single-seaters to get you used to speed, then we're going sports car racing, because there's no future. A, I can't afford to pay $25 million to get you into Formula 1. B, there's no future in Formula 1, so we're going sports car racing. He said it's exactly the same with the Rally and Panis. 1 year in single-seaters, out.
Actually, Jean-Marc slightly forgot it was 2 years, but also the hard thing for shifting him, Jules was second in the French Formula 4 Championship in his first season, and then he ran in European and North European Formula Renault, so he had 2 seasons, was quick, but Jean-Marc is someone who fully understands the racing and where things go. Don't forget, he should have got properly into Formula 1. He was so strong in Formula 3000, but wrong team when he scraped his way in.
Wrong team, wrong place,
I mean, it's like Jeroen Blekemolen. He said we do 1 year of Formula 3. If we win the championship, we're in the train into Formula 1. If we don't win it, we go and do something else.
But look at the racing now. That just shows how good it is. 5th, 6th, 7th. So close. This is what we're talking about. These are all drivers who don't necessarily know each other as well as they might if they're all in the same championship all year. But as the sun gets lower in a beautiful sky here at Spa-Francorchamps, it is super, super close. We've got Marciello ahead of Fred Vervisch, and then Laurens van Toor, who was a couple of years ago the man in the Blancpain Series, seemed to be able to do no wrong. Of course, you look at him, you think he's still got those 4 discs on his chest. It's Audi, but of course it's now Porsche this year. He's really back to make his mark.
Battle for 6, Ferrari trying to go the long way around the outside. That didn't quite work, but that's always a bold move at Piff Paff, trying to get around.
Yeah, but Raffaele Marciello, as I said, is made of stern stuff, a lanky Italian, and he holds on in the Mercedes to 5th place. It's very, very tight at the front, but not so far behind the front. 5th, 6th and 7th, as you can see, with Fred Vervisch pushing on really, really hard in the number 2 Audi, right under the rear wing of the Mercedes. looking to find an advantage, as we said. No back markers immediately in front of them to give one a helping hand or perhaps a hindrance. You never know when you come up on back markers, but it's fantastic clean racing as we have Mercedes, Audi and Porsche really duking it out at the top of the hill.
With 10 customer Audis, only 3 customer Porsches in the field. Very small presence from Porsche, 2 from Herbert Motorsport, and that one from the Timo Bernhardt run team. You know, that's having a really good run at the moment.
Well, that's a dark horse for the victory, that car.
Well, we've just been talking about the 90 Mercedes. Let's hear from one of its drivers, Michael Meadows.
Now, Michael, Raffaello's doing a brilliant job. He hasn't done a driver change yet. Who will be in the car next?
It's me next for a double stint. He felt quite fresh after 2 stints, so he wanted to do a third one, so more than happy to let him do it. He's fast enough.
Fair enough. Now, what does it feel like driving a Mercedes instead of an Audi around this track?
Feels better. It feels a lot more fun. The car's really stable, good on its tyres.
Drive-through
really nice
penalty, car
We just lack a little bit of straight line
and
speed,
77
but apart from that, it's a great car to drive.
track limits.
And you have such a strong lineup with you and Eduardo and Raffaello. Are you made to win this?
I think there's about 20 cars that can say that, so I don't want to jinx us, but we've got a fast lineup, good team, good car. So if we make no mistakes, we're in with a chance. But we're 3 hours into a 24-hour race, so I don't want to get ahead of ourselves.
Good luck, thanks.
I suppose it was only a matter of time before Michael Meadows would end up in a Mercedes, wasn't it?
Yes.
Only 20 cars, he reckons, in with a shout.
He's trying to make himself feel better.
With 36 in 1 second in free practice. I think there's definitely more than 20. And it's probably when we get to the end of this and everybody's, looking at writing their reports, it'll be the story of the teams who gave away a shot rather than had it taken away, because with the racing so close and so intense, actually the drivers are starting to pay a little bit more attention to track limit penalties now that so many have been hit.
Well, as you heard from Alan and Adam, we had 2 more crews hit with the drive-through penalty. The orange one, Team Lazarus Lamborghini, number 27.
It's the second time, isn't it?
I believe it is. And also for the second time, another Lamborghini, which is the Barwell Motorsport 77 car. That's their yellow one. So the race director and stewards being tough but fair. And it is for these drivers to stay within the margin. I think it was a great point, Martin, about how the fact it's so hard for these drivers to eke out an advantage. It's almost impossible for their crews to find them a strategic advantage in the pits, and that is the beauty of the balance in GT3 racing. You see all the different manufacturers at the front, but it's for the drivers, as you say, not to throw it away. And a drive-through penalty, how many hours of racing does that undo? More than a few.
Exactly so. You're scrabbling to find a couple of hundreds on the car in front, and you continue run over the track limits trying to do that, and you give away half a lap.
Well, I tell you what, it is entirely that. We reckon driving through from pit entry to pit exit it's not a stop and go, it's a drive-through. At the pit lane speed limit is about between 1 minute and 12 seconds. There's a whole gaggle of cars came side by side past our pit window.
Just came 3 wide past us in the middle of the field.
It's funny when it stops, you're talking, you're looking at the timing screens, looking at the monitor in front of us, but then you get the gaggle. And past it goes. But certainly this gaggle has kept us enthralled for a handful of laps now, and certainly Raffaele Marciello, it seems to be slightly, we're talking half a second his advantage, and over the Audi behind, the number 2 Audi, and biding his time in 7th place. You can see 07 on the windscreen.
Oops, a little late on the brakes, little moment for Marciello there, going into the hairpin.
Yeah, just a short moment ago I thought he was just starting to find an advantage, but certainly Nico now have Fred Verbisch right under his tail, way closer than he's been as they go down the hill towards what we call Pouhon, but is now called Double Gauche.
Well, it was always called a double left at Pouhon in English, and you sort of call it that. And again, unfortunately, Pouhon has sort of vanished. At least they're not sponsors' names coming in instead.
No, that came in many moons ago. I came here for the Spa 24 Hours, I reckon in the late 80s, and about 5 of the corners have been renamed, and there was rebellion in the press room.
Yeah. Well, wasn't Rivage first named Brook Laddie or something, and then that got changed back to anyway.
Well, I said earlier, like Brussels was called Luxembourg.
Yeah.
But anyway,
we've got 4 different classes of cars all running on the same bit of track here. The national class Porsche staying out of the way.
That's as tight as the opening lap, isn't it? So this is where they really have to be close and really careful. Fred Verbisch will be thinking, is this the moment to make a move? But he knows if he gets slightly wide, he'll be pounced upon. Lawrence Van Tor in the Timo Bernhardt, Porsche will jump on him. He's staying in behind. Oh, that Morgenhorst BMW has not helped Fred Verge, but it's certainly helped Raffaele Marciello. It might be a small gain of half a second or so, but that is how tight it is in this battle for 5th place. And for now, Marciello hangs on, and Fred Vervish, who was half a lap ago, closer than he'd been for many laps, has now lost everything he's gained. And in fact, even with the BMW getting in the way of Lawrence Van Tor, it has suddenly, instead of these cars being covered by 0.4 of a second, it's possibly, 1.5 seconds. It's nothing. Yeah. That is how close it is in this past 24 hours. 3 hours gone, or very nearly 3 hours gone, and the racing has been absolutely fantastic.
Well, that opens up a tiny little gap to what's that, half a second margin, and suddenly there's clear air between the two of them. And that could make a difference to the Audi. Just trying to creep back up to the Mercedes. And again, we've got Pro-Am cars, we've got the Pro class, we've got the Am class, we've got the National class cars, all trying to share the same track. Apart from the National class cars, those 3s cars that aren't exactly GT3 spec, everything else is basically the same, and the speed differential comes from the nut loose behind the steering wheel, and that's one of the great things. You've got this vast entry, and it's not multi-class, it's sort of multi-ability racing almost.
Yeah, and just in behind that grouping, we've been talking about 5th, 6th and 7th, but 8th place is not so far behind, and Clement Schmidt in the 75 ISR Audi has worked his way onto the tail, and as that gaggle, that trio has tried to get through traffic, he's latched onto the back. But talking of latching on the back, 0.6 of a second was the gap between 1st and 2nd. It's still Andrea Cordarelli leading the way from James Collado in the 55 Ferrari. Advantage Lamborghini at the moment, but not getting away, but not able to make a move. Certainly Collado looked fighty, but we were worried about his tyre wear. He really seemed to be struggling for grip a few laps ago. Now he's settled down.
If those two stay away, as 188 stops for fuel, if those two stay away, what we will then start to learn is how their performance graduates through the course of a stint. The Lamborghini seems to have just a tiny fraction, and here we're talking about 2 or 3 drops of extra performance somewhere over the Ferrari, but Collado can close back up. He's got the benefit of the slipstream. He's trying to stay out of the turbulence some of the time to allow some cooling air into the brakes, into the radiators, keep those temperatures. Yeah.
Oh yeah, well spotted. So out of 5th place, he'd been the head of that train of cars. Who else followed him in?
Quite a slew coming down the pit lane. So who's come in? 75, Clement Schmidt has come in that ISR Audi.
Well, he was in 8th place. He was just catching that trio, making it a quartet. Now, is this going to be, who's going to win, who's going to gain?
43 Stracker racing car. Johnny Kane has come in as well. So they all immediately vanish off our top screen and disappear down the order.
I just want to point out, not so long ago we were talking about Jules Gounon. He's in the top 10. Yeah. He's in 8th place overall in the number 25 Audi Sport. Well, it's a Team Santalot car entered by Audi Sport. So that was started by Marcus Fingerhoff. Jules Gounon at the wheel at the moment. So yes,
he won 2 races last weekend in
at Zandvoort.
Zandvoort,
yeah. Were you there?
Oh, 1. No.
Now look at James Collado in this Ferrari, all over the back of the Lamborghini again, and he's in a perfect position, Allard. He's got no one behind him and only one car in front of him, and as a driver, you can call the shots then, because you know when you're going to go and where you're going to go. You can work out where the guy in front is slightly weaker or slightly stronger than you. He just has to watch his mirrors and defend his line.
Yeah, for the race leader, it's a bit like being the runner on the outside lane in a 400-metre race. You can't see your rivals until you sense them coming up on you on the home straight. You've got to pace it yourself. Now there is a back marker, not so far ahead of them, but that's been the first one they've caught since the safety car released them. They should catch it maybe by the end of this lap, but it's certainly going to be a factor. So Andrea Cordarelli will be focusing on that. James Collado is just focusing on Cordarelli.
And James Collado is biding his time because he catches up with him. He's there. He looks relaxed. He doesn't look on the edge, over the edge. It's almost like, I follow you, mate. After you. You know,
well, he's waiting for the mistake, isn't he?
Yeah,
he's trying to force the error by being right behind him. See again, Caldarelli there in the middle of the road defending. Yeah. Collado could stay right over to driver's left, and Caldarelli's in the pits. Okay, so now how long before James Collado comes in? So race leader comes down pit road. Standard, straightforward stop, no major dramas.
Well, we heard Bortolotti say they came in early for the undercut early in the race, so that's probably a couple of laps James can still be out there.
Yeah, well, that's the result, absolutely, of that. And when you make that early call, it does affect your calls later in the race. Of course, you've got a time, it's about 1 hour and 5 minutes, but for most of the crews, but some an hour. So there is the race leader, still says 0-1. The orange one team, Lazarus Lamborghini, comes in, whether for a drive-through or a pit stop, it seems to have a few of each. But Andrea Caldarelli took over from Mirko Bortolotti, is clearly staying on for another stint, for a second stint, but 0-1 on the windscreen will not be shown next time around.
We talked about the 75 Porsche, that's the Timo Bernhardt run car, which has also just stopped for fuel. But their team manager's been summoned to race direction as well, so I'm not quite sure what's going on with that. James Collado having another weave down the hill as he goes by a Lamborghini. Yes, so there is your new race leader.
Yeah, with Caldarelli coming in for the pit stop, about to do the double stint as his predecessor, Mirko Bortolotti. He got going, then he stopped there for a second. So as the car coming in, of course, we couldn't see that from the first part of the shot, so he lost half a second or so, but better than pulling out, having a clash, getting a penalty.
Now that's interesting, because there was a pit stop shot about an hour ago from behind a Bentley, and there was the team manager in front going, no, and the Bentley was going, nearly ran the guy over. No, all you can see is out the front. Don't do stuff like that.
Yes, in fact, just ahead of the two Bentleys, because they were in the pits together, the yellow one, the Christa Johns car, in fact, the one right there, and the other, there was an Audi sort of out of position in front of them and sitting across, which would stop the one ahead. So these pits, we've got 63 cars to fit in the pits. It's relatively tight, not super tight, but you do have to behave. You do have to believe the man with the lollipop. Now, new leader in Pro-Am is car number 18, which is one of the Black Falcon Mercedes. This is slightly out of sequence because we're just hitting a pit sequence where drivers are coming in, but
second in Pro-Am is the Aston, isn't it? The 97 car, Sally
took
Yolick.
that over. But it is all changing in effect. We expect the Yolick car to go back into the lead when these pit stop sequences
and look behind
shuffled through.
In the 89 Mercedes, former British GT champion, 488 Ferrari in fourth place, another regular British GT driver, and Johnny Adam, of course, also in that number 97 Aston Martin, another former British GT champion. That's again one of the great things about Spa 24 is the kit's the same as all the national championships. Teams and drivers all aspire to come here. Race leader is in.
So
right on the hour.
Right on the hour, and that's James Collado coming in the Kaspersky Motorsport Ferrari that's been a regular feature at the front end through the first 3 hours of this race. The 63 Lamborghini has made its pit stop. Andrea Caldarelli stayed on board, is back out. Track conditions will not have changed. And one of the chasing Porsche just going past us in the pit lane, so everybody is having a go in the pits.
And of course the Lamborghini will benefit from this because he will have his fresh tires, go fast now, so the gap should be bigger by the time Collado goes back on track if he stays in the car.
Well, the question is, when you're in this situation, if you're running that Kaspersky Ferrari, if you're doing the strategy, do you stop 2 laps earlier to undercut Caldarelli and do that, have that outlap on fresh rubber, or do you go, no, there's still 21 hours to go, we'll worry about that tomorrow afternoon?
Yeah, exactly, and you don't want to be, you don't want to outsmart yourself, and there's going to be safety cars, there's going to be other things that are going to come into play.
Mist,
so
accidents,
now just go with the flow. I mean, the biggest thing here is that awesome long pit lane. Gee, it's so well, you go, from the bus stop to up at Radio. I mean, it's an awesome long way.
It's over a kilometre, 1 and a bit kilometre, just over a kilometre, and it's a time. If you're standing and count for 1 minute and 12 seconds, which is the time it takes to run through, plus the pit stop, it must feel like minutes, not seconds, as they go through. And of course, when they double right and they go down through the inside of La Source, then all the way through the national pit lane, it goes on and on. But for the 63 Lamborghini, it's been a very strong race. Andrea Caldarelli staying on board.
There's the Ferrari. Let's look at the top of the hill for the Lamborghini. Well, he's not there yet, is he?
No, he's just come out of the final corner, just gone over the start-finish line. But it's such a long point until that Ferrari can get to the white line and release. Going round La Source now is the car that was leading the race. I think the Ferrari, even though the pit stop looked fairly controlled, could pop out in the lead, but he isn't on the track yet.
He is.
Now he's releasing it. Where's Caldarelli?
There he is, coming down into Eau Rouge. Think of the speed that Caldarelli's got on board. He's doing 160 miles an hour. James Collado probably not yet doing 160 kilometres an hour, has come out in front though. So the lead at the moment has changed. and that worked okay. He got by the car in front in the Lamborghini, Andrea Caldarelli, so he is now in second spot, but his tyres are a lap in. He's got heat, he's got feel, he's got confidence. Calado's going to have to rag the Ferrari now on his first lap out of the pits, but they have affected that lead change, and there's the number one car. So the Lamborghini got between the cars that were second and third, but it didn't get in front of the car that was second. So a change in the order of our top three, but it's still the same three guys going to duke it out, Allard.
Yep, and did the Lambo have to wait for someone coming into the pits when it was released?
Fleetingly, but it wasn't enough to make that difference.
And so, but the pit stop was slow, because this is pit stop different.
Yeah.
The Ferrari, you know, the timing is better. You watch our timing screen, see if they have to use a joker, because they can use jokers if they go under the 2 minutes, what was it, 13?
Yeah, but if you start burning those out 3 hours in and you've got 20, you know, you might need them in the last couple of hours.
You can't time the
last
second.
hour, can you? No,
you can't time the second either. That's just luck in it.
No, it's a stopwatch, Allard.
What we're seeing now, gentlemen, though, is the fact that the Ferrari hasn't yet got the full heat, and the Lamborghini is closing right in again. The gap has, I'd say, halved since they got to the top of the hill at Les Combes. And let's see how close it is on the start-finish line coming round to the end of the lap. The Ferrari in front, that's the important thing, but what is the gap going to be between them? Well, you're looking at about 1.5 seconds, I reckon.
What we saw for the last 30 minutes was the Ferrari stuck behind the Lamborghini. Now the question is, will the Lamborghini be stuck behind the Ferrari, or can Collado just start to creep away?
Okay, wind it back to the opening hour of the race. Yes, Giancarlo Fisichella in the Ferrari was given a break by the 63 Lamborghini getting sideways at Eau Rouge at the first attempt, but he kept on pulling clear because Mirko Bortolotti had to fight the challenge of Kevin Estra's Porsche. It was always there or thereabouts, but I think the pace is with the Ferrari. I think you've got a good point there.
So he may well, and in fact these guys, as you can see in the window of James Calado's car, he's actually still only in 6th position, because our leader is the number 5 Audi, and that is currently being driven by Dries Van Toor. So that's the almost Le Mans winning lineup of Fessler, Lotterer and Van Toor. And the question is, with Ben Trellier in the number 6 car, why did they not reunite that Audi trio in one car?
It seems too good to miss.
I know, it does.
But they didn't go for it. But of course, the order is out of kilter at the moment, because those pit stops. In second place, we got the Nissan, number 23, with Lucas Ordóñez at the wheel. Third place, Vincent Abril, but of course that was slightly out of sequence as well. So the Monegasque, one of the trio that won the Paul Ricard 1000 not so long ago, up into third place overall, and then
we've
number
got
18.
That's our Pro-Am leader now. He's 4th overall before the pit stops. There you go. There goes the leader, or the leader to be. Picks up, or gets by a back marker. Look at that now. See, that worked really well for James Collado, and all the time in his head he's calculating, am I going to get to him? Am I get to him? Am I get to him? Yes, I'm going to get to him before Pouon, and I'm going for that gap, and I've got to get by, because he's then going to hold up the Lamborghini, and that gives me 2/10 or 3/10 or 4/10 of a second. And that's what you're doing for 24 hours.
Exactly, that just shows how close it is. You can't afford to sit back and think, I'll get him half a lap later. You've got to see the instant, but you've got to measure if you've got just enough to squeak up the inside.
Lucas Ordóñez, the race leader in the Nissan. There's Vincent Abril right behind him. The Bentley sliding off the turn. Interesting, wasn't it? We saw the Bentley climbing the hill in the first hour, pulled out of the slipstream of the Jaguar. Oops, pulled back in, haven't got enough speed. Jaguar hadn't reached VMAX. Oh, and there is the Jaguar.
Is that 14 or 114? I can't
Come
see.
on, it's
a 114.
That's 114. That's too much, curse the commentator.
Yellow flag turn 5. One car stopped on the left-hand side.
So that's car number 114.
Exit turn 5.
Exit of Les Combes at the top of the hill. So that's unfortunate. Christian clean.
So he's clattered the curbs, and the car's come down not 4 square, I would have thought.
Oh, it stopped.
Yes, it has stopped, and he's still facing the wrong way, and they want a lift.
No, he's stayed facing the right way, but
he is facing.
He hasn't got to the next part where he start going downhill.
Yeah, okay. So we will have local yellows there, but that's very exposed, because look, you're blind coming. We can see, because we're above the driver's top of his head, not of his eye line. And this is from the Audi, isn't it? This is the battle for what will be second, because the Lamborghini, the Lamborghini is right behind the Ferrari, and the Audi is right behind the Lamborghini as they go by the 777 Team HB racing car.
I suppose James Collado was really conservative when he got to the yellow.
Yeah, and do you know what? You're quite potentially going to be the leader. You're the first one in this group that gets there. Yes, you're going to be conservative. Better to give away a second than to run into something or someone or some penalty.
Especially when the cameras are trained on your car. There is no escape, is there? When the TV director has you in his sights, and as he should, the first three running very, very close together. Well, when I say the first three, effective first three. Leading the race at the moment is Lucas Ordóñez in that 23 Nissan, but he owes us a pit stop sometime soon.
Well, Bentley second and third at the moment. Vincent Abril in 8, ahead of Stephen Kane in 7. And then in 4th place on our timing screen is the number 6 Belgian Audi WRT car. That's the Nat Berton driven car at the moment.
Oh,
yeah. Slow vehicle across the top of the track at Les Combes. And there is your 2nd place Bentley.
Maybe he was off the track and just a camera angle thought we were.
Well, he cut across the track. You can't go from off on one side to off on the other without getting across the middle.
Well, Les Combes is where it's happening at the moment. We had the 114 Jaguar spinning a lap and a half ago with Christian Clean on board, clattered the barriers and is stationary. It got it facing the right way, but then pulled off on the other side of the track, the left-hand side from the driver's point of view, before the course goes downhill and to the right.
Now we're behind. Which of the Ferraris is this one? My identification in a glary commentary box isn't helping. 188.
It's 188, which is McLaren actually. That's the one that we saw stopped at pit entrance just before the safety car came around with a mere 60 cars trailing behind it.
Bentley went through anyway without any dramas. That wasn't 63 that just came past underneath our window.
Should be
it
should be the team car, 19.
Yeah. And there is your race leader, Lucas Ordóñez, in the 1 car for RJN. How heartbreaking for the guys that worked so hard to get a 22 car that was wrecked, replace it with their other car.
It's still going, it's down, it's Struan Moore driving at 57th, so right at the tail end of the field, but crashed in the first few laps.
Yeah, all the same,
But yes, just being told it wasn't. I thought we'd seen it spin, we'd seen it at the side of the circuit, just being told it was a fuel pump problem, so, well.
But it's running again.
Hey, sounds like old school racing. The message in my ear was fixed at roadside. So well done, driver at wheel of car. Hammer strapped to door. Great work and great. Thanks for the buzz in the air, because when you don't catch what happened in an instant, you see a car at the side of the circuit, particularly in the opening few laps, you presume it's been given a push or just gone on a rotation on its own. But 22 is still going. So for Bob Neville and the boys, well done indeed. But their sister car is leading the race.
Yeah, by 3 seconds from Vincent Abril, 3.1 at the moment, and further back Stephen Kane is...
But they're all way out of sync on pit stops, aren't they?
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, you know, we've had 2 full course yellow and safety car periods already. And of course, we saw some guys coming in really quite early for their first stops as well. So they'd short fueled the car a little, or just weren't quite up to scratch on their calculations.
Well, the car that's really gained out of that is the 7 Bentley. The 8 Bentley we saw running around 6th place with Maxime Soule providing the fireworks. Guy Smith started the 7 and it's picked its way up the order. And obviously with Stephen Kane at the wheel, it's near the sharp end, but we feel it's going to be hauled back when reality hits and its pit stop sequence becomes apparent, but certainly it has gained in these early stages. But 23 still leads the way around the circuit. How soon will that come in? How soon will the effective race order be rejoined?
However, if you have 2 cars like the 7 and 8 Bentley, you might as well split them a little bit. You know, and you got 2 cars.
You might as well run them 1-2. Yeah. That's where you want to finish.
I know, but you might split them like strategy-wise, Martin. Like, you know, have one come in a little early, so you're a bit more flexible on the overall result.
And don't forget, of all the cars that made an early pit stop, it was number 63. But still at the very sharp end. Bortolotti was the first of the front runners to make a pit stop.
Kane safely through. Abril safely past the Falcon Horse BMW. I thought for a moment he was just going to change his mind about whether he thought the door would stay open. And that's one of those things, isn't it? You know, when you get a huge field like this, cars that you don't necessarily regularly race against, and you're coming up behind somebody and you're going, is he going to stay out? Is he going to stay out? You have to commit at some stage, and sometimes you then go, as the gate closes.
And with the track as packed as it is for the Spa 24 hours, you have to be right on your tiptoes, right in your A game. So just looking down the order, let's have a look at the moment who is leading the way in the Pro-Am class. In fact, they've now slid back onto the next screen because, again, we're slightly out of kilter. It's still the number 16 Black Falcon car. In fact, not so long ago, it was a sister car, the number 18 Black Falcon car, but that called into the pits, and with Abdulaziz bin Faisal, it is down just two places further back. In
just seen that come up on our Sky. Now, remember I was saying that the Team Bernhardt Porsche had been summoned to race director. Unsafe pit entry, which means presumably at the last minute he cut across the no man's land between the track and the pit entry road, and so that's a 3-minute hold. Leader in. So Ordonez is out.
That's them for the race.
Well, it is. That is. Yes, that's my choice in the sweepstake for the race. Right, there we go. Enough about that. But yeah, I mean, we talk about losing a second here, a second there. 3 minutes. They are going to have all their ducks run.
It's a whole lap.
It is a whole lap.
Right, now that's the number. Which Audi is that that's just come down the pit
one
lane?
that was leading.
No, Ordonez is in, but which Audi was that?
Was it
number 6?
Stop and go penalty, 3 minutes to car 117, unsafe pit stop. Stop and go penalty, 3 minutes to car 117, unsafe pit stop.
Now that's worth reiterating, this is not a drive-through penalty, this is a stop and go. It's a whole lot worse.
Yeah, absolutely. The Audi, by the way, was Nat Berton. He was the car that was in 4th place. So these guys, along with Vincent Abril and Stephen Kane, have not stopped in sync with the guys that we were watching in lead, Collado, Caldarelli and Muller. And so they're working up the order. So there is 117, just looking at the back of that Timo Bernhardt team car. Well, is it funny, all these young Porsche juniors, Timo Bernhardt, Mark Lieb, and Audi guys, retired now. We're still going.
Yeah, well, Lawrence Vantore is going to have to come in for that 3-minute stop-and-go penalty in the 117 Porsche, a car that really was looking very good as one of those cars that should be in the mix when you get to the final reckoning, should get through the night, should be able to take a tilt, but unfortunately for them, their axis is tilted off the vertical. They've got that 3-minute stop-and-go to have, not to look forward to.
They need luck with a safety car, get the lap back, and then another safety car, and then anything is possible, but you need a lot of luck.
Well, that's the problem then, isn't it? You know, there's a bullet missing from the chamber, and you need a lot of luck to get 2 laps back, and a 3-minute hold will cost them actually almost 3 laps. So that's because just driving through the pit lane costs you half a lap. So that could be a really major hit. It will be a really major hit.
Yeah, I think nearly 2 laps, not nearly 3, because they're lapping at 2-minute 23s at the front end. Tell you who's lapping fast, 2-minute 21s last time around. It's Andrea Corderette. No, it's the car in front of him.
James Collado.
221s. We haven't seen laps that fast. They were happily running at 223s in clear air. So really, really moving. 0-1 on the windscreen, leading the way in the Pro-Am class. Back into front in that class is Ewan Hankey now, just taken over from Sally Uluk in the 97 Aston Martin, 22nd overall, just gone ahead of the number 16 Black Falcon Mercedes. And but that car has pace.
You saw the top 5 in that class, nose to tail there, as you say. He's just got by the Black Falcon Mercedes to take the lead. Here is our current race leader, Vincent Abril. That's why 0-1 is flashing.
Yep, he's got an advantage though of a mere 16 seconds over his teammate, so we won't see 0-8 in the background, but 0-7 in the background, but 0-8 is the better placed on the track, the better place in the pit sequence of the M Sport Bentleys. And of course, this was a team that was so desperate to win last year and had every opportunity to do so. I can't think of a 24-hour race that's had such a tumultuous final hour and a half as last year's. There was so many twists and turns. You do have races that have drama in the closing lap.
Drive-through penalty to car 8 exceeded driver stint. Drive-through penalty, car 8 exceeded driver stint.
I was about to talk about how things chop and change. It's changed as we were trying to make a point about the number 8 Bentley. Oh, drive-through penalty X. My notebook is going to be absolutely full.
So hang on a minute, does that mean how many laps before Johnny Kane stops should he have stopped? Has he just gone by at the end of 65 minutes?
No, it's Vincent Abril who's leading the race.
I know, but Johnny Kane is right behind him and has done the same number of stops. So is Johnny Kane now going to run into Stephen Kane going to run into that penalty as well? In the second Bentley, in the number 7 car.
No, I think the number 8 our Bentley was unlucky with that safety car.
Yeah, but you get one lap grace if you should have stopped at the end of a safety or in a safety car period if your last lap in is too slow. But if it's in the beginning of the stint, there's no excuse. You know what the time
Beginning
is.
of the race, yeah.
You know what the time is, and you know how long he's going to take to get around a lap. That's really, I mean, especially after all the penalties they picked up last year, that's really, really tough.
Especially if you know who's doing all the calculations for those cars.
Be interesting to know by how much they've exceeded their time. Are we talking a few seconds or are we talking minutes? But anyhow, from the lead of the race, Vincent Abril, well, it's been plucked away.
Yeah.
Or they've thrown it away.
He's come in for his stop, and so too has Stephen Kane. You can see the driver change about to happen for both Bentleys. Did they come in on the same lap? They can't have done, can they?
Well, the nose to tail.
8 car must have come in before.
Must have been in. No, 7 must have been in before.
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry, yes. So 8 must have been in before because they've stopped at the same time, but 8's gone too long, so it must have stopped earlier than 7.
Yes.
Or, because 8 had exceeded its time long enough for the race control to be notified and put the message up and make the announcement.
Hey, but I'll tell you something else. We're 3 hours and 20 minutes into this race, and you've already got a penalty for exceeding a drive time. That is an achievement by itself.
Hold on, let's wind it back. Let's wind it back. Was it Abril's stint or was it the one before? It's had to be long enough for them to notify.
I think it's the one before.
Could be. Meanwhile, our race leader is the Kaspersky Ferrari, as it was in the first minute of the race.
So for car 8, that was above the driver's stint. The driver's stint is normally 65 minutes. We are giving 5 minutes more for the safety car procedure that we had, and he's still 16 seconds above it.
Wow, so they
see,
had 5
safety
minutes.
car.
Alan Adam, thank you. I don't know if you're actually listening to every word we say, but thank you very much for that. So 5 minutes over, that's 2 full laps. I mean, that's... Meanwhile,
and he was given 5 minutes grace, and we're still 16 seconds over.
The McLaren has pulled up at the side of the road, and that is...
That's the black and orange one.
That is the single worst place you could possibly stop, because if he just crept into the pit lane, they'd have pushed him down to the garage. Nobody's going to push him all the way around the lap, I'm afraid. That car, unless he can control alt delete and get it started again, is going to retire with the team looking on, helpless from the other side of the pit wall.
Well, he's exactly opposite his team because they're at pit entrance, all the McLaren crews.
Right, so number 8 is back out, but has to come back in for a drive-through penalty. You can't serve it with your pit stop, and the only time to take it is immediately, in the same way that there's no better time to buy anything than yesterday, rather than today or tomorrow. They've got to take that now, take the medicine, and just get on with it. But at the moment, James Collado back in front. And by the way, he has opened up the margin over Andrea Caldarelli from 3/10 to 5.5 seconds in what's about 8 or 9 laps. So Collado, as we saw at the beginning in the Ferrari, there's first, there's second, the green and black Lamborghini. He has got the pace to stay away.
And the McLaren we'll see on the right-hand side of the screen. Oh,
Still there.
Is Ben Barnicoat in the number 58 McLaren. Just do a bit of tidying up, one of the Stracker Racing McLarens. But as you say, his crew can see him, but he's on his own. So is that the 58 McLaren having made its way across? No, it's not.
No, it's not. That's another McLaren. That's the Chris Harris car, I think, isn't it?
That's the 188 Garage 59. Yeah. That's the one we saw stopped at pit entry
earlier in the race.
Okay, so whatever the problem was that had them stop at pit entry, they've had the car in the garage, it's back out onto the circuit, but shuffled its way down to the very tail of the field, and John Watson is back.
Yes, but are you aware of the tale of woe that Chris Harris has had?
No, let's have it, John.
Because prior to the race getting underway, Chris was hanging around at the back of the garage, and a team member from a Formula 3 team was walking by holding a rear wing, and he managed to clip Chris at the back of the head as the 58 McLaren trying to restart just literally in front of the commentary booth.
Creeping past us, and it's come to a stop about, what, 3 metres, 2 metres from the start-finish line. Now it's rolling backwards, but anyhow, Chris was clipped on the head.
Yes, he got a gash just at what you'd call the nape of his neck, and he was taken to the medical centre, stitched up. He then was able to drive, but literally, I think within seconds of getting into the car to drive, he had an off, which I don't know whether you were able to see or not.
No, we didn't see it, John.
Maybe not. Okay, there was a minor incident. It wasn't a big deal. Anyway, I just happened to catch Andrew Watson and some of the Straka people and got filled in as I was coming back from having a light supper.
God, just imagine, you know, in a race suit it can be pretty itchy at the best of time, but if it's rubbing on stitches on the back of your neck, the collar doing that. Anyhow, that 58 McLaren is still stationary, just inches, well, a couple of metres away from the start-finish line, but out on the track though, the battle still keeps going on. 55 Ferrari leading the way from Andrea Caldarelli by 6 seconds now, and then 1 and a bit seconds further back the number 1 Audi. But this battle with 8th, 9th and 10th, nose to tail. In 10th place is Dries van Toren, the number 5 Audi at the back of that pack. The car in front of him is Marcus Winkelhock, back for his second stint in the number 25 Audi. Just want to point out at the corner of my eye, as I am about to name the car in 8th place, which is Michael Meadows. We heard him talking earlier. The 58 McLaren has got going, had just about reached the last source hairpin, the first corner of the lap, but he's got to go the whole way round the lap until he can get back to the pits, hoping the car will hold together.
I was just picking up on screen, there's a stop-go penalty which has just been removed for car 117 for an unsafe release.
Hold on, more to the point, drive-through for car number 8 has been suspended.
Yes, that's just...
And that was the 5-minute...
that was a drive time.
That was a drive time infringement. Anyway...
Keep an eye on the timing screen.
The most important thing, we've got a motor race.
We have.
And there's a battle for the lead. It's now 7.1 seconds. Ferrari leading Lamborghini, and the number 1 Audi with Antonio Garcia, Nico Muller, René Rast.
As the battle for 8th, 9th and 10th comes down out of La Source to Eau Rouge, looking fantastic. On the right-hand side of their point of view was that number 58 McLaren trickling past the national pits, I'm afraid. Having got it going on the start-finish line, Ben Barnicoat is clearly on a tick over, and it's a long way to go on a track with gradient. Will he make it back to the pits? And who will go into 8th place overall? At the moment it's Michael Meadows holding on, but no, he isn't, because round the outside goes Marcus Winkelhock. Sorry, that's Dries van Toren. He's got ahead of Winkelhock and now ahead of Michael Meadows. So it's Mercedes between the 2 Audis, and this is indicative of how close it is in the Spa 24 Hours. This is 8th, 9th and 10th going at it as though they're 1st, 2nd and 3rd.
Well, what we're only coming up to 4 hours into this race, 3.5 hours to be more accurate, and these guys have still got a lot of, you know, they're going racing. I mean, talking to Andrew Watson, just to give an indication, he did, I think, a double stint in his car. He said it was hard work. You know, the heat, extra heat. McLaren isn't the easiest car. At the minute, they've got to resolve whatever those issues are. But it's doing a double stint is not an easy task.
Yeah, we were talking earlier about how a lot of the drivers are going to do drive-through penalty car 22 pit stop time violation. That is the other Nissan, the one that had the problems and had the fuel pump issues that had to be sorted. So many teams taking a bit of a tumble, and certainly pit lane even busier than you'd expect. 0-1 on the screen, that is the car leading the national class, but it's either 0-1 or 0-2. They're the 2 cars running in the subclass, if you will.
I think that car currently looks to be in 26th position. Nevertheless, we're up the hill around Blanchemont, and, well, we're coming up to 8 o'clock in the evening. Now, what's going on? A little bit of a bobble.
So Michael Meadows working very hard. He just told us before he got in the car, speaking to Dakota, when she said, we're used to seeing you in an Audi, how's the Mercedes? He said better. He needed all of its handling there to keep that on the island. And what you can see, though, is having gone in front, Dries van Toren's rocketing clear in 8th place, and now Meadows having to fight very hard indeed to keep the 25 Charger behind him, which is Marcus Winkelhock.
Yes, and Dries van Toren is trying now to hunt down Johnny Kane in the 43 McLaren, which has got itself pretty well up the order, and that's a testament to that car and their drivers.
Sorry, I just want to explain, correct myself. I thought I was looking at the national class. That was the leader
of the AM class.
Yes, AM class.
That's why I said it's in 26th position. Look at this, a bit of defence from Michael Meadows, having to have the Nissan rolls once again down the pit lane. So we cut away just at the critical point to see what was on board. This is interesting. Leaving the pit lane.
At the wrong place?
I don't know.
Bit of variety, keeps them on their toes. So nearly 3.5 hours gone in this race. Now certainly the sun is more of a factor for the drivers. You can see as they get to certain points on the circuit, it is low in their eyes when they get to the top of the hill, because the sun will be down behind the Ardennes forest in about half an hour's time, maybe an hour's time. It's just coming up to 8 o'clock in the evening, but when you get to see a driver's face fully illuminated, you know that they're able to see very little.
58 off.
Well, it hasn't made it the whole way around
It's
the lap.
off the track.
He's got a quarter, about a third of the way around the track. Is that just on the exit of Les Combes before it ducks down towards
Brussels, I
Bruxelles?
think. It is at Brussels, I think.
Well,
that he stopped. I mean, it's downhill for a long way from.
But he did the uphill bit, which is the tricky thing. Rob Bell started the car.
I think it's not their year with that car, is it?
So 22 penalised for a pit stop that was too short.
Well,
so you got a 95 or 133.
And it's not just
seconds.
about getting out on the track and going as fast as you can and doing what the drivers say, not getting a scratch on the car. It's about not messing up. It's about knowing the rules. We had Stefan Ortelli not hearing his radio, didn't understand the rules because he didn't get the message. He has dropped the 14 Jaguar from really being right in the meat of the battle. And we continue to see drivers violating track limits and other mistakes in the pit lane, and that at the moment is what's really sorting the order. It's whittling it down.
Just to clarify it for me, Christian Klein, in the 114 Jaguar, as I was making my way back, I'm hearing that he had also had a moment off track, or has he got back on? Currently he's 10 laps done. I don't know whether he's still running. I don't think he is.
I think that car is still up at Les Combes, where he turned right, spun into the tires and stopped basically at the right-hander just after.
Okay.
And they were trying to lift that car off the track, so I think that is the end of that Jaguar.
It's a shame again, the sister car with the 14 was the one that was really showing the pace, but such is the way the order is changing here. If you're at the tail end of the top end, you could definitely be working your way forward. 0-7 on the screen. Don't see McLaren's at the sharp end of the race, but it's about to be
what I'm keeping an eye on is Tom Blomqvist making his way up, coming up to the tail of Michael Meadows in the 90 Mercedes. So Tom Blomqvist in the 98 Rover Racing BMW, as Michael Meadows runs wide, pushing very hard.
We've been looking at this battle, John, in 8th, 9th and 10th, but I just said McLaren not really in the reckoning, but ahead of them in 7th place is Johnny Kane in that 43.
I pointed that out about 5 minutes ago. I don't know whether that's an overlap, that's the only thing. Whether they've done 5 stops, so I assume that's on merit. That's a very good effort, because the car is not easy, and particularly down through Eau Rouge and up over Radio, it's hanging on.
Well, 97 has been the star car, the Aston Martin. Ewan Hankey leading the class, the Pro-Am class, in 19th place overall, but he's only 0.7 of a second up on the chasing number 16 Black Falcon Mercedes, and it's Marvin Kirchhofer at the wheel of that. So it's really tightening up. In fact, 4 of them nose to tail pretty much in that battle. 3 of them for Pro-Am honours, just at the bottom end of the top 20, but it's Aston Martin leading the way from Mercedes, and for variety, another Mercedes. So really tight, but Aston Martin with the bragging rights. So the sun going low, leading the race at the moment is James Collado. But let's go back and take a look at the highlights in the first 3.5 hours. The tension really mounted. Beautiful afternoon, not too hot, about 22 degrees, slight humidity here in the lead up to the race, the 24 hours at Spa-Francorchamps. 63 cars getting set to go out and play, and it was the 55 Ferrari starting on pole position. A 63 car field, just think about that, and 36 of them covered by the fastest second when it came to qualifying. One slip and you'd lose a load of positions. So let's take a look at the start. The pole man, Giancarlo Fisichella on the right, and in 5th place, Maxi Buch on the grass in the bronze-coloured Mercedes. That lost him a position or 2. Look at the slip and slide from Mirko Bortolotti in 2nd place. How he caught that Lamborghini and kept it on the island is anybody's guess, but that allowed Fisichella to escape. Maxi Buch working really hard in 6th place in his Mercedes, and then a lot of drivers getting a bit out of shape. That's the 888 Ferrari at the top of the hill at Les Combes. Some fantastic onboard camera positions carried around the circuit. We saw a lot of the Jaguars. They were right deep in the heart of the top 10. In the final corner of the lap, catching quite a few drivers out, as they got close after the fast flowing curves, a chance to really hit the brakes and see what positions could be gained. The team's trying to look at what tactics they could use, but one of the first pit stoppers was 63 from second place in the race, Mirko Bortolotti coming in. Not all the drivers changed at the first round of pit stops, and look how close Fisichella came to hitting the pit wall on the entrance to the pits. And again, at the top of the hill at Eau Rouge, we saw some drivers running wide, but certainly the Kaspersky Motorsport team has been going very well indeed. The Herbert Motorsport crew have had problems with both of their Porsches, but a much worse problem for the 99 BMW with right rear wheel problems. And Maxime Soulet carrying the onboard camera has been absolutely fantastic in the number 8 Bentley. But Mirko Bortolotti, John Watson always likes to say he's the driver who doesn't blink. He's the driver who doesn't make mistakes. Had that wonderful save at the opening lap, but then he had the Kaspersky Motorsport Ferrari getting closer and closer behind, and it really has been a story of these two cars at the sharp end of the race. Bortolotti not happy with the back marker hindering him, and nor was Giancarlo Fisichella, who'd handed over to Marco Ciocci. Certainly he could not sit still in the pit garage. And then we saw bits of the 50 Ferrari and then the 50 Ferrari coming into view at Eau Rouge, passing the Taurus, having a peculiar accident there, and we're delighted to say that the drivers seem to have missed most of the thing. But best of all is Passan was fine. He got out of the car, was checked up, and very quickly after he went to the medical centre, we were given all clear. He'll be very achy. The car is clearly out of the race, but we are delighted that it was no worse than that. Wonderful weather conditions here at Spa, but the 50 Ferrari, or what's left of it, was taken back to be put in the transporter. The 188, that's the McLaren from Garage 59, had a problem at pit entry. Then the second safety car period caused when Jamie Green's number 17 Audi got it wrong coming out of the downhill sweeper at Bruxelles. That brought out the safety car period, and on the restart it was the Lamborghini, the 63 Lamborghini in front, as it ever has been, of the 55 Ferrari. And this was a battle that was going to go and go once they were released. Of course, the field bunching up behind the safety car, and look how the challenge came very soon indeed. The Ferrari on the outside, the tight inner line with the Lamborghini clouted the curb on the inside, but somehow managed to prevail and stay in front, but not forever. And look how hard they work as they go through the Eau Rouge, up the hill through Radillon. But then, of course, the 63 decided to make its next pit stop somewhat ahead of the 55 Ferrari. It all looked very clean indeed. Andrea Caldarelli taking over, waiting like all drivers to be released, but the 55 Ferrari handed over to James Collado, the driver who took pole position. Here he is rejoining in the background, coming down the hill past the old pits, is the 63 Lamborghini. Advantage to the 55 Kaspersky crew, and then the two Bentleys sitting in their pit garages together, not in the garages, in front of the garages, and the sun is setting on Spa-Francorchamps, and it's the 55 Ferrari, James Collado, who's worked his way to the front. He's leading the race by 10 seconds or so from Andrea Caldarelli. It's Ferrari from Lamborghini. A lot of racing to come. And then we had the news, the number 8 Bentley was given a big drive-through for exceeding their driver stint time. That's dropped it out of the reckoning. There it is, 10 seconds between the Kaspersky Motorsport Ferrari in the lead and the 63 Lamborghini in behind. And the number 1 Audi crew, we haven't talked too much about them, but the driver who started, Rennie Rast, and then Nico Muller, been very strong indeed, right in behind the 63 Lamborghini, and not too far behind them, Ericsson, Buch and Pereira, with Pereira at the wheel in their HTP Motorsport Mercedes number 84, and then the second of the Audis in 5th place overall. Leading the way in the Pro-Am class, it is the Aston Martin down there in 19th place overall. The Oman Racing Team with Tom Ferrier Sport, and trying to be kept on its toes by the 16 Black Falcon Mercedes, 19th and 20th overall, separated by 1.5 seconds. And behind them is the Smith, Jarvis and Kane Bentley, looking to pick its way back up the order. A lot of these cars have got a little bit out of sync with the safety car periods. We'll see how the race unfolds, but the two cars that have been strong from the outset are the 55 Ferrari, leading the way by 10 seconds from the 63 Lamborghini. Conditions absolutely perfect, John Watson, and we have plenty of racing to continue, 20 hours and more.
But Bruce, I have to say, that second place for the Lamborghini is not at all secure, because the Audi Muller, the Mercedes Frank Pereira, and this number 2 Audi Fred Verviche are all very close, particularly the 84 and the number 1 to the second place Lamborghini. So it will take very little. It could just be a back marker, wrong part of the track, wrong time.
Well, one of the cars we talked about, the big penalty was for the number 8 Bentley. And we've just been told that the penalty, the 5-minute penalty, has been removed because the pit entry was blocked and it forced the driver to miss coming in. And that was why behind the safety car he had another lap. It was a long lap. And which of the Audis is that going in? Car number 5, just been told from the pit lane, and
well, that was Dries van Thor, so he is down. He was running strongly. We saw him overtake and pull away. Now that car's fallen down into 15th place and it will fall further. So let's hope our camera lens can enlighten us as to what's going on as we go back to the race leader. And James Collado comes across the line for the 83rd time with a comfortable, one would say 10 seconds plus advantage. It's virtually the length of the start-finish straight here at Spa-Francorchamps.
And when he left the pit lane, as he was getting up to speed up at Les Combes, he was about half a second in front of that Lamborghini. So this is a replay of what you saw in the first stint. The Ferrari couldn't get by the Lamborghini in the last half an hour before the pit stops, but once he's in clear air, it's got the speed.
Oh yeah, and I think the reason the Ferrari has got the speed is fundamentally the difference between the Lamborghini and the Ferrari is that the Ferrari is, by and large, considered to be less aggressive on the tyre than the Lamborghini is. Different engine configurations all contribute to that. You've got a V8 twin turbo in the Ferrari, you've got a narrow angle aspirated V10 in the Lamborghini. One is a tall engine with a lot of weight high up, the other's a much lower, easier installed engine. So horses for courses. But right now, the 55 Ferrari, James Collado, the pole sitter, doing a sterling job, now 12.2 seconds ahead of the second place Lamborghini. And you've got the one Audi and the 84 Mercedes breathing all over the back of that car.
Yeah, they're covered by 3 seconds, second, third and fourth. Nico Müller in the number 1 car. And where is he? Well, we're looking a little further back down the order. But if you see the Lamborghini, the Audi is right in his mirrors, and he is just creeping a fraction closer most laps. He lost 4/10 on that lap, so Caldarelli easing away. Looking down here at the battle, just outside the top 12, Mercedes on Mercedes. 88 picks up the spot, so he goes up 1, and 85 goes down 1. So who's Felix Sorales?
Yeah.
Is in the 88 car, the red machine. And 85 is Edward Sundstrom, so he's dropped back 1 spot, and 52 is in. Now that Ferrari is the British crewed car, isn't it?
Yeah, Duncan Cameron, Matt Griffin,
yeah.
Aaron Scott, and, well, honorary Brit, Riccardo Ragazzi.
Yeah, he's very British.
Let's have a look and see. Oh, Pittman getting very, very difficult coming down into... That's what... Oh, well saved, that man. That was potentially disaster written all over it. He got onto the rubber on the outside of the exit of Eau Rouge, and look what happens. 2 cars ahead of the Bentley. The Bentley looking in amazement, wondering, well, maybe I should back out of it because I don't want to get involved in this accident that these 2 cars are probably very shortly going to have.
Yeah, he managed to get away with that.
Drive through.
Shows how many marbles there are.
Track limits.
Okay, another track limits. That's for the Kessel Racing Ferrari. That was the car we just... It wasn't the car we just saw broadside there. But that, it shows just how much rubber debris there is already down 3.5 hours in. You know, another 20 hours, the racing line is going to be inches wider than an actual car.
Yeah, I mean, the 48 Mercedes...
Yeah, going slow again.
Creeping down. That's a puncture on the right front. So that's a midway round the lap. And he just needs to be very careful. Car 888, we're just recording Kessel Racing. That's one of the AM Ferraris. David Powell, Nicky Cadet, Jacques Dwyver, and others. And so it's the Mercedes that is creeping back. So the Man-Filter team, HTP Sport, Indy Dungey, Patrick Ashnheimer, and Kenneth Heyer. And they've not really had a great run. There was trouble for Kenneth Heyer early in the race, and yet again that cutting a tyre. And
I think all 3 drivers have now had a problem, because Kenneth Heyer got turned round, didn't he, at the bus stop?
Yes, he did.
When we saw Patrick Assenheimer in the car, it was facing backwards and he had to reverse out, my thinking. Yeah, somebody's lost a wheel arch line, haven't they, on the driver's right at Pouhon exit. And so their 3rd driver now also has a problem. And John, every time there's a little incident and a bit of a touch between cars, bits of carbon fibre, there's always the danger, bits of splintered carbon fibre lying in the track. you know, like in the Beano, you throw out tin tacks to stop a car. Well, that's exactly what happens. You run over those things. They are needle sharp, and they can lacerate a tyre as soon as look at you.
Yes, I mean, it is impossible not to sometimes run over bits of debris in the racetrack, but ideally by staying in the race line, there's little prospect of there being debris, but it's all around the circuit. And as you point out, we're only, what, 3 3/4 hours into this 24-hour race, and as you see at Eau Rouge in particular, anything offline has got danger written all over it. Yeah, there's the battle going on between Nico Müller and Frank Pereira for third place. That gap last time across the line was 0.6 of a second, and it's much the same.
Yeah, 0.47 now. Frank Pereira is closing right in that bronze number 84 Mercedes. That takes on a more menacing colour. In the sunlight, it looks sort of quite golden. There you go. But as it gets darker, it starts to look much more menacing.
So let's have a little look at the plunge down the hill. Not somewhere that you want to be courageous, because it's the cut from the left, initial into the right, and then the compression up the hill. And then you get light as you come over the top of Radio. So Nico Müller has not given an inch. The gap was just 4/10 or so of a second, and it certainly has not changed very much as they make their way up into Lake Coombe. The Mercedes appears to have marginally greater straight line speed, but not sufficient. As we see, the 5 Audi has now been released, but he has to wait until he's cleared. I'm not sure he's got a... Was that a gearbox problem he was having?
Yeah, it clunked it into gear. I think it stalled it because did it look like they'd sort of started it out of the garage? It chuddered and stopped.
It was certainly pushed out of the garage by the team. Whether that was a way of bump starting it, I'm not sure you can do that these days. Nevertheless, let's keep an eye on that second place Lamborghini, and here's the battle for third.
Now that's relieving some of the pressure on Andrea Caldarelli, because they're dropping back as they battle each other, aren't they? So they've gone from being 1 second to 3 seconds back. There's the Lambo, but he's caught 2 cars coming into Piff Paff. That'll cost him half a second just on that one pair of corners.
Yeah, I mean, you can manage traffic to some degree, but there are occasions when you just will get caught, particularly when you get a group of maybe 5 or 6 cars. You're all involved in either inter-category battles, or just simply you get a Pro and Am and a Pro-Am car, and there's just not enough room at a given point in the track to make your way through, so you have to be patient. And if you're not, but there is the 63 Lamborghini in that very position now, 2 cars ahead of it, and they're going to be caught by the 3rd and 4th cars, because I don't know whether we're going to see Caldarella get through. He got past the Lamborghini, but it's still the Mercedes to get through.
I'm not sure he got by either of them, because they were side by side.
You're right.
He needed to be a lot narrower. There's the Man Filters car back in with that right front flat. So he's got to try and find a way by. And John, we talked about this earlier. It's not like LMP2 versus a GT car at Le Mans. These cars are all fundamentally exactly the same. They can go as quickly, they just are varying because of the speed of the driver in them, so it makes it really hard to get by.
It is. I mean, it comes down to the individual driver's racecraft, the experience they may have, understanding how to race. Some drivers are quick in a car, but they're not necessarily natural-born racers. Others are natural-born racers. They tend to make their way through. But look, trying Nico Müller all he can to get up alongside the Lamborghini, coming up into the braking zone to get under the wing, get past the Mercedes, and the Lamborghini can't do it.
Yeah. So Lamborghini is stuck, and Caldarelli has now been caught by Müller, who is the next car in shot. Muller's come from 3.5 seconds back in a lap because of the way that they've caught the traffic. And again, with a 0-2 in the windscreen, that is your 2nd place car overall. So the Pro Class car trying to find his way by a Pro-Am car, and then past an Am Class car, and still can't get by the Black Falcon Mercedes.
That is a frustration, because Nico Müller is all over the back of the Lamborghini waiting for the opportunity, and again the Mercedes just sweeps round and almost completely oblivious that one of the Black Falcon Mercedes, Dominic, Britt Sandberg, Scott Heckart, and Jerome Blakemolen. One of the drivers, I'm not sure who's in that car. Let me just look and see.
Sandberg. I was going to say, I'm guessing it's not Blakemolen. He's too much of a gentleman. It's Brett Sandberg. So it's Jerome Blakemolen, Dutchman, and 3 Americans in that car. So I'm not sure how much experience any of the 3 of them have got here at Spa either.
No, and now it's Frank Pereira who's got the benefit And a good run on the back of Nico Müller as they come out of the Paul Frere curve up the hill. And still the Mercedes has not conceded position as a car that's being lapped. Under our European etiquette, you should step aside. In American road racing, and he's gone way, way wide coming out of Blanchimont, and he's still ahead of the Lamborghini. But this time, Caldarelli has managed to get through, and he's let all three, well, not quite. He might still, yes, he has. So Frank Pereira has the message. I mean, for me, you see, Martin, in events like this, you've got ship-to-shore radio.
Yep.
The team should be on the radio to tell their driver, these guys are quicker than you. You're not on the same race as them. They're lapping you. Get out of the way.
Yep.
And it's not difficult. If you get out of the way thoughtfully, you basically don't lose any time.
And the reason why they should tell him that is because exactly what happened there at the exit of Blanchimont, he was so focused on the car behind, he completely lost track of where his car was on the track and shot off the circuit at 165 miles an hour. But that's the problem. If he's trying too hard to defend something he doesn't need to defend, he's going to crash.
Well, I mean, coming off at Blanchimont is not a great pace to go off.
That probably got his attention, we reckon.
If you, as happened, I think, during the test, somebody went off at Blanchimont and the car kind of turned sharp left and there's a very stout wall. As we see again, Frank Pereira battling his way through some of the Pro-Ams, and it's these little moments that are very, very tense indeed. There's the second place Lamborghini.
For car 3, 7, 19 and 89 not respecting track limits.
Car 7, 19, 3 and 99, but 99 is one of the BMWs. Yes. 3 is
7's one of the Bentleys.
Nicky Menamenov, amongst others. 19 is the second of the Grass Racing Lamborghinis, and number 7 is one of the 2 Bentleys. I wonder who was in the Bentley not obeying track limits. We'll have a look and see. Well, it's currently
Guy Smith at the moment. It was Stephen Kane in before when they made their last stop. So now, if you get in and your co-driver has racked up almost the limit of track limit exceptions, and then you go over that one, are you still the straw that breaks the camel's back?
Absolutely, it's the car gets the penalty, regardless of the driver. So, you know, this is where the team again plays a role. If one team member, one team driver goes up to the limit but hasn't exceeded it, when he then hands the car over, the team should tell the driver taking over the car that there is already a potential of a drive-through penalty for exceeding track limits. So this has come in at the beginning of the 2017 season. Previously, I mean, there was a lot of track abuse, and I always banged on about it.
To car 90, not respecting track limits.
I mean, it's just never ending. Yeah. This is the ACA ASP, Edward Rotara, Michael Meadows and Raffaele Marcial.
And that's the car that was in 5th position before the last round of pit stops. Now that number 50 car has dropped down to 8th position, but still running decent pace with Michael Meadows at wheel. What's he doing? 2:22.0. Leader's doing 2:20.8 Colado, and he is comfortably the fastest man on the circuit.
His last lap was 22.8.
Yes.
His best lap was at 20.8. But I mean, that's still by far the quickest lap, I think, looking down the top of the top 20, by almost a second on the second place car, and well, just over a second on the third place car. That, of course, was due to the traffic. But look, you've got to think forward when you're in one of these quick cars. There's no point running up to. There's Michael Meadows, who will. That car will have to serve a drive-through penalty. Now, whether it was down to Michael, he contributed, no doubt, at one point, but it's the team and the car get penalised.
In the pit lane is the Barwell Motorsport Lamborghini. This is the car Adrian Amstutz, Martin Kodrick, Patrick Kujala and Ollie Gavin. And is that 99, the Rover Racing BMW in as well? 98 and 99, the 2 identical cars. I haven't quite yet got my head around which of the wing end plates differentiates them. Thanks for that, by the way, and from the fans in the grandstand. When you make cars identical, nobody has a clue which one is which.
So Bentley back in, or Bentley back out, maybe I should say.
Yeah, there goes the 7, that's its drive-through, immediately served. And again, John, there's no point hanging on, you may as well get it done.
Absolutely, at the earliest opportunity, get it over and done with, put it behind you, move on as we go back to the 23 Nissan, which has been running, it's always been in the top 20, Alex. Bunkum back behind the wheel. So currently that car in 17th position. Last lap was a 2:25 against its best is a 2:22.5. Again, traffic is the easy. You just shed seconds if you lose that momentum.
And the car actually was the race leader when Lucas Ordonez brought it into the pit road, because they're slightly out of sync with the Ferrari and the Lamborghini that are currently back in the lead of the race. So the Ferrari and the Lamborghini stop first, and that will probably be the case again, that they'll then cycle back up the order, and who knows, Alex might get a chance to bring the car in as race leader. Behind them, there's the Bentley, the number 9 car. The guy who's engineering the strategy on that car, by the way, a family name you might know, it's Chris Pirro, son of one of Emanuele's 2 engineer racing driver sons, or racing engineer sons. So Chris Pirro is the man who's doing the strategy for that number 9 car.
Well, Emanuele Pirro was here, had a long chat with him. He's one of the FIA's stewards primarily for Formula 3, but also a steward at Grand Prix. Another interesting engineer here this weekend is somebody from almost, not quite my generation, but James Robinson, who's engineering one of the ISR Audi team cars.
Yeah. Once you learn how cars work and you've got that experience of being able to interpret what a driver's saying and translate it into engineering from English, that makes a big difference to your usability.
So just noticing that the 98 BMW has got ahead of Michael Meadows, who is in the pit lane serving that penalty, and also the 88 has gotten ahead of the Pierre Kiefer Audi. They seem to be swapping backwards and forwards as we look at a picture of Michele Beretta in one of the Lamborghinis, but the focus still remains on that battle. A little bit further down is that 3rd place battle.
Starting to see now as the light levels drop a little bit, some of the different light configurations. The BMW, the Mercedes cars, some of them with coloured aerials now in the night time. Once you get past the glare of the headlights coming towards you, that can be quite useful. So to make a bit of a note of those as the lighting drops as to which one has got the pink aerial. That's the number 10, so I might write.
Well, look at Lucas Stolz there in the number 4 having a battle with the 85 Mercedes, and that's the gap between them. So the 85, the HTP Motorsport of Edward Sundstrom, Dominic Baumann and Frank Schiller. So these two battling hard and strong in that 13th position overall.
Back out of the garage after work on it after the puncture, so clearly there's a little bit more housekeeping to be done for 48.
75, not respecting track limits in T17.
And also
Blanchiment again, and that's the 75 Audi. And
drive-through penalty to car 488, causing a collision. Drive-through penalty, car 488, causing a collision.
Now that's the Rinaldi Racing Ferrari, and I'm trying to find him on our timing screen.
Look at the gap, 2nd, 3rd, 4th. All going to get very, very interesting as they come up onto Camel Straight, and Nico Müller looks like he's got the run, got the momentum, and look at Frank Pereira trying to grab some of that air as well.
No, that's the Grasser Lamborghini, isn't it? That's not the second place car.
That's the second of the
you're
car.
right.
I got overly excited there.
Wow, and rightly so, because I went exactly the same way. Oh yes, they've caught him. Where has he fallen over traffic?
Absolutely, but there's a gap between the 2nd and 3rd of 20. There was only 2 seconds between 2nd and 3rd.
Yeah, so that's their number 19 car. That's the Ralph and Icon, Raffaele Gabramier and Ezekiel Perez Companc car. So that is another one of the Pro Class cars. So it was the same team, the same predominant colour, we just missed the black bit up the middle of the bonnet.
In case you're getting overexcited, because all of a sudden the gap is between 2nd and 3rd is only 2.8 seconds, and it is always conceivable that a car could lose that just through circumstance. There it is. There's the 2nd place car just going out of sight.
But look what's happened to the 4th place car. Suddenly that bronze Mercedes is a 2.5 seconds and getting away.
So Ferrari makes its drive through. And we go back to this Frank Pereira frustration.
Can't get by.
No, and I mean, again, I suppose I call it etiquette, racetrack etiquette. You try your best to get out of the way. But when a car is in an intense battle for the top 3 positions, and the 19 car looking down to see whereabouts it might be in the overall standings.
That's Ezekiel Perez Compact, and he's just been passed for 32nd. Yeah, so it's just good manners.
It is, and it's a bit like if you're driving on the road, you have to share the same piece of road. You may not like it, but you have to share it. And in these circumstances, I think drivers have to be aware that they themselves have got their own battle going on, and that 19 car, it's running in the pro category, so it's not as if they can say we've put our arm in. It should have been aware, and the team again likewise should have been using the radio. As we go back to our leader, James Collado, who's now got a very comfortable 22.5 second advantage.
And pulled out 8/10 on the last lap alone over the Lamborghini number 63 in second place. So he really is starting to stretch his legs. And we were talking while you were having dinner about the fact that having seen the Ferrari being stuck behind the Lamborghini, not able to get past, we would then see the relative performance towards the end of the stint. Well, in the end, the Lamborghini had enough to keep the Ferrari behind, but as soon as the Ferrari's in clear air, nobody's got anything to touch him. Nobody's going as fast as Collado by a couple of seconds.
Andrea Calderlado, that gap is just up a little bit, but again, due to the ebb and flow of traffic. But just he was turning into Bruxelles, Nico Müller was appearing out of Lecum, and there he is appearing out of Speaker's Corner, sliding around, and Frank Pereira, largely because of the traffic that he had difficulty getting through, has dropped back. So it's Nico Müller who really is on the charge to try and get the number 1 Audi up into, as Fred Vervisch is likewise just under 1.5 seconds behind the 4th place Mercedes.
ISR bring in, which one of their cars is this? We've got a couple in the pit lane at the moment. Is this Clement Schmidt? Yeah, in the 75 car, so he bails out. Should we have a tilt at who's getting in? That didn't look like Felipe Albuquerque's helmet to me, but I'm not necessarily an expert, so it could be Igor Salaquada's son, Felipe. And in 16, that's the Black Falcon Mercedes, Oliver Morley, Mikel Toril, Marvin Kirchhoffer and Maxi Goertz.
Yes, that was the Mercedes that made a rather earlier than expected pit stop, with the hope, I think, of getting out of sync. And the reason they would have done that, in my view, was there's always going to be a full course yellow or a safety car intervention, so it kind of can work for you. It's a bit of like rolling the dice when you go to the casino and hoping it's going to come up 666. Well, it will do at some point, but it may not be when you want it.
Marvin Kirchhoffer stays in, but fresh tyres, no tyre limit restrictions, so he can have as many as he wants whenever he wants.
As long as you pay the deposit, then you can have whatever you want.
And as long as you pay the check at the end as well. They'll trust you once, fool them twice, they won't go again.
No, again, the gap between first and second is extending. It's 23 seconds for James Collado, and it just is in that lovely metronomic rhythm where everything is coming to him. He's not having to work hard behind the wheel. The Ferrari's got the natural pace to more or less handle anything around him. The 98 BMW comes up into, and where is the 98 BMW? Yes, it is indeed in 7th place.
Voice of Al Kalf, welcome back. And in fact, Tom Blomqvist has just gone in front of the number 43 car. So he's just moved up to 7th ahead of Johnny Kane in the Straka Racing McLaren. And where is Kane? That's why.
There he is.
There you go. I was going to say, where is he then? Has he binned it somewhere? No, he's come into the pits.
That, I have to say, is an heroic effort for Johnny Kane and the drivers in the 43 McLaren, David Fuminelli and Sam Tordoff, more familiar to British touring car supporters than would be with international Blancpain Sprint and Endurance GT3 racing. So that car is there, I'm having to say, on merit. That's a really good effort.
Johnny Kane hands over. Sam Tordoff doing his first 24-hour race. He's started his GT career in British GT this season. Last year, runner-up in the British Touring Car Championship. So
Jamie Green got going again, car 11. Car 17, I beg your pardon. Car 11 is the Kessel Racing Ferrari, Michael Broniszewski, amongst others. Again, a drive-through penalty.
We're in 31st position, 11th in the Pro-Am class. the leader of that Pro-Am class was just in, or just out, just in. I think they're down
Well,
with the old
the
pits,
Aston
aren't
Martin
they?
is still
Yeah.
leading, but it's it's got 2 other Pro-Am cars directly behind in 17th and 18th position.
Yep.
What's interesting is the lead AM car, the 33 and 33rd position, the 888 Kessel Racing. So that is again just considerably ahead of its next challenger, which is in 42nd.
It's coming in now.
Second place Lamborghini is in at the back of your shot. That's 888. That's Pierre Arret's car. That is the 488 rather. That's so here is our what was the
second place.
It was our race leader. Was our second place car as he came in. So James Collado came in 1 lap later on the last stint. Should come in 1 lap later on this stint. And it'll be driver change as well, probably, because Collado's coming to the end of a double. And now this is where it's suddenly a very busy pit lane. There's a dozen cars from the top 30 who are in.
And it is these 9-12 Porsche's got to drive through penalty. It is these vital seconds that can really make a big difference at the end of the 24 hours. As you see, the Ferrari in for its service.
Fourth in the AM class. 85 Mercedes. Yeah, very busy. HTP, Edward Sundstrom, Fabian Schiller and Dominic Baumann. 912, that second Herbert Motorsport car. 2 gentlemen drivers who are normally in their car in the Creventic 24-hour series, and they've been joined by 2 Porsche Junior drivers. So they've got Sven Muller and Mathieu Jaminet, who are both extremely quick Super Cup drivers, and now turning their hands to GT racing on the weekends off.
It's another lap.
Isn't it just watching James Collado, how easy he is making it look. He's leading this race, comes across the start-finish line to go on, or to complete his 94th lap, go on to his 95th. At the minute, and again, commentators curse, but this car is running as perfectly in every element, every aspect, as you could want it. The driver's doing hardly anything behind the wheel. It's just all tons and tons of time. Everything you see way in advance. To be in these scenarios, these situations in a race, such a nice feeling. Do you remember them, Allard?
Yeah, I do remember them, Morty. Also,
Giancarlo getting ready for the 55 Ferrari.
Should be in at the end of this lap.
When you were having dinner, Martin and Bruce and I were talking about the fact that James was following the Lamborghini, and he was like following someone on a Sunday afternoon drive. It looked, it was almost like no effort.
But I mean, obviously that comes down in part to the driving style of James Collado, but I think also what we're seeing from the 55 Ferrari, and we saw from the 50 Ferrari at different points until sadly it ended up in the tire walls at Eau Rouge. The 488 Ferrari is working. The car, the tire, they're working in harmony, and that ultimately is the most single important factor for to justify the reason why this car has been so dominant throughout.
Now look at where we are. We are just past the 4-hour mark. Now it's no longer 20 hours to go. I didn't notice exactly when the Lamborghini came in from second place, but what happened is at the 4-hour mark, the Ferrari was still in the lead. At the 6-hour mark, we hand out our first tranche of points. And now they're going to start to try and make sure that they are still in the lead at the 6-hour mark. With 2 65-minute stints, they should still be good to go, but you don't want to miss out on a single, even half a point now that you might regret in the prize giving at the end of the year as you're applauding somebody else walking up to take the title.
We just saw Tom Blomqvist walking away from the 98 BMW. There's the race leader into the pit lane.
Yep.
So you can accelerate hard up until this the white line now, on the speed limit, and creeping all the way down this long pit lane. It's the same for everybody. The Ferrari garage, nearer to the entry. I never know which is better, to have your pit stop garage at the beginning of the pit lane or at the very end of it. For some reason, I always prefer to be at the end, but it shouldn't really make a lot of difference.
I suppose when you're coming in, it's better to be at pit in, because then you don't have to sit on the limiter for so long. But when you're going out, You want to be able to get in the car and just floor it.
Correct, and that is the advantage of being at the very last garage before the pit out line, that you can get on it that much quicker. But in theory it shouldn't work, but it often is the case. But there we see.
Well, like everything else in sport, much of it's between the ears, isn't it, John?
Yes,
so
it is.
there is that mental thought, and it's in fact the Herbert Motorsport cars that are right down at the bottom of the pit lane. So here's our race leader in. James Collado. Does the door open? Yes. Is he getting out? No.
Maybe just giving him another refreshment bottle.
Yep.
Just to make sure.
So Collado stays in. Driver change here, though.
That's it, up at the top of the pit lane. So Kaspersky.
All right, Collado was already out. So so we saw Giancarlo with a helmet on. So there is James Collado, and there goes Giancarlo Fisichella.
Yeah, that was a very, very impressive stint from the Brit. I mean, you can see, in spite of not having to work intensely hard, but just there's a small flush on his face. He needs to get fluid as quickly as possible, and he'll go away, relax, change out of those probably rather sweaty overalls.
Yeah.
And if the team have got some physios with them, just have a few minutes with that, just to keep all those muscles, keep them supple and fresh.
Yeah.
A lot of oil in the pit lane.
Yeah, there's
coming out of that.
That Audi is boiling like a kettle.
Yes, it is. That looks like coolant. I think you're right, because it's steaming at the front. So we saw the 84 car go out, the 55 car go out. All our leaders are in. So which of our Audis is that? Oh, that's the ISR car. So is that 75 or 70? I think that's 75. And they are looking in the engine cover.
Well, they're going to have to take the car into the garage to let more than 2 people work on it. But whatever
so they're
it is,
messing around and wasting time now.
Is this something more than just what we think was steam? Is that actually a small under-hood fire? Because the driver's door was opened, I presume, because there may have been something leaking into the cockpit. Now it's been closed. And while they're going through the motions, they're now putting the dolly jacks under the car, and they'll rotate it round, and in it goes nose first, which is even more unusual. Well, but that's maybe because there is concern that there is something in the back of the car that could potentially be hazardous.
Or that they need to get the front in because they need to change the radiator, something like that. So again, you know, we've seen all the rubber debris, bits of stones and gravel getting fired up. Black Falcon number 18 car is in.
Yes, that was wasn't Giancarlo Fisichella.
Nope.
Yeah, they've come in from 9th and leading their class, but in fact they're the last. They were in 3rd when this current round of pit stop started. Still a really strong run from this Mercedes, but as you see in the windscreen, 0-1, they are leading that class. So not the overall race leaders, class race leaders, and I'm sure there was a driver change there as well. It was Abdulaziz bin Faisal who brought the car in. Wait and see how that updates itself. Hubert Haupt, Gabriele Piana and Renke van der Sande are the other 3 drivers in the car.
So just a little bit of housekeeping. The drive-through penalty for car 11 has been suspended.
Right.
That doesn't mean it's been cancelled. It just means it's in suspension. And car 9, 12, one of the 2 Porsches, drive-through penalty for track limits. So just continual updating of...
There's going to be a negative championship at the end of this, and somebody somewhere will be keeping track of which car had the most penalties and for what, and there will be a league table of shame, won't there, at the end of the 24 hours. This was the most pit lane infringements, this was the most driver time infringements, and this was the car that most offended the track limits.
So 5 and 6 out on track. And where are they on timing and scoring? 5 is down in 42nd place.
Car number
6 is in 4th, so they're not in the same battle, but they're probably as teammates one way or the other. So the Dries van Thor Audi currently being driven by Andre Lotterer, a hero,
He's indeed
an absolute hero.
Wherever he goes,
absolutely.
He qualified for his one and only Grand Prix here at Spa.
Did a mega job.
That's right.
I thought he was outstanding that weekend.
Yeah. In a car that's best described, well, the second word is box, anyway.
Yeah.
And that Nathaniel Berton in that number 6 Audi currently running in 4th place. Race being led, as it was during the last pit stop cycle, by Bentley number 8, but they haven't had a penalty. Well, they have, but it was rescinded, haven't they?
Yes.
Where's the number 7 Bentley? Guy Smith and that car now up to 9th place, but they were running 1-2 before their last pit stops, and then the Nissan, which was 3rd, came up the order and took the lead, but that 22 car is on pit road. 23, we saw Alex Buncombe taking it over, didn't we, from Lucas Ordonez, and that car should stay out longer than the Bentley, and so Buncombe should bring it in as the race leader. 22 car still going. Is it on our timing screen yet?
It is. It's down to 53rd place, so Struan Moore has either brought the car in or was behind the wheel. And they, of course, lost, I think, the best part of 8 laps. Currently, the car is now 9 laps down on the race leader. But it has made some progress.
This will be our current race leader, I think, Vincent Abril in the number 8 Bentley.
So 51 AF Corsa Ferrari drive-through penalty. I mean, a lot of the AF Corsa Ferraris are suffering these penalties. Vincent Abril back behind the wheel of number 8. So
should be in the next lap. It's a beautiful sky this evening. Looking out of our commentary box, it's mainly blue. I can see the moon, but look at this red sky at night.
Who was saying everyone was going to get wet in the pit lane?
Don't even start with that, Calf. Come on, John and I count Silverstone as our home Grand Prix circuit. We know that the most beautiful of days can produce the most horrendous of downpours, and Spa's no different, and probably sometimes a lot worse.
I mean, I suppose one would always imagine the weather pattern over this racetrack is overcast and wet, and it didn't look particularly promising on Thursday, and Friday wasn't even a huge amount better, but this evening we've now got a glorious sky, high cloud, very patchy, nothing that looks imminent. Oh, Vincent Abril took a bit of a punt that the car was going to go to the left.
You could see on the back of the Porsche the reflection of his flashing lights, so he was making sure the Porsche knew he was coming. So again, gentlemanly driver from the Porsche driver. He knows he's being lapped, you know, from the start of the race to the finish. He knows he's going to be constantly lapped, and that's the biggest part of his job, is staying out of trouble and not getting tagged.
And in part, I mean, the AM entry, the number of AM entries is less, largely because the level of driving and performance at the pro category, endurance events are really just little more than a glorified sprint event.
I'm almost inclined to think that the AM drivers will gradually go to the new GT4 Championship with all those lovely cars coming into that series.
Yeah.
And that's more the place, the more natural habitat for them, isn't
and
it?
as is the way of all these things, the GT4 cars will develop and get quicker and quicker, and within 5 years will be 85% of what the GT3 cars are, because every year, you know, the technology keeps developing. Every new car that comes in, when the M8 arrives, you know, again, the game moves, doesn't it?
The Bentley isn't able to get past the Porsche. It's been something we've seen from these Porsche throughout the race. They've got good straight line performance. The Bentley quicker through Eau Rouge, closes on the back, but isn't going to be able to do sufficient to make any.
And did you see that the Porsche had to use all of the illegal runoff area on the left-hand side there to stay in front of the Bentley, who is not racing, but he wants to keep his pace up because the car's behind. He is racing.
So not Jonathan Buncombe, Alex Buncombe, currently in second place, 8.8 seconds behind Vincent Abril. So, as you said, the whole mix and match of pit stops, Giancarlo Fisichella now 30 seconds behind Alex Buncombe in third place.
We were just looking at the 97 Aston Martin. That car started as the Pro-Am class leader, didn't it? In the top 10 after qualifying, in the top 20 after qualifying, got into Super Pole. The only Pro-Am car that did. Johnny Adam now back at the wheel of the Aston. And that is currently lying in 18th place. The number 16 Black Falcon Mercedes with Marvin Kirchhoff of the blue car is second in the class, but not too far behind him. Let's get down to the pit lane. Dakota, which is Maxime Soulet.
Maxime, now you're currently in the lead, and you've been a bit naughty. You got a drive-through, but it's been suspended. Tell me a little bit about that.
Yeah, well, I mean, there was no way I could take to come in the pits because the pits were blocked by a security vehicle towing another car. So while I was coming in, they told me pit lane's closed, so I had to go. So that's the only reason why we didn't get the drive-through.
Are you happy at the moment? How do you feel about where you are and on track?
No, the car's running perfectly. I mean, everything's fine. Vincent just did a perfect double stint. He's not in yet, but I think it's not going to be long till he comes in. And we are where we want to be. So
that's it. And when is Andy getting in the car?
In a few laps, I think he's already ready. So I think it won't be long.
Let's see how you go. Thank you.
Well, Maxime Soulet did a pretty impressive job in the opening laps. He was passing cars where others were struggling, and he used the strength of the Bentley, which was its performance up and through Eau Rouge and over Radio, and that's where the whoa, that looks a bit of a lumpy ride for the 63 Lamborghini. As Christian comes through, Christian Engelhardt comes through the Paul Frere Courbe. I mean, such an angelic looking person, and to see him having that kind of run off the edge of the track, but there we are. That's racing drivers are made up of many different facets.
Well, it happens every now and again, doesn't it? I mean, especially when you're just behind someone, you might just slide a little bit more. I don't think he's getting excessive speed. Whoops, now steer clear of that BMW. That's a bit naughty.
Well, these two, the 1 and 2 are running in 5th and 6th position. So Christopher Mies in 6th position, and in 4th position is Antonio Garcia. So they are battling for position as the Lamborghini is kind of hunting them down. So while 1 and 2 are focused on themselves, they may be, you just have to be careful. Christian Engelhardt might just sneak up on you and not catch you unawares. There is the Lamborghini. The gap is what, 1.5, 2 seconds?
Yeah, it's coming down, and light conditions changing really quite fast now. As you can see the headlights on the cars. At this point, as they rise up to Les Combes, or what we used to call Pif Paf, at the top of the hill, lights ablaze. There is light up there, but in the stretches down when the circuit runs between the trees, it's starting to get dark, which is when it starts to get exciting, particularly for the fans around the circuit. They camp out
on track from turn 7.
Turn 7 going down the hill. In fact, we've had all sorts of stuff there. That was where Jamie Green went off in the number 17 Audi. Let's see if we can spot the slow car going down the hill. Great shot there of the sunset over Spa-Francorchamps, but as you can see, it really becomes dark as they go down towards Pouhon.
Yeah, we were John and I were talking about that earlier on, how light it is here at the paddock area, and then when it gets dark, you go up the top at Radion, and it's almost like someone switches off the light. You drive into the darkness, and it's only when you get to the bus stop you think.
I think that the only difference I would say now is that compared to Thursday night when we had nighttime qualifying, there was heavy overcast cloud, and it just felt black. Now we've got a much better sky. It'll take longer. That transition will maybe be an easier one for drivers to adapt to. So when they do come up over Radio, they will have a few more laps of just adjustment than how it was on Thursday night when it was literally, as you say, like a light switch being flicked.
Well, the conditions seem perfect for Christian Engelhardt. He's certainly not taking any moment not to attack. He is attacking at every instance he catches up with those Audis up ahead of him. Engelhardt in 63 Lamborghini in 7th place, getting closer to Christopher Mies. Antonio Garcia just at the front of that train.
Yeah, just interesting on board with Christian Engelhardt. He was having to breathe the engine marginally coming into and through Blancpain. He wasn't able, as other cars have been doing, to hold the throttle fully flat. So again, I think the difference between some of the Ferrari, for example, as we look inside and wonder now, what was the cause of that Audi? Was it water? Was it something more serious?
It is water. I think that's the filler on the left, where they refill the water. Maybe it's just a broken radiator or a burst hose or something like that.
Well, it certainly looked like it was steaming like a kettle, but we go back to this battle between the 1 or the 2 and the 1, and now we've got the Lamborghini up with them. So this has got trouble with a capital T written all over it.
Yeah, 3rd through to 5th, covered by, well, let's be friends, let's call it 1.5 seconds between the 3 of them. And clearly Engelhardt looking forward from the 63 Lamborghini. Again, you can see smuts on the screen through the right-hander. They start dipping down. Now this seems quite light. They're at the sort of highest point at that end of the circuit, down to the right-hand hairpin, get a face full of sun as they go through there. But now car in front of him, Christopher Mies really. No, in fact, it's now Garcia. They've swapped positions.
Yeah, but the Audi, you can see, struggling more to get the power down than the Lamborghini is. Now the Lamborghini's got a better drive off Speaker's corner. Has he got enough of it to get down in the inside? He thinks the better of it. There was not a pass that was realistically on. Doing so, of course, is marginally compromised then the corner that we're now in, Pouhon. But the Audi that we're running just ahead, the Garcia car, has not got as much grip on those lower speed corners such as the Bruxelles that the Lamborghini has.
And he was right out over the curbs as well. That was why Engelhardt really fancied his chances. But yes, discretion was the better part of it all as he tucked in behind one more time. But the fact is, in the last lap and a half, Christopher Mies has gone up into third place, Antonio Garcia back to fourth. So the 2 Audi into third, the 1 Audi in fourth. But for how much longer? Because the black and green 63 Lamborghini getting closer and closer and just looking to have that bit more grip, as you can see there as they flick their way up the hill through the fast sweepers as they come up towards the final sequence of corners. Just enough breathing space for Garcia to hold on to fourth place. But the move is coming. How soon will it come? Only time will tell. Just going to pick up, looking down in the class honours, we're just seeing the bottom end orders on the graphics there, but leading the way in the Pro-Am class is still the Aston Martin, number 97, by 9 and a bit seconds from the number 16 Mercedes.
Yeah, the thing that Johnny Adams has managed to achieve is that while he hasn't made, in terms of position changes, but he's lapping, well, half a second or more quicker than the 16 Mercedes, so he's drawing away. The gap is now 9.5 seconds between 17th and 18th positions.
Well, as Engelhardt swept through Eau Rouge and up into Radeon, looked so he had the better momentum, better than Garcia ahead of him in the number 1 Audi, but then Audi seemed to have more punch as they came onto the straight and eked out a 2 or 3 second gap. And here's the number in 7th place overall. That's Guy Smith in his second stint, climbing out. Driver change there for the number 7 Bentley. Come in from 7th overall. The sister car number 8 leading the race, as we said, John, by over half a minute now from Fisichella in the 55 Ferrari.
So was that Oliver Jarvis getting in? I think it might have been. So we wait and see for the transponders to be flicked. But Vincent Abril in the lead from the Ferrari, from the Audi, from the Lamborghini, from the Mercedes. Guy Smith was in 7th place, and of course that car now is sitting in the pits waiting for the service. The refueling has to be complete before you can change your 4 wheels and tyres.
Well, the Nissans have been going well in this race. They did lead at one particular point. We're going to head down very shortly to speak to Alex Buncombe, because his car with Katsumasa Chio is in 15th place overall. So let's go down and find out from Dakota. Oh, pit stop. Let's just wait until the other end of the pit stops. The race leaders come in. Vincent Abril in the 8 Bentley comes to a standstill just as the number 7 car goes back out into the race. Guy Smith, we think, handing over to Oliver Jarvis. 0-1 still flashing on the windscreen, and it'll stay flashing for a while. It was a 33-second advantage, in fact 40-second advantage by the time they came in. Great stint there from Vincent Abril, and Andy Soucek, as we heard from Maxime Soulet, lined up to take over that lead car.
Which is funny, because the 7 and 8 were split on pit stops. They were miles apart on laps, but they sort of...
Well,
don't know why.
Wait to see. Just waiting as the 8 goes up.
Look at the smoke coming from those front discs.
Well, after every pit. So the Ferrari back into the lead as the 8 goes for a change of tyres, but every pit stop now you can see more and more brake dust coming out of these cars as the wheels are changed, just showing how these cars have worked so hard over the first 4.5 hours of this race, waiting for that number 8 to get a full complement of race Pirellis and go back out into what will become a night stint. So let's go down and hear from Alex Buncombe. He's down in the pit lane and he's going to be telling us all to Dakota.
Alex, now you're 2/3 a lap behind the leader. Are you happy with that?
Yeah, we should be, really. I mean, everything's been absolutely fine, apart from we had an unscheduled stop. Lucas went out at the start of his first stint and unfortunately got a left rear puncture. So unscheduled stop, we lost just over half a lap. So to be 2/3 of a lap back, that's pretty good. So car's handling better now the sun's gone in.
we want the track temp to drop. I struggled a lot in my first stint when I started, but yeah, the car's much better now with the cooler weather.
And what are the challenges like driving in the night?
It's mega, you know. Spa's just a awesome circuit, really. There's nothing that comes close to it, and to drive around here at night in these cars is mega. So let's hope we can get through the night and see where we are in the morning, and push on through and hopefully get a podium.
Good luck, thank you.
Well, there is the lead car. No, it's not. It will be the lead car when it comes across the line. This lap is still showing the number 8 Bentley in the lead, but that's just due to the way the lapping and timing and scoring. So up into the bus stop chicane. So Giancarlo Fisichella started the race. Well, starts coming up to 9 o'clock, so 4.5 hours ago. And he did a lovely, just a classical Giancarlo Fisichella stint.
Yeah, Alex Buncombe always so measured, but he's just talking about the pace the cars are starting to drop down to, and they're getting a lot of them close to their best times. And certainly the pace of the 23 Nissan Buncombe's car right on the button at the moment. Fastest lap, I think, of the race is a 2 minutes 20.8. That's a very quick lap from the 55, probably in Colado's hands.
No, it wasn't. It was in Fisichella's.
It was Fisichella's.
And it was on lap 3.
Was it?
Yeah. So, I mean, Giancarlo Fisichella had the benefit of having a clear racetrack, brand new set of tyres, and he was able to use them. You drive in the economic fashion, and you take the best of the tyre without having to worry about people around you. So, I don't know whether anybody's ever going to get close to that. I mean, currently, the last lap that Giancarlo Fisichella recorded was a lap that was 2.5 seconds slower, and that's after a pit stop with fresh rubber. And ironically, the track have changed.
Yeah, ironically, the cars setting the fastest laps at the moment are the Pro-Am class leaders. I think that's also where they are in the pit stop sequences, how fresh their rubber is. They're lapping in the low 2-minute 22s. 2 minutes 23.0 for Fisichella last time around. In the car you can see on the screen, the white and green Ferrari, the Kaspersky Motorsport car, coming around with 103 laps on the board. That's a whole run. We've had 2 safety car periods, and yet the lapping has been very quick indeed. So as night falls at Spa-Francorchamps, leading by 30 seconds over Christopher Mies in the number 2 Audi, but of course the 63 Lamborghini will be coming back at it. The 63 car with Engelhardt at the wheel is just under 2 seconds down on the number 1 Audi, fighting its way back, but it's looking very good at this stage in the race for Fisichella and the 55 crew. Have put a wheel wrong.
Oh, what's happened to Mercedes going in flip-flap, and the 89 ran wide the ACA ASP car.
Third in Pro-Am, and that Ludo Baddy. Ludo Baddy third in the Pro-Am class in 18th overall, finding as much grass and dirt as he did find tarmac in the ACA ASP. Mercedes, one of a handful of cars from Jerome Policon's Autosport Promotions crew. But another lap about to be completed by our race leader, Giancarlo Fisichella. Christopher Mies in second, but still 30 seconds away. The 961 car putting another lap on the board, one of several Ferraris from Spirit of Race. And there we have a car stopped at the start, finished straight start. We'll find out who that is. But right now, let's go and have a look at the highlights as we have the waved yellow flags. We have a yellow, probably full course yellow period, but the highlights of the race started in fine weather conditions, half sunny, half cloudy, but tension started to mount as the 63 crews lined up for the start of the Spa 24 hours. Track conditions absolutely perfect, not too hot, no rain threatening, which is always a wonder here for the Spa 24 hours. As you can see, blue sky in the background as we looked up the old start-finish straight. The cars all lining up on the downhill stretch, the lead down towards Eau Rouge, and this is where they came to take the start. Fisichella in the pole, sitting Ferrari on the left-hand side of the screen. The Lamborghini tucked in behind Mirko Bortolotti. Look for the charging Porsche in third place, but halfway through the first corner, look how sideways that 63 Lamborghini got. Bortolotti caught it, it let Fisichella escape. Maxi Buch pushing on very hard indeed in the bronze Mercedes that got on the grass on that run to the first corner. And the battling in the class as the 888 Ferrari got in the thick of the battle. 63 cars duking their way out around the circuit. Perfect weather conditions and some fantastic camera angles. There's a full view of the back of one of the 2 Jaguars from Emile Frey Racing, and Spa-Francorchamps, the final sequence of corners, is always providing loads of incidents. And there was the 50 Ferrari having an unscheduled pit stop, and that would take it out of the reckoning. Tactics always a matter of huge discussion, but one of the first tactics was 63 to come in from second place. That was the first of the top runners to make its move, make its pit stop. And look how close from the race lead Fisichella came to hitting the wall on pit entry. How many wheels do you need on the circuit? 4 is a good idea. That Acura ASP Mercedes with Daniel Juncadella had none on the circuit, and unfortunately all off the circuit for one of the 2 Herbert Porsches, but then wheel off the car for the 99 BMW, not going their way. Maxime Soulet, he was on a massive charge in the number 8 Bentley. For the 99 BMW, though, repairs in the pit garage as Mirko Bortolotti concentrated, focused in that 63 Lamborghini, leading the way. Tucked in behind was the 55 Ferrari, and the battle was rejoined as Andrea Caldarelli then took over the Lamborghini, and Marco Ciocci was giving chase in the 55 Ferrari, sometimes getting caught out by traffic. This is just before the change, and Mirko Bortolotti really didn't want that car blocking him, and nor did Fisichella want the 55 car to be blocked. He never sat still in the garage. And then a huge shunt for Passin Latoris. Something we presume went wrong on the way into Eau Rouge. A big hit, as you can see, and a lot of debris on the track, some being hit by the cars. No wonder the marshal said, get out, slow down, stay off the line. But the best news is the 50 Ferrari very much out of the race, but Passin Latoris out of the car, went to the medical centre, was checked over in no time at all, was given a clean bill of health, but he will be aching tomorrow morning. But he will fight another day. That 50 Ferrari, though, as you can see, it did what it had to do. Then the 188, the Garage 59 McLaren, stopping at pit entry just as the safety car came around, leading the crew through. In the background of the shot, you can see Stefan Ortelli did not follow the safety car into the pit. And then the 17 Audi had an accident coming out of Bruxelles, and that brought out the second safety car period. And then James Collado in the 55 Ferrari tucked in behind Andrea Caldarelli, waiting for the restart, and went up the outside trying to get the lead into La Source, but the Lamborghini held on, clouting the curbs on the inside, but keeping it there. These have been the predominant cars in the race, but the Audis are coming, starting to pick their way up the order. And then 63, as before, made its pit stop ahead of the 55 Ferrari. It's a question of who was better in the pits.
Penalty to car 51.
And the feature of this race early on was the fact that we had many driver penalties, not just for exceeding track limits, but importantly there was the 55 Ferrari much better in the pit stops. As you can see, it rejoined the circuit about 5 seconds before the Lamborghini came through, and that gave it the lead of the race, and it was hunted down very hard indeed by the 63 Lamborghini, but since then it's pulled ever further clear, and certainly the pace car in this race is the Kaspersky Motorsport Ferrari. And then problems for the one of the HTP Motorsport cars. That was the number 48 entry, started by Kenneth Heyer. Another yellow Mercedes getting out around the circuit. It was a black Falker one, the yellow one getting a little bit out of line as the leading battle, the leading runners comes through, and there's that 84 HTP Motorsport Mercedes that's been in the mix. The number 8 car really was going well, and then it was given a stop, and no, it was a stationary penalty. It was a stop and go that was going to take it right out of contention. That was then rescinded. And let's look at the standings. The 8 Bentley still in the mix, but it's the 55 Ferrari leading by 32 seconds now from the number 2 Audi. The number 1 Audi up in third place, being pushed very hard by 63. Race leader in the early stages. Ericsson Boot Pereira, look out for that 84 Mercedes making its way into the battle, but right now it's advantage Fisichella, Ciocci and Collado. And the Bentleys, they've tumbled down the order a bit. There's that number 8 car down in 11th. Don't forget that was right at the sharp end. Could yet still be a feature. We've had 2 safety car periods, but 32 seconds, it's looking ominous. The pace of that 55 Kaspersky Ferrari, so strong. And right now, as we go from daylight into night, it's lapping faster than the cars that are giving chase by as much as a second a lap. You want to know who's leading in the Pro-Am class? It's up to 16th place overall. It's the Oman Racing Team Aston Martin. At the wheel at the moment is Johnny Adam, who was so strong, running very easily inside the top 10 in the opening hour of the race, leading the way in Pro-Am. Second in class, 1 position further back, is Marvin Kirchhofer in a Black Falcon Mercedes, and 2 places further back is third in class, another Black Falcon Mercedes with Hubert Haupt at the wheel. And if you want to know who is leading the way in the AM class, it's David Perel, the 888 Ferrari, sitting in 28th position overall. And that's changing as we speak. So the order keeps on changing. The cars, some of them are out of pit stop sequence, but the most important thing is that Fisichella is edging his way clear. He's just set his fastest first sector of any lap, so it's ominous for all the chasing cars. 36 cars covered by just 1 second in qualifying, yet when you get to race trim, I know the conditions are cooling down, but Giancarlo Fisichella and the Kaspersky Motorsport Ferrari crew looking very good. Good in the warmer afternoon, perfectly good as the temperature starts to drop in this early evening.
Bruce, we like cool.
We do very much, John Watson.
Anyway, as we had that little bit of information coming from Alex Buncombe, Nissan likes cool as well. And the reason is easier on the tyres.
Easier on the tyres.
Better for the aero. Better for the engines fundamentally as well. And of course the driver isn't quite as hot in the cockpit. And that's an important consideration. Sometimes drivers are overlooked as the Audi is off at the bus stop chicane.
Just trying to see which of the Audi Sport cars that is. Just hearing whisper it's one of the Team WRT cars, number 6. And that was just trying to see, did it do it all on its own? Well, it appears to have got very close to the car in front. But no, that's
something went wrong.
That lost everything because it's got its lights. Yeah, lights are out, so it lost electricity, drive, probably everything.
Well, okay, well, hopefully he can get that just restarted and across the track. He hasn't got very far to get to pit entry, but he's got to cross the track if he can get it fired up. We've seen the McLaren earlier pulling off just after the final corner, therefore missing pit entry.
But if he's got no power, he ain't going anywhere. Doesn't matter if it's only across the track. There's no power, it ain't going to fire.
I did preclude that with an if. But you're quite right to pick up on that point because, oh, how frustrating. So long faces in the Audi camp. But don't forget, they've got cars in second and third positions overall, trying to do what they can to hold the race-leading Ferrari back. But they can't. Its gap is now out to 33.5 seconds. And it looks like it's
night signalling.
Stefan Richelme just climbed out.
All cars lights on. All cars lights on.
Well, sadly, all cars apart from number 6, which is the one at the side of the circuit. So Stefan Richelme is going to become mechanic. Up is going to go the hood. He's taken his helmet off, but he hasn't left the circuit. Didn't go beyond a certain distance away from the car. He went for safety.
Yes, but I think there should be an external master switch, and I wonder if that was what he was looking for, to maybe reset that. There was something he was looking for just where the bonnet meets the windscreen.
I mean, it could be something simple like that. I mean, I know in Le Mans there was a car that had a master switch panic on the outside, which they need to have for the marshals.
Correct.
And that got hit by a piece of rubber, and actually the whole car switched itself off.
I mean, something as fundamental as what you've just explained, Alan, could well be a reason, but the car looks like it's going to have to be towed. So Richelme with his helmet stuck on the top of his head. I don't know quite why he feels it's not better to take it off, and
it's still attached to his hands. He doesn't want to waste any time as it's stuck to his hands. Well, now he is.
Well,
so
I mean,
he's got more scope to move.
Take it off. Take your balaclava off. You're not going to be driving, and I don't think there'll be any penalty for being towed back without your helmet or hands device.
From an Audi point of view, this is massively annoying, but this was a car that wasn't very well placed. They've got second and third positions with Christopher Mies and Antonio Garcia, but 6 is already down to 40th position overall. It's 4 laps down, going 5 laps down, so clearly already a couple of laps, several laps in arrears.
The only issue I would raise is if this has happened to the number 6 car, is there any reason to believe it may not happen to any of the other Audi entries, be it SR, WRT, whatever? Yellow flag. There's the Ferrari stopped up on the top of the straight. So full course yellow has been thrown as we were gabbling away. We didn't catch that full course yellow at the earliest opportunity. So Ferrari has come to a grinding halt just prior to the entry into Lake Coombe.
Yeah, and that was in 28th position overall, so down in about 8th position in class. Rinat Salikov, so that will be dropping down the order. That will give some of the AM runners a chance to move their way up. But suddenly, ironically, just as it goes from warmer weather to cooler weather, we're just starting to think it's a little less unkind on the cars. And here's another Audi, one that's still rolling. Fortunately, the number 2 car coming in from second place. Christopher Mies in from second. Looks though that's shouldn't be number 1 behind it, unless they've decided to stack them that way. They're both in, so it is the number 1 car tucked in behind.
There's 3 in a row now.
They're both in, and the Ferrari stayed out.
Now this is what WRT have been so successful at, is jumping on something where they can gain an advantage.
Well, full course yellow as we've reported.
And looks like that Christopher Mies has stayed on board as the Ferrari is sitting up there and waiting for, again, a snatch vehicle to come. Strange that it's sitting there. Something, again, maybe in the same way we were watching the number 6 Audi, all the power went out. I can't imagine it would be a similar issue with the Ferrari up at the top of the Carmel not Carmel straight.
Are we going to see a safety car? Because I saw an Audi on track, a safety car Audi on track with no lights yet.
I think they might be able to get this out of the way pretty quickly.
Well, in fact, you can just see there's an exit road ahead of that red and yellow curbing on the left-hand side. It's just before the entry to Lake Combe at the top of the hill.
If that recovery vehicle went diagonally across the track, as we go back to now what's going on down at the bus stop chicane, so that car still has yet to be removed, and Riquelme has put his helmet hands device back on again, just in case he is not in compliance with
regulations.
So the Ferrari will be pushed back behind the barrier on the inside of the entrance into Lake Combe.
No,
they're going to bring it
somewhere else.
Well, obviously somewhere else, but there is an excess road around the back. Well, in fact, if they went straight on, that's where the road would be, but the car is being towed. Where's it going to be towed to? Because it's still on the racing line.
Can I go back to the pits, please? Said Rinat Salikov, the Russian racer.
Well,
there's a full course yellow going on at the moment, so there is scope for that. Let's just run down the order. It's Giancarlo Fisichella leading the way as we have full course yellow by 38 seconds over Christopher Mies. But of course, that's not accurate because Mies and Garcia have just made their pit stops. They're back out onto the circuit with their 7th pit stop complete. But will Fisichella come in this time around to respond to match? If you're sitting on an advantage of just over half a minute, you can afford to maybe shed a second here or there as James Collado, Marco Chiocci sit down in the pit garage at Kaspersky Motorsport. They just need to be careful, just need to be sensible. This is the biggest advantage we've seen in this race. And I think as that
just safety car procedure.
Safety car has come out. So let's find out what's happening in the world of Audi. Chris Reich ahead of Audi Motorsport with Dakota.
Chris, now do you know what's happening with car 6?
Unfortunately, at the moment, there's not too much to comment on because we just lost connection. We seem to have an electrical error in the car. We tried to get it going out there. We have contact with the driver, but yeah, unfortunately, for the moment, it doesn't look good.
And are you enjoying watching all these beautiful Audis race in our Spa 24 Hours?
Well, obviously, yes, we are very fortunate to have a lot of very good cars running. But at the moment, it hit us a bit with the car number 75 hitting problems now than the car number 6, the 17 before. So, yeah, it could always be better, but we are still happy and good in the race, I guess.
But second and third is good, right?
Second, third for sure is good, yes.
And what do you expect out of this race?
Well, out of this race, it's a very high competitive race, and I hope I have still a lot of cars running in the morning when the sun comes up, and then, get them in position for the final hours.
Thank you, good luck.
I think Chris is being maybe a little bit optimistic. The sun comes up, it could be pouring down. That would really make his day.
If you look at the Riquelme car, I think there's a mechanic actually standing by the fence.
Oh, I see, yes.
That's why he's shuffling backwards and forwards.
He's going backwards and forwards.
Yeah, that's the old trick at Le Mans.
Yeah.
When you stopped out at Le Mans and somehow or other somebody got to you and you weren't allowed outside assistance.
Well, can we see him? But of course, they're very close to. There's the tunnel that comes through.
There's a mechanic.
Two of them. We know who you are, but they can do that because that's the closest corner to the pit lane. And let's hope they got the right information. Oh, that's how they got down there so quickly. Scrambled on a gator. Nearly ran their mechanic over there after the great job he did.
That's the reason why WRT are such a successful team.
They would have had the gator ready for that incident.
They cover every base.
All that could have held it up was the traffic lights in the tunnel, the Passage Jacques Swatter. But yes, we wondered why Stefan was running backwards and forwards. He probably took his helmet off so he could hear the exchange.
You need to explain who Jacques Swatter is.
Jacques Swatter was he was a Curie-Francorchamps, and in the days
so explain who a Curie-Francorchamps is.
Okay, we are in Francorchamps. In Belgium, they had the national racing team, the Écurie Belge, and another racing team which also raced in the Belgian national racing colours of pale yellow in the 1950s. And Jacques Swatter was a Formula 1 racer, Grand Prix racer, and a race entrant. And it has been honoured not with a corner but with a tunnel lane. There we are. Is that okay?
More or less.
More or less.
More or less.
We can add more if you want, John.
Curie-Francorchamps was the name, I think, of his business, his garage business, and his cars were very close to Commendatore Enzo Ferrari, so he always got well treated, as did Maranello concessionaires in England and other major Ferrari outlets around the world, and they ran a very successful quasi-factory private entrant in endurance racing, and in fact on some occasions, I think maybe it was here in 1961. As we look at the top 20, Olivier Gendebien, I think, might have driven a Ferrari
in the pale yellow.
In the yellow colours, a 156 with a 65 degree, not the 120 degree Ferrari 1.5 litre engine. That's the best I could do at this time of night.
We'll give you 10 out of 10 for that, John. Right, the safety car still out, people moving around to get better. A lot of photographers out around the circuit trying to get what they call the golden shots. The light is absolutely fantastic at certain points, light and dark. And it sorts out the good from the bad, but the good at the moment is very much the Kaspersky Motorsport Ferrari crew, the 55 crew, but their advantage over Christian Engelhardt, who didn't make a pit stop, has gone down from 33 seconds over the Audis. Engelhardt was just tucked in behind in fourth place, but he's now 17.5 seconds down. Of course, the safety car that's come out has compressed the field.
Indeed, and that's the ebb and flow of endurance racing.
Just looking to see how many cars are between them. Actually, about 5 by the looks of things.
Well, that's a big problem when the safety car comes in. He's got to not in position the might be close, but there's a lot of slow cars. And you talk about slow cars and back markers. There could be only a second and a half slower than the front cars.
There is a recovery vehicle, but nothing on it that I can see. So where is it? Is it returning to its station, or is it en route to pick up that Audi, because the Audi stopped up at the bus stop chicane?
I think your latter is the correct surmisal. But what we just mentioned about the number of cars between Christian Engelhardt in second place in the 63 Lamborghini and Giancarlo Fisichella's 55 Ferrari. There you can see the Ferrari behind the Audi safety car. There is a Lamborghini about 5 positions back, but that is the sister Grasser car. The one with 63 is about 7 places back. Of course, the number 19 sister car, there it is, just going off screen, will let him by. Of that you can be sure, but there's still another 5 or 6 cars between himself and the race leader. It's about to start another lap, just going past our commentary position, which is right on the start-finish line right now. And there's someone going in the background, several cars going in to make their pit stops. They've had this is the 3rd safety car period, and it has made the race go a little forward and backward. But the one thing that cannot be disputed is the fact that 55 Ferrari is very quick in the hands of all 3 of its drivers: Giancarlo Fisichella, Marco Ciocci, and James Collado. But right now, light conditions changing almost by the minute.
We're coming up to the 5-hour mark. So, been a fairly eventful race. I mean, I've been to other 24-hour events at Spa, which have been unbelievable, but there's been enough to keep us interested. And I think what we're seeing is this relentless pressure and development that's been going on in GT3 racing within the Blancpain Sprint and Endurance Championships over the last couple of seasons. And maybe we're now beginning to see that pursuit of the last millionth of a second is putting cars, drivers, into a zone that they've not ever really explored before. Certainly, I always felt coming here and with looking at the entry, the drivers, the cars, as we're seeing a McLaren 59 being plucked off the racetrack as well. Now that was hidden somewhere for quite some time.
About 2 hours, I think.
One of the cars that's been absolutely flying, now up into 3rd place. Jimmy Ericsson's driving it, but let's hear from the man out of the car, Frank Pereira.
Frank, now you're currently in 3rd. There's still a long way to go. Are you happy at this point in the race?
Yeah, at the moment everything is going quite good. It's very tough, especially with the blue flags and everything. I think we are quite close to the top, so we're going to continue to fight like this. I think it will be important to get the rhythm like this. Everyone is doing a great job, so now the night will come, so the biggest things will start now.
Now, as the night comes, do you think you can keep this pace up that you're having now?
Yeah, no, I think we have the car for it. Everything is doing good. I think the night will be the most important things. Especially will drive a lot, so now I need a little bit of rest, and then I will focus for my stint.
Good night, good luck.
Thanks, Dakota. Well, what we had there is the fact that it's proved that pit garages aren't quiet places. Lots of wheel changing happening as Dakota spoke to Frank Pereira. But yeah, looking very handy. The top 3 are now covered by 9 seconds. That safety car period still continues. That 6 Audi still hasn't shifted despite the best recommendations, but it's going to get closer and closer behind the safety car. But I think when it's released, Fisichella has about 5 cars between himself and Christian Engelhardt. Should be able to eke out a bit more of an advantage out of when they get going again.
Yeah, the wheel changing you hear was the 15 car, the yellow Black Falcon Mercedes with Jeroen Blekeman, who's lost a lap because of the safety cars. And now I think he's trying to get so out of sync that if there's another safety car, they might be able to gain that lap back.
Well, that's where the strategist is sitting behind the pit wall or sitting in the garage, as we see a safety car. This is the McLaren 59 has now finally been returned into the paddock.
What we had in that long shot,
rather than in the pit lane. So I'm assuming that the 59 car is going to be a retirement.
Yeah, but I think the 333 Ferrari is the one that had almost got to the end of the lap on the end of a tow rope. So that will be a chance to carry on fighting for the 333 Rinaldi Ferrari that pulled off there with Rinat Salikov at the wheel just before Les Combes at the top of the hill. And again, as the lights go low, you can see the amount of tyre debris starting to build up on the outside of the circuit. First hour or so, they had fantastic clean circuit, but now we're getting more and more debris.
Look at the illumination and whatever the bug life is. That's going to go on your windscreen. That just adds, at night time, along with the smudges you get from bits of rubber, your windscreen gets really, really mucky. And of course, some teams have multiple tear-offs. We saw, I think, one of the Bentleys, and there's a bit of debris by the side of the track that needs to be, at the same opportunity, cleared up. And there's a Marshall, a couple of them, they've picked it up, well, not picked it up as yet, but they've realised it's there. So whose car? We've no idea whose car that is. I mean, that's the $1,000 question. Can somebody that's coming down out of Pujo into Lake